University of Missouri, USA. The Upanishads. A Complete Guide. Edited by Signe Cohen. Of course I wanted cows. Not for their own sake, though, but for myself. Bulletin 3.1.2, 4.1.1, 2.4.5 Katyayani shall have them when I go. Cattle and gold, these are human wealth. I eat their flesh, too, if it's succulent. SB 3.1.2.21 But I prize something else, knowledge, and victory in argument. Brahmins from Kurukshetra I defeat, but not you, dear. With you I don't compete. Listen, my dear Maitreyi. It isn't for my sake. Bulletin 2.4.5, 4.5.6. That I am dear. To you, or to Katyayani. What makes me dear is yourself. What if you weren't here, or if you weren't you, but something without a self? Now is it clear? Or look at it the other way about, before you, even you, are dear to me, I first must be aware. I first must be. Now, as a man delighting in his love's embrace. Bulletin April 3, 21, Katyayani would say indeed. Which one, knows neither this nor that, nor which is he and which is she, so the self, when it neither wakes nor dreams, can only know, and be. And what the ocean is to all the streams. Bulletin February 4, 11, April 5, 12 The tongue to flavors, and the eye to sights, and yes, the private parts to all delights, such is the self to all sensations, thoughts, and actions. But when you die. Bulletin 2.4.12, 14, April 4, 12, 4.5.13, 15 You'll be a unity, with no perceptions. Don't be so worried. Let me tell you why. Perception only happens if there's two, something that isn't I. That's my immortal legacy to you. Bulletin 2.4.3, 4.5.4, April 5, 15 I'll see Katyayani before I go. Give her her due, she knows what women know. Bulletin 4.5.1. Dermot Killingley. December 30, 2016. Contents. Notes on the contributors. List of abbreviations. 1. Introduction. What is an Upanishad? Signe Cohen. Part I. Composition, authorship, and transmission of the Upanishads. 2. The date of the Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 3. The authorship of the Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 4. The redaction and transmission of the Upanishads. Signe Cohen. Part 2. The historical, cultural, and religious background of the Upanishads. 5. Ancient India, geographical, historical, and cultural background. Signe Cohen. 6. The older Vedas and the Upanishads. Dermot Killingley. 7. The religious and ritual background. Dermot Killingley. 8. The Upanishads and early Buddhism. Signe Cohen. 9. The social background, caste and gender in the Upanishads. Stephen E. Lindquist. Part 3. Religion and philosophy in the Upanishads. 10 prominent characters in the Upanishads. Stephen E. Lindquist. 11 Atman and Brahman in the principal Upanishads. Jacqueline Southron Hurst. 12 Karma and rebirth in the Upanishads. Dermot Killingley. 13 Knowledge and liberation in the Upanishads. Dermot Killingley. 14 The Upanishadic Epistem. Janardhan Gainery. 15 Mantras and sacred language. Signe Cohen. 16 The Upanishads and the emergence of the ism. Dermot Killingley. 17 The Upanishads and yoga. Dermot Killingley. 18 The Upanishads and the Mahabharata. Brian Black. 19 The Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. Simon Broadbeck. 20 The Upanishads and later Hinduism. Dermot Killingley. 21 Darashiko and the first translation of the Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 22 Schopenhauer and the Upanishads. Signe Cohen. Part 4. The Classical Upanishads. 23 The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Dermot Kilingali. 24 The Chandogya Upanishad. Dermot Kilingali. 25 The Aitareya Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 26 The Kauitaki Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 27. The Taittiriya Upanishad Signe Cohen. 28 The Isa Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 29 The Prasna Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 30 The Muaka Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 31 The Kaha Upanishad. Elizabeth Skiltz. 32 The Svetasvatara Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 33 The Kina Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 34 The Maitreya Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 35 The Mayakya Upanishad. Signe Cohen. 36 The Mahanaraya Upanishad. Signe Cohen. Part V. The later Upanishads. 37 The Vairava Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 38 The Saiva Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 39 The Devi Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 40 The Sa Nyasa Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 41 The Yoga Upanishads. Signe Cohen. 42 Conclusion. Signe Cohen. Index Locorum. Index. Contributors. Brian Black is in the Department of Politics, Philosophy, and Religion at Lancaster University, in the United Kingdom. He has been inspired and fascinated by the Upanishads for more than 20 years. His research interests include Indian religions, comparative philosophy, the use of dialogue in Indian religious and philosophical texts, and Hindu and Buddhist ethics. He is author of the book The Character of the Self in Ancient India, Priests, Kings, and Women in the Early Upanishads, State University of New York 2007. He is co-editor, with Simon Broadbeck, of the book Gender and Narrative in the Mahabharata, Routledge 2007, and he is co-editor, with Laurie Patton, of the book series Dialogues in South Asian Traditions, Religion, Philosophy, Literature, and History, Routledge. He is currently writing a book on dialogue in the Mahabharata. Simon Broadbeck is Reader in Religious Studies at Cardiff University, Wales. He is co-editor of Gender and Narrative in the Mahabharata, Routledge 2007, and the Equinox Journal Religions of South Asia, and author of the Mahabharata Patriline, Gender, Culture, and the Royal Hereditary, Ashgate 2009, and some 24 articles on aspects of the Mahabharata and Ramayana. His work in progress is an accessible English translation of the critically reconstituted Hayava essay. Signe Cohen, Ph.D. University of Pennsylvania, is Associate Professor of South Asian Religions at the University of Missouri. She is the author of Text and Authority in the Older Upanishads, Brill 2008, as well as articles on Sanskrit texts, ancient automata, and postmodernism in the Harry Potter series. Her current book project involves ancient Hindu and Buddhist robot tales. In her work, she explores how these ancient texts about mechanically constructed beings express fundamental religious ideas about the soul and soullessness. Janardhan Gainery is a philosopher who draws on a variety of philosophical traditions to construct new positions in the philosophy of mind, metaphysics, and epistemology, writing chiefly about the philosophies of South Asia in dialogue with other ancient and contemporary philosophical cultures. He is the author of The Self, The Concealed Art of the Soul, and The Lost Age of Reason, all published by Oxford University Press. He joined the Fellowship of the British Academy in 2015, and won the Infosys Prize in the Humanities the same year, the first philosopher to do so. Open Minds magazine named him of its 50 Global Open Minds for 2016. Dermot Kilingali graduated in Sanskrit in Oxford University in 1959, and gained a PhD in Indian philosophy in SOAS, University of London. He taught in the Department of Indian Studies, University of Malaya, from 1961 to 1968, and in the Department of Religious Studies, Newcastle University, from 1970 to 2000, when he retired as Reader in Hindu Studies. In 2008 he was a visiting professor in the University of Vienna. He is joint editor, with Simon Broadbeck and Anna King, of Religions of South Asia, Rosa. He has published research on ancient Indian thought, and on its modern interpreters, particularly Ramahan Roy, Vivekananda, and Radhakrishnan. His books include Ramahan Roy in Hindu and Christian Tradition, and a 3-volume course, Beginning Sanskrit, completed in collaboration with the late Dr. Suyu Kilingali. Stephen E. Lindquist is Associate Professor of Religious Studies and Director of Asian Studies at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. He has published on topics such as late Vedic narrative, riddle poems, genealogy, and numismatics. He edited a Festschrift in honor of his mentor entitled Religion and Identity in South Asia and Beyond. Essays in honor of Patrick Olivelli, Anthem Press, and his monograph on the literary life of Yajnavalkya is forthcoming with State University of New York. His research interests include the Brahmas and Upanishads, ancient Indian religious history, comparative asceticism, narrative and literary theory. Elizabeth Skiltz received her BA from Ohio Wesleyan University, and her PhD from Duke University. She has the good fortune to hold the Purna, Raju Chair of East, West Philosophy in the Department of Philosophy at the College of Worcester. Her publications include Two Chariots, Moral Psychology in Plato's Phaedrus and the Kaha Upanishad, in the July 2006 issue of Philosophy East and West, and How to Teach Comparative Philosophy, in the April 2014 issue of Teaching Philosophy. Jacqueline Southern-Hurst is Senior Lecturer in South Asian Studies at the University of Manchester. Her main research interest is in Vedanta traditions, whose triple foundation of authoritative texts includes the principal Upanishads. Her book on S.A. Advaita Vedanta, A Way of Teaching, Routledge 2005, demonstrates the multiple ways in which S.A. finds pedagogical resources as well as Advaitin content in the Upanishads texts. Her other books include Siddha's Story, RMEP 1997, and Religious Traditions in Modern South Asia, Routledge 2011, co-authored with John Zavos. She runs the annual Sanskrit Tradition in the Modern World Symposium and has contributed to Tarasa, a website with resources for teaching across the religious traditions of South Asia. Signe Cohen. The Upanishads are among the most important religious and philosophical Hindu texts. Significant ideas that are still embraced by millions of Hindus today, such as Atman, the eternal self, Brahman, the cosmic divine force, karma, reincarnation, and the idea that salvation can be defined as freedom from an endless cycle of death and rebirth are first formulated in these ancient Sanskrit texts. The Upanishads are a genre of philosophical and religious texts that flourished in India from about 700 BCE onwards. The texts are composed in Sanskrit, an ancient Indo-European tongue that is the distant ancestor of modern Indian languages such as Hindi, Bengali, Punjabi, Marathi, and Gujarati. Some of the oldest Upanishads are prose texts, while many later ones are composed in verse. The Upanishads texts range in length from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which fills 60 to 70 pages of printed Sanskrit text, to the brief Isa Upanishad in just 18 verses and the Mayukya Upanishad in 12 short prose sections. There are hundreds of texts called Upanishads, all dealing with the same central theme, the mystical identity between the cosmic force Brahman and the immortal inner self of a living being, Atman. Texts titled Upanishad have been composed in Sanskrit throughout the Middle Ages and into the early modern era. As a genre, the Upanishads can be defined as philosophical texts exploring the relationship between Brahman and Atman for the purposes of spiritual liberation. Central to all Upanishads is the idea that all humans are bound to an unsatisfying existence by our ignorance, and that true knowledge is the path to liberation. Jnana, or knowledge, is a profound understanding of the reality underlying all appearance. The Upanishads differentiate between two forms of knowledge. The lower, apara, knowledge is merely knowledge for its own sake, such as traditional learning and familiarity with sacred scriptures. The higher, para, knowledge, on the other hand, is the intuitive. knowledge by which one grasps the imperishable. 1. This soteriological knowledge of Brahman is often imparted by a teacher, although one theistic Upanishad suggests that one can also gain knowledge through the grace of God. 2. Ignorance, avidya, on the other hand, is that which holds a person back from enlightenment and must be avoided at all costs. Ignorance is often compared to a tangled knot, 3. Or to fetters that bind a person to an unsatisfying existence. 4. Upanishadic characters who realize their own ignorance often immediately set out on a quest for a knowledgeable teacher. Knowledge leads to liberation, moksha, from death and rebirth, which is often compared to being released from chains or fetters. What does Upanishad mean? The etymology of the term Upanishad is still the subject of some debate. The word is derived from the Sanskrit verb sad, preceded by the previous verbs upand and I-. The most common meaning of sad is to sit. The preverb upamai express proximity, near, and the preverb ni a downward motion. Upanishad may therefore be translated as sitting down near someone. The term is traditionally interpreted as a reference to the student sitting down at the teacher's feet to receive the secret teachings about Atman and Brahman. The Upanishads themselves often refer to teachers and students and the process of learning. In fact, the student-teacher relationship is the primary social relationship in the Upanishadic texts, far more significant than the relationships between parents and children or between husband and wife. Finding the right teacher is crucial, as the wisdom seekers in the Upanishads discover. The seekers in the Upanishadic texts end up finding the knowledge they need both in learned Brahmin priests and in more unlikely preceptors such as kings, or even talking animals. The teacher's background matters far less than the knowledge he, or she or it, possesses. It is perhaps reasonable, then, that the texts themselves are named after the act of sitting down at the feet of a teacher to absorb the essential ideas about Atman and Brahman. Other etymologies of the term Upanishad have also been proposed. The Sanskrit scholar Oldenburg suggests a connection between Upanishad and the Sanskrit noun upasana, worship. 5. Deussen proposes the meaning secret doctrine. 6. And share the equivalence between two magical substances. 7. Gren Eklund argues that the word Upanishad may originally have denoted the fact of two things being placed in a relation to each other. 8. Falk suggests, based on usage of the verb sad with the prefixes upa and ni in the older Vedic language, that the term Upanishad should be rendered effective power, bewirkend Macht. 9. Olivelli, in his standard edition and translation of the Upanishads, translates the term Upanishad hidden connection, hidden name, or hidden teachings. 10. Witzel, in his edition of the Kaha Aryaka, translates Upanishad as formula of magical equivalence. 11. Another possible translation of Upanishad is that which lies, sad, beneath, or underlying reality. 12. This meaning is not too far removed from Olivelli's hidden connection. The Upanishads are intensely occupied with the process of enlightenment as a gradual progression toward the ultimate, underlying reality. It is possible that this central Upanishadic idea of a quest for another level of reality beneath the visible world inspired the name of these texts. This interpretation is supported by several Upanishadic passages. As a spider sends out its thread, and as sparks spring from the fire, so do all the breaths, all worlds, all gods, and all beings spring from the Atman. Its Upanishad is the real behind the real. 13. I ask you about that person who is the Upanishad, who carries the other persons away, who brings them back, and who rises above them. 14. When someone knows the Upanishad that is Brahman in this way, the sun does not rise or set for him, it is always day for him. 15. This is the teaching. This is the Upanishad of the Veda. 16. That is Brahman, the highest Upanishad, which is rooted in asceticism and knowledge of the self. 17. It is hidden in the secret Upanishads of the Veda. Know it, you Brahmans priests, as the womb of Brahman. 18. The Chandogya Upanishad contains a story of a god and a demon, Indra and Virokana, who both approach the divine teacher Prajapati and ask him to teach them about the Atman, the inner self. the demon Virokana becomes convinced that the Atman is nothing but the physical body, and he shares this idea of a secret underlying reality with the other demons. This is indeed the Upanishad that demons believe in. They perform the last rites for the dead person with gifts of food and clothing and jewelry, for they believe that they will win the next world in this way. 19. Even though Virokana completely misunderstands what the Atman is, the usage of the term Upanishad here is telling. It is possible that the genre name Upanishad originated precisely in the text's preoccupation with the ultimate, underlying reality. This usage of the term Upanishad can be traced back to the earlier ritual literature of the Brahma as Falk has demonstrated. The commonly occurring phrase A is the Upanishad of B usually indicates that A is that which causes B to come into existence. 20. Renu compares Upanishad to the Pali term Upanisa, cause. 21. Since the main theme of the Upanishads is the quest for the ultimate reality and the first cause, it is not surprising that this concept is reflected in the names of the texts themselves. Additionally, seeing Upanishad as a reference to the esoteric underlying reality fits quite well with the Indian commentarial tradition's explanation of Upanishad as Rahasya, secret. How many Upanishads are there? The medieval Mudaka Upanishad lists 108 Upanishads, broken down into 1. Principal, Mukhya, Upanishads, Isa, Bihadharayaka, Kaha, Taittiriya, Svetasvatara, Prasna, Muaka, Mayukya, Kina, Shandogya, Maitreya equals Matri, Kauataki, and Adarita. 2. General, Samanya, Upanishads, Subala, Mantrika, Naralamba, Pigala, Adhyatma, Mudaka, Sarvasara, Sukarahajya, Skanda, Sararika, Garba, Ekakara, Aki, Pra Agnihotra, Surya, Atma, Vajrasusi, Maha, Savatri, Atmabadha, and Mudgala. 3. Ascetic, Sa Nyasa, Upanishads, Jabala, Paramaha Sa, Advayatarika, Bhikuka, Turayatata, Yajanavakaya, Sa Yayaniya, Brahma, Tejubindu, Avadhuta, Kaharudra, Narada Parivrajaka, Paramaha Sa, Parivrajaka, Parabrahma, Aruaya, Maitreya, Sa Nyasa, Kuika, and Nirvaya. 4. Yoga Upanishads, Ha Sa, Triziki, Mahalabrahma Am Tabindu, Am Tanada, Kayurika, Dhyanabindu, Brahmavidya, Yogaditva, Yogasika, Yogakualini, Varha, Sa Ilya, Pasupata, Mahavakya, Yogakuamai, Darsana, and Natabindu. 5. Upanishads devoted to the goddess, Sakta Upanishads. Sarasvati Rahasya, Siddha, Anapara, Devi, Tripura Bhavna, Tripura, Subhagyalakmi, and Bhavca. 6. 6 Upanishads, Vyava Upanishads Tarasara, Naraya, Kalasanthara, Nsi Hatapani, Mahanaraya, Ramarahasya, Ramatapani Ya, Gopalatapani Ya, Ka, Hayagriva, Dattatreya, Garua, Vasudev, and Avyakta. 7. Shiva Upanishads, Siva Upanishads Kavalya, Kalagnirudra, Dakayamurti, Rudradaya, Pankabrahma, Atharvasika, Bihajabala, Sarabha, Basma, Ga Apati, Rudrake, Jabali, and Atharvasika. The principal Upanishads in the Mudaka Upanishad are, with 2 exceptions, Maitreya and Kauataki, texts to which the famous 8th century commentator S. A. Kara composed commentaries. These principal Upanishads are often regarded as the oldest ones, and for many Hindus, these are the Upanishads that define the genre. There are many more texts called Upanishad than the 108 named in the Mudaka Upanishad, but it is likely that precisely 108 texts were listed because the number is sacred in Hinduism. 22 altogether, there are over 200 texts called Upanishad, ranging from the old 8th century BCE Upanishads to the 16th century CE Ala Upanishad, which identifies the God of Islam with the inner self, Atman. What all of these texts have in common is a preoccupation with the mystical identity between Atman and Brahman. In 1965, the Indian Christian theologian Dunjabai Fakirbai even published his own text under the name Upanishad, the Upanishad of Christ. While this is hardly an Upanishad in the traditional sense, it blends Upanishadic ideas with Christian theology. Fakirbai describes the Christian God in the same way as the classical Upanishads characterize Atman/Brahman, as Saksidananda, being, consciousness, and bliss. 23. The invocation of the Hindu genre name Upanishad in the title of the Upanishad and the use of Upanishadic rhetoric become an assertion of ancient authority. The importance of the Upanishads. For devout Hindus, the Upanishads are considered Sriti, or authoritative sacred text. There are two distinct terms used for sacred texts in Hinduism, Sriti and Smti. Sriti, which can be translated as that which is heard, is a category that encompasses the oldest Sanskrit texts, the four Vedas, the ritual Brahma and Aryaka texts, and the principal Upanishads. Smti, that which is remembered, includes works on the six Vedas, auxiliary Vedic sciences, phonetics, prosody, grammar, etymology, rituals, and astrology, the epic poems of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, legal literature, and the mythological texts of the Puranas. Although both groups of texts are considered holy, the texts classified as Sriti are more authoritative. The holiness of the Sriti texts are underscored by the reluctance to write them down. They are meant to be heard, hence the term Sriti, as they are passed down orally from teachers to students, from generation to generation. While manuscripts of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata and later Puranas are plentiful in India, written forms of the Vedas and the Upanishads are both rare and chronologically quite late. The oldest extant manuscript of the Veda is from the 14th century. 24 manuscripts of the Upanishads can be dated to the 16th, 25th and 18th centuries, 26 almost 2 millennia after the text's probable date of composition. As Sriti, the Upanishads are sources of religious authority. While the Vedas, the ultimately holy texts for Hindus, are often more revered than read, 27 many of the teachings of the Upanishads are essential for later Hinduism. The Upanishadic ideas of Atman, Brahman, salvation through knowledge, reincarnation, and karma are foundational ideas for most forms of later Hindu theology. There are 6 recognized schools of classical Hindu philosophy: Sakya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisika, Mimamsa, and Vedanta. 2 of these schools, Sakya and Yoga, can trace many of their teachings back to the Upanishads. The Sakya concepts of Purusha, the eternal spirit, Prakriti, nature, the cosmic primordial matter, and the 3 gunas, qualities, that make up the primordial nature can be traced back to the Upanishads, as can early forms of yogic meditation, breathing techniques, and postures. The Vedanta philosophy is in its entirety based on the Upanishads. Vedanta, the end/fulfillment of the Vedas, is also another name for the Upanishads themselves, and the different later commentaries to these texts. The 8th century commentator Sankara argued in his commentaries to the Upanishads that there is absolutely no difference between Atman and Brahman. This interpretation of the Upanishads gave rise to the sub-school of Vedanta known as Advaita Vedanta, monistic or non-dualistic Vedanta. Advaita Vedanta may be the most influential school of Indian philosophy today. The 11th, 12th century philosopher Ramanuj argued in his Brahmasutrabhaya that Brahman must be understood as a personal God, rather than an impersonal principle, and that this God contained all Atmans within himself, but still remained greater than the sum of all Atmans. Ramanuj became the founder of the sub-school of Vedanta known as Vishesha Advaita, modified non-dualistic Vedanta. The 13th century philosopher Madhva also wrote commentaries on the 13 principal Upanishads. In his work, he argued that Atman and God/Brahman are entirely different, and this became the foundation for the Dvaita, dualist, school of Vedanta. Translations and influence on Western culture. The first translation of the Upanishads was Darashikowa's rendition into Persian in 1656, see chapter 21, which included 50 Upanishads. This Persian text was then retranslated into Latin in 1801 by a Frenchman, Anquetil Duperron. Anquetil Duperron's Latin Upanishad translation made a deep impression on the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788–1860, who again influenced many European thinkers such as Friedrich Nietzsche, Carl Gustav Jung and Joseph Campbell. Chapter 22 examines the influence on the Upanishads on Schopenhauer's work. The first translation of an Upanishad into English was Colebrooke's 1805 translation of the Aitareya Upanishad. Numerous other Upanishad translations soon followed. Among the best-known ones today are Max Muller's translation of 12 of the principal Upanishads, Chandogya, Talavakara, Kina, Aitareya, Kauitaki, Vihasani, Isa, Kaha, Muaka, Taittiriya, Bihadharayaka, Svetasvatara, Prasna, and Matri, in the Sacred Books of the East series in 1879 and 1884, Paul Deusson's 1897 translation of 60 Upanishads, 28 Robert E. Hume's 1921 translation of 13 Upanishads, the 12 translated by Muller plus the Mayukya Upanishad. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan's 1953 translation of 18 Upanishads, the 13 translated by Muller plus Subala, Jabala, Pygala, Kavalya and Vajrasusika, Patrick Olivelli's 1998 translation of 12 principal Upanishads, the Matri Upanishad not included, and Valerie Roebuck's 2000 translation of the 13 principal Upanishads. Mention must also be made of the 1937 translation of 10 Upanishads by Sri Purohit Swami and the Irish poet W. B. Yeats, 1865–1939. The translation itself is more lyrical than accurate, but it represents an interesting stage in Yeats' career as a writer and reflects his deep interest in India and Indian thought. Another Western poet who found inspiration in the Upanishads was T.S. Eliot, 1888–1965, who studied Sanskrit as a young man at Harvard under renowned Sanskrit professors C.R. Landman and James H. Woods. 29 In his 1922 poem The Waste Land, Eliot retells an episode from Bihadharayaka Upanishad 5.2. The Upanishad tells us that the creator god Prajapati had three kinds of children, gods, humans, and demons. He spoke the same syllable to each of his groups of children, da. The gods interpreted the syllable to mean Damayata, show restraint. The humans understood it to mean Datta, give. The demons decided that Da must stand for Dayadvam, show compassion. This Upanishadic tale is evoked in the section called What the Thunder Said of Eliot's poem, and has inspired numerous Western readers to seek the origin of the mystical Datta, Dayadvam, Damayata in the Upanishads. The Upanishads also influenced the American transcendentalist Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1803–1882, the poet Walt Whitman, 1819–1892, and the Russian novelist Leo Tolstoy, 1828–1910. And perhaps most significantly, these ancient texts continue to impress and inspire new generations of readers, whether they rely on a translation or are fortunate enough to be able to read the texts in the original Sanskrit. Part I. Composition, authorship, and transmission of the Upanishads. To the date of the Upanishads. Signe Cohen. When were the Upanishads composed? It is almost impossible to arrive at a conclusive answer to this question based on the evidence available to us today. Most ancient Sanskrit texts, including the Vedas and the oldest Upanishads, were transmitted orally from generation to generation for many centuries before they were committed to writing. In textual traditions that involve writing, on paper, parchment, papyrus, birch bark, vellum, or some other material, the manuscript itself can be dated through carbon-14 dating or other scientific methods. Even in cases when early written material exists, it is of course still possible that the text itself is older than the earliest known manuscript. The text may have been transmitted orally before it was written down, or earlier manuscripts may have been lost. But in the case of the older Upanishads and the Vedas, there is nothing to carbon date. All extant manuscripts are so late, may be 2 millennia later than a reasonable date of composition for the texts, that they provide no insight into when the texts first came into being. How do we even begin to date an orally transmitted text? Scholars rely on 5 main methods that are used to date ancient Sanskrit texts. 1. The relationship of the text to other known texts from ancient India. 2. References in the text to things that can be dated through archaeological methods, such as the use of iron or rice cultivation, or to historical figures or events. 3. Linguistic evidence. 4. Metrical evidence. 5. The development of religious or philosophical ideas in the text. In the following, we will discuss each of these methods in more detail. The relationship to other texts. The Hindu tradition itself recognizes a firm chronology of ancient sacred texts. First come the 4 Vedas, Rigveda, Samaveda, Yajurveda, and Atharvaveda, then the ritual texts called the Brahmas, then the more arcane ritual texts of the Aryakas, and then the Upanishads. Later, after the Upanishads, follow the great epic poems of the Mahabharata, which includes the well-known Bhagavad Gita, and the Ramayana, and the mythological texts called the Puranas. There is no reason to doubt this relative chronology, which is further supported by linguistic and metrical evidence. The language of the Vedas is, for example, far more archaic than the language of the older Upanishads, which is in turn more ancient than the language of the epics. Based on the development of language, meter, and ideas, it is reasonable to assume that the oldest Upanishads were composed around 500 to 700 years after the oldest of the Vedas, the Rigveda. But when was the Rigveda composed? Many different dates have been proposed for the Rigveda, ranging from 4000 BCE to 1000 BCE. Those who date the Rigveda very early often rely on astronomical symbolism in the Vedic texts, or on identification between Vedic culture and the archaeological remnants of the Indus civilization, which flourished in an area that corresponds to current-day northwest India and Pakistan from around 3500 BCE to 1800 BCE. Too many scholars find a date of around 1500 to 1200 BCE for the Rigveda to be reasonable, based in part on the similarities between the language of the Rigveda and that of the ancient Iranian text called the Avesta. The language of the Rigveda, the earliest known form of Sanskrit, is often simply referred to as Vedic. Sanskrit is an Indo-European language, and as such it is distantly related to languages like Latin, Greek, and even English. Sanskrit belongs to the Indo-Iranian branch of the Indo-European languages, and one of its closest relatives is the ancient Iranian language Avestan, the language of the sacred text of the Zoroastrians, the Avesta. Vedic Sanskrit and Avestan are quite close to one another and almost mutually intelligible. In addition to numerous similarities of grammar and vocabulary, the Rigveda and the Avesta also share some stock phrases and poetic metaphors, and even the names of some gods, demons, and men. It is likely that the Avestan and the Vedic language both evolved from a common ancestor language some 500 years or so prior to the composition of the two texts. The dating of the Avesta can therefore help us find an approximate date for the composition of the Rigveda. Unfortunately, the dating of the Avesta is itself contested, although more evidence exists in this case in the form of early Iranian manuscripts. Scholarly estimates of the date of the Avesta range from 1400 to 600 BCE, although more scholars lean toward an earlier date. It seems likely, based on the linguistic similarities between the Avesta and the Rigveda, that the Rigveda was composed within a few centuries of the Zoroastrian text. Another more tangible piece of external evidence for the date of the Rigveda is the so-called Mitanni Treaty, an ancient military agreement between the Hittite and Mitanni people of Anatolia, today's Turkey and Syria. Their treaty, conveniently carved into stone, can be reliably dated to around 1400 BCE. For reasons that are not well understood, parts of this inscription are in a very early form of Sanskrit. Vedic gods, such as Mitra, Varuna, and Indra, are invoked in the treaty. The linguistic forms of the Mitanni Treaty indicate that the text is probably a few centuries older than Rigveda. Since this treaty was composed so very far from Vedic-speaking India, it is of course possible that the Mitanni language reflects the Vedic Sanskrit spoken by people who had left India generations earlier. The language spoken by expatriates isolated from their homeland often preserves more archaic features than the language currently spoken in the place they emigrated from, so we cannot say for certain that the Veda must be later than 1400 BCE. It is generally accepted in the Indian tradition that the Veda is the oldest of the four Vedas, that the Atharva Veda is the youngest, and that the other two Vedas, the Samaveda and the Yajurveda, fall somewhere in between. One argument that is frequently used in the dating of the Vedas is the references to metal in the Vedic texts. Bronze, gold, and copper are mentioned in all the Vedas, but references to iron are only found in the Atharva Veda. Since iron is attested in the archaeological record in India from around 1000 BCE, many scholars have consequently dated the Atharva Veda to around 1000 to 900 BCE. Others have pointed out that silver is not mentioned in the Veda either, and have consequently dated the Veda to before 4000 BCE. It is, of course, quite possible that the authors of the poems of the Veda were well acquainted with silver or iron without mentioning it in their hymns to the gods. Archaeologists have identified a late Iron Age culture in North India known as the painted grey ware culture that lasted from about 1200 BCE to 600 BCE. The culture is named after its characteristic grey pottery painted with black patterns. The painted grey ware culture is associated with permanent village settlements, domesticated horses, and metallurgy, and many scholars agree that it likely corresponds to Middle to late Vedic culture, i.e. the time of the Atharva Veda and Brahma as. This may place the Veda around 1500 to 1200 BCE. It should be evident from the above discussion that the date of the Veda cannot be determined with any great accuracy. Consequently, the dates of the Upanishads that followed, centuries later, must also remain subject to speculation. Many scholars accept a date of ca 1500 to 1200 BCE for the Veda, and thus possibly a date of ca 1000 to 500 BCE for the earliest Upanishads, but there is still a great deal of uncertainty surrounding these dates. Another possible factor in dating the Upanishad is the relationship of the Upanishads texts to those of early Buddhism. Some scholars have argued that the oldest Upanishads, such as the Brihadaranyaka and the Chandogya, were composed prior to the rise of Buddhism, whereas some of the later Upanishads texts, the Maitreya Upanishad in particular, may display some familiarity with Buddhist ideas. There are, however, others who have argued that the authors of the Upanishads knew nothing at all about Buddhism. Three of the Middle Upanishads, such as the Kaha, Svetasvatara, and Maitreya were composed around the time when Buddhism arose or some centuries after. This may place these texts around the 4th, 2nd century BCE. The precise dating of the historical Buddha and the earliest Buddhist texts is unfortunately also a complicated issue on which there are several scholarly opinions. 4. Historical and archaeological evidence. As we will see in Chapter 5, there are significant gaps in our knowledge of the history of ancient India. The names of a few kings and dynasties are known, but none of these kings are mentioned in the Upanishads, nor are other historical figures such as the Buddha or Mahavira, the founder of Jainism. The Upanishads do not refer to any external events that can be dated, such as famous battles or the appearance of comets in the sky. Since the Upanishads are primarily religious and philosophical texts, they are not concerned with painting a detailed picture of the society in which they were composed. We can nevertheless get some information from the texts that can give indirect evidence for the date of composition. The Upanishads texts mention rice, barley, millet, lentils, wheat, and sesame, but all these crops are found in the Indian archaeological record from around 2500 BCE, so this does not help with the dating of the texts. Domesticated animals, especially cows, horses, goats, and sheep, are also mentioned, but they were all domesticated quite early in India, and references to them in the Upanishads also do not contribute to the dating. The Upanishads do, however, refer to kings and their courts, as well as to fixed, possibly urban, dwelling places. This evidence is quite helpful, as urbanization and state formation can be traced in the archaeological record. The kingdoms of Kuru and Pankala are mentioned frequently in the Upanishads, and as we will see in chapter 5, the oldest Upanishads are familiar with a geographical area located in northeast India. Many of the geographical locations referenced in the Upanishads overlap with the sites of the archaeological northern black polished ware culture, which flourished from around 700 to 500 BCE. The painted grey ware sites, 1200 to 600 BCE, mentioned above are a little to the west of the geographical locations associated with the early Upanishads, but Kasi, modern-day Varanasi, and the kingdoms of Kuru and Pankala are both important in the Upanishads and significant northern black polished ware culture sites. This culture is characterized by growing urbanization, social stratification, and trade, all of which are consistent with the society described in the Upanishads. Linguistic evidence. The Sanskrit language has a long history, and like all living languages, it changed and developed over the centuries. The archaic Sanskrit of the Vedas differs, both in grammatical features, vocabulary, and rules for sound combinations, sandhi, from classical Sanskrit as it is found in the epic poems Mahabharata and Ramayana and later texts. The language of the Upanishads ranges from late Vedic Sanskrit in Upanishads like the Bihadharayaka to classical Sanskrit in many of the Vaiyava and Saiva Upanishads. While the linguistic evidence cannot help us arrive at a precise date for a particular Upanishad, it is immensely useful for dating Upanishads relative to one another. In general, the more Vedic grammatical forms and words we find in an Upanishadic text, the older it is. There are exceptions to this. However, some later Upanishads such as the Ba Kalamantra Upanishad deliberately use archaic language, probably to lend the text an air of authority. This artificially archaizing language is, however, quite easy to recognize. The authors of the Ba Kalamantra Upanishad sprinkle the typical Vedic particle U throughout the text, but the grammatical endings and metrical forms used in the Upanishad are otherwise characteristic of later classical Sanskrit. It is also important to note that each of the older Upanishads is affiliated with a particular school of Vedic transmission, Saika, which will be described in more detail in chapters 3 and 4. Some of these schools are more conservative in their textual transmission than others. Each Saika has also preserved some linguistic peculiarities. A linguistic analysis of an Upanishadic text must take these issues into consideration, since it is crucial to distinguish between genuine linguistic archaic form indicating an early date of composition for a particular text, and preserved archaism common to an entire Vedic school. To complicate matters further, certain linguistic phenomena 5 were innovations that arose in one geographic area 6 and later spread to surrounding areas over the next centuries. When we find such a form in a textual passage, this may indicate an earlier date if the text was composed in the area where the innovation originated, and a later date if the text can be shown to have been composed in a different area. In determining the age of a textual passage based on linguistic criteria, it is necessary to bear in mind the distinction between chronology and geography. For example, the Chandogya Upanishad uses the past form perfect far more often than the imperfect in narratives. This linguistic fact may be interpreted in two different ways. It is either a sign of very late composition for an Upanishad, or a sign that the text was composed in the Central Eastern area. 7. When other linguistic factors are taken into consideration, it becomes apparent that the latter explanation is the more likely one. Metrical evidence. Although some of the older Upanishads, such as the Bihadharayaka, Chandogya, and Aitareya, are composed in prose, many of the Upanishads are in verse. The metrical forms of these texts provide additional evidence for the relative age of the Upanishad. The two main meters, verse forms, used in the Upanishads are Tri-Abhajagati, a meter that consists of 4 lines of 11 or 12 syllables each, and Anu-Abhasloka, a meter with 4 verse lines of 8 syllables each. The rhythms of Sanskrit meters are not determined by stressed and unstressed syllables, as in English, but by the patterns of long and short syllables, as in Latin. There are several variations of each of the Sanskrit meters, and it is possible to trace the historical development of each meter. Metrical analysis of Upanishads texts can therefore be helpful both in dating Upanishads relative to one another and in identifying later interpolations with one text. The development of religious and philosophical ideas in a text. Although this is a method frequently used by scholars attempting to create a chronological list of the Upanishads, it is perhaps the least reliable tool for dating a text. Certain ideas emerge earlier in some sakas, schools of transmission, of Upanishads than in others. For example, theism, the belief in a personal God, can be found very early, based on linguistic criteria, in the Upanishads affiliated with Rigveda, while theism is a much later development in the Upanishads affiliated with other Vedas. If we were to date the Upanishads solely on the basis of the stage of development of theistic ideas, the result would be completely at odds with the metrical and linguistic evidence. It is sometimes possible to trace the historical development of ideas in the Upanishads, but this is not a reliable dating method in itself. Conclusions: dating the Upanishads. As will be evident from the observations above, it is not possible to arrive at an absolutely certain date of composition for the Upanishads. The oldest of the Upanishads texts, the Bihadharayaka and the Chandogya, may date to around 800 to 500 BCE, but it is also possible that these dates are off by centuries. David Knipe dates the oldest Upanishads to the 8th century BCE. 8. Patrick Olivelli dates the Bihadharayaka Upanishad and the Chandogya Upanishad, which are almost unanimously recognized as the most ancient extant Upanishads, to the 7th, 6th centuries BCE, give or take a century or so. 9. Although it is difficult to date the Upanishads with any greater precision, it is possible to arrive at an internal chronology of the classical Upanishads. The list below, arranging the Upanishads in roughly chronological order, is based on linguistic and metrical evidence. The relative dating of some of the texts may be wrong, but it should be a reasonable approximation based on the available evidence. 10. 1. The Madhyadina recension of the Bihadharayaka Upanishad. 2. Chandogya Upanishad. 3. Aitareya Upanishad. 4. Kauitaki Upanishad. 5. The Kavya recension of the Bihadharayaka Upanishad. 6. Taittiriya Upanishad. 7. Isa Upanishad. 8. Prasna Upanishad. 9. Muaka Upanishad. 10. Kaha Upanishad. 11. Svetasvatara Upanishad. 12. Kina Upanishad. 13. Maitreya Upanishad. 14. Mayukya Upanishad. 15. Mahanaraya Upanishad. 16. Kavalya Upanishad. 17. Ba Kalamantra Upanishad. 18. The later Vyava, Saiva, Sakta, Nyasa and Yoga Upanishads. The Upanishads in the last category on this list no longer contain any traces of Vedic grammar or metrical forms and were likely composed long after the others mentioned above. These Upanishads contain references to deities, religious movements, and ideas that flourished in India from the Middle Ages onwards, and are likely composed after the 11th century. Notes 1. See for example Subhash Kak, Vedic Astronomy and Early Indian Chronology in Bryant and Patton 2005, 309-331. 2. For a full and balanced discussion of this argument, C. E. Bryant, The Quest for the Origins of Vedic Culture, The Indo-Aryan Migration Debate. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2001. 3. For more discussion on this topic, see Chapter 8 on Buddhism and the Upanishads. 4. For an excellent exploration of these issues, C. H. Betchard, ed., When Did the Buddha Live? The Controversy on the Dating of the Historical Buddha. Delhi, Sri Satguru Publications, 1995. 5. For example genitive/ablative singular forms in AI of feminine nouns ending in -a or -i, instead of the older forms in -a, or genitive/ablative in AI of feminine nouns ending in I, instead of in a. 6. In this case, that of the Taittiriya school, C. M. Witzel, Tracing the Vedic Dialects in C. Calais, ed. Dialects dans les littératures Indo-Aryans. Paris, Collège de France/Institut de Civilisation Indienne, 1989, 136. 7. Compare Witzel 1989, 146. 8. D. Knipe, Hinduism, Experiments in the Sacred. Prospect Heights, Waveland Press, 1991. 9. P. Olivelli, The Early Upanishads. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1998. 10. Cohen 2008. Further reading. Bryant, E. and L. Patton. 2005. The Indo-Aryan Controversy, Evidence and Inference in Indian History. London/New York, Routledge. Cohen, S. 2008. Text and Authority in the Older Upanishads. Leiden, Brill. 3. The Authorship of the Upanishads. Signe Cohen. Individual versus Collective Authorship. Very few of the existing Upanishads can be attributed to a single individual author. One of the few exceptions to this is the Svetasvatara Upanishad, ascribed in the text itself to a man by the name of Svetasvatara, whose name means the one who owns a white mule. By the power of his austerities and by the grace of God, the wise Svetasvatara first came to know Brahman and then proclaimed it. 1. On the face of it, this stanza seems to say that an individual by the name of Svetasvatara is the author of the Upanishad, and that his composition of the text was inspired both by his ascetic lifestyle and his devotion to a personal God. This does not necessarily, however, mean that Svetasvatara was a historical person. Many ancient Indian texts, even those that are so vast and contain such metrically and linguistically diverse material that they can hardly be attributed to a single author, are ascribed to mythical sages and poets. Valmiki is traditionally held to be the author of the Ramayana epic, Vyasa of the enormous Mahabharata epic, and the legendary Atharvan of the Atharva Veda. The Svetasvatara Upanishad is also called the Svetasvatara Mantropanishad, or the Mantra Upanishad of the Svetasvataras. This alternative title, with the name Svetasvatara in the plural, suggests that Svetasvatara may not have been a single individual, but rather the name of a scholastic tradition. As Witzel points out, the Karayavayaha mentions a Svetasvatara Seka, or scholastic branch of transmission. 2. Hauer, however, regards the existence of such a Seka unattested elsewhere, as a spot Indisk fiction, a late Indian fiction. 3. The Svetasvatara mentioned in one of the last stanzas of the Upanishad may simply be a mythical figure, the legendary founder of a scholastic tradition, rather than an individual Upanishadic author. On the other hand, the individuality expressed in this stanza is also reflected in the text itself. The Svetasvatara Upanishad contains several unique and innovative teachings, such as the idea of a tripartite Brahman, 2 levels of the Atman, and the existence of an eternal female principle. Is this text the work of a unique individualist among the Upanishadic authors, or is it, like most of the Upanishadic texts, the product of a particular scholarly circle? Individual authorship is a comparatively late phenomenon in the long and rich history of Sanskrit literature. While some of the ancient hymns of the Gvida are ascribed to individual named seers, many are anonymous. But the later Hindu tradition has largely disregarded the claims to authorship of individual Gvidic hymns and declared the Vedas apuruaya, of non-human origin, eternal and authorless. The other Vedas, the Brahmas, Aryakas and Upanishads, are likewise for the most part either anonymous or ascribed to figures from the legendary past. Even when later Sanskrit texts are ascribed to individuals, the authors are often difficult to date with any precision, and the authenticity of the works ascribed to them has regularly been the subject of scholarly debate. The Buddhist philosopher and poet Asvaoha may have composed Sanskrit plays and epic poems in the 1st or 2nd century of the Common Era, but scholars still debate which ones of the texts ascribed to him are really his. Some of the most beautiful and intricate poems and plays of the Sanskrit language are ascribed to the Hindu author Kalidasa, but it is unclear whether he lived in the 1st century BCE or the 5th century CE. Some scholars argue that some of the works published under his name are not his, while others have proposed that there may have been multiple Kalidasas. The names of famous Sanskrit authors, such as Kalidasa, Vyasa, Nagarjuna, Vasubandhu, and Bhartrhari, were associated with numerous works of differing quality that could not possibly stem from the same person. The phenomenon of plagiarism, or presenting someone else's work as one's own in order to gain wealth or prestige, is entirely unknown in ancient India. In fact, many Sanskrit authors appear to have done precisely the opposite of what a plagiarist would do. Instead of claiming credit for another's work, they claimed that their own work was composed by someone else, preferably a famous literary figure. Sometimes later authors might add to the texts of their predecessors, as was likely the case with Kalidasa's well-known poem Meghaduta, the Cloud Messenger. 4. The authors of the Upanishads. Who composed the Upanishads? The texts are in all likelihood the literary products of scholarly collectives, rather than individual authors. The oldest Upanishads, like the Vedas before them, were transmitted orally within closed groups of Brahmin priests who were trained religious specialists. These schools of transmission are called sakas, branches or schools. The Karayavayaha by Saunika lists all the known sakas at the time. This list includes 5 schools of the Gveda, 44 schools of the Yajurveda, 12 of the Samaveda, and 9 of the Atharvaveda. Many of these schools are now only known by name, while others have become extinct. A few still exist today. The Madhyadina school of the White Yajurveda is still popular in North India. The Kavya school of the White Yajurveda is kept alive by Kannada-speaking Brahmans in Karnataka in southwestern India. The Taittiriya school of the Black Yajurveda is present in South India. The Jaiminiya school of the Samaveda is recited among Nambudiri Brahmans in Tamil Nadu in South India, etc. Each Saka is responsible for the accurate oral transmission of one of the Vedas, originally only the Gveda, Yajurveda, and the Samaveda. Later Atharvaveda Sakas also sprung up. Over time, each Saka began adding different texts to the core Vedic text, Sahita, that they transmitted, ritual texts called Brahmas, Aryakas devoted to particularly dangerous or esoteric rites, and eventually Upanishads that explain the connection between a person's inner self, Atman, and the cosmic force, Brahman. Many Upanishads are formally affiliated with a particular Veda, such as the Gveda or the Black Yajurveda. This is not merely an arbitrary classification, but a statement of origin. The Upanishad originated within the scholarly and priestly communities that were responsible for transmitting that particular Veda. The Upanishads emerged as the intellectual products, not of individuals, but of schools of intellectuals who had specialized in one particular ancient Vedic text. Thus, the Aitariya and Kauataki Upanishad were composed by priests who specialized in the transmission of the Gveda, the Taittiriya, Kaha, and Svetasvatara Upanishad by specialists in the Black Yajurveda, a version of the text that includes commentary, the Bihadharayaka and Isa Upanishad by specialists in the White Yajurveda, the version without embedded commentary, the Chandogya and Kina Upanishad by specialists in the Samaveda, and the Muaka, Prasna, and Mayukya Upanishad by priests trained in the tradition of the Atharvaveda. Each Saka must have regarded the texts they transmitted and composed as their own collective property, as indicated by the frequent warnings in the Upanishads against teaching the text to someone who is not one's son or student. So a father should teach this formulation of truth only to his oldest son or to a worthy student, and never to anybody else, even if he were to offer him this whole earth surrounded by waters and full of wealth, for this formulation is greater than all those things. 5. This highest secret was proclaimed in a former age in the Vedanta. One would not reveal it to someone who does not have a calm disposition, or to one who is not one's son or student. 6. Over time, however, Upanishads were gradually detached from their Vedic sakas and began to assume a life of their own. By the time Sankara composed his commentaries to 10, or 11, if we accept his commentary on the Svetasvatara as genuine, of the oldest Upanishads in the 8th century, the Saka affiliation of an Upanishad had become a mere formality, an archaic remnant from a former age. Later Upanishads, like the medieval Upanishads devoted to gods such as Shiva, 6 you or the goddess or to the practice of yoga or the renunciation of all worldly goods, still claim Sekha affiliations, but at this point, these associations with particular Vedas no longer tell us anything about the text's authorship. Instead, these later Upanishads were composed by people who felt a strong affection for a particular deity, or by groups who embraced a specific lifestyle. Interestingly enough, even the later Upanishads are still anonymous. The ideas they promote are far more important than their authorship. In the oldest Upanishads, the concerns of the Sekha that composed it still resonate throughout the texts. The Gvida consists of hymns to the various Vedic deities, the Samaveda of chants to be sung during the Vedic rituals, the Yajurveda of sacrificial formulas and specific instructions for how to perform the elaborate Vedic rites. The Hat, or Gvida priest, was in charge of invoking the gods during the Vedic ritual. The Ujjadra or Samaveda priest would chant, the Advarya or Yajurveda priest was responsible for any ritual actions, and later a fourth priest, the Brahmin, associated with the Atharvaveda, was in charge of supervising the ritual as a whole. This ritual specialization is reflected in the texts each type of priest transmitted in his Sekha, including the Upanishads composed within that school. The Upanishads of the Gvida include more references to Vedic gods and to the creation of the world than the Upanishads of other Sekhas, while the Upanishads of the Samaveda are preoccupied with songs and chants and sacred sounds, the Upanishads of the Yajurveda with actions, karma, and their results, and the Upanishads of the Atharvaveda dwell on understanding the mysterious Brahman. These Sekha-specific concerns can be seen in all the oldest Upanishads, but are largely absent from the later Vairava, Saiva, Sakta, Yoga, or Sannyasa Upanishads. These later Upanishads are still formally affiliated with particular Sekhas, but the Vedic associations are no longer any indications of the text's themes. They seem to be more claims to ancient Vedic authority than anything else. But if the oldest Upanishads were composed by Vedic Sekhas, rather than by individual authors, how do we explain the strong individual voices that emerge from many of the Upanishads texts? Charismatic teachers, proposing radical new ideas, are often described in the Upanishads, Yajnavalkya and King Janaka in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, Uddalaka Arui, Sanat Kumara and Satyakama Jabala in the Chandogya Upanishad, and Pipalada in the Prasna Upanishad. Are these historical figures whose words and ideas have contributed to the Upanishads, or mere literary personifications of new and intriguing teachings flourishing during the time of the Upanishads? The Sanskrit scholar W. Rubin attempted to draw a portrait of each of the philosophers of the Upanishads and their teachings, and treated each Upanishadic teacher as a historical figure whose ideas were captured in the Upanishadic texts. 7 Since many of these teachers are legendary figures also mentioned in texts that are much older than the Upanishads, this seems unlikely. Yajnavalkya, the charismatic philosopher of the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, is also featured in an older text from the same Sekha, the Satapathabrahmana, ca. 8th century BCE. In the Brahma text, as in the Upanishad, Yajnavalkya is demonstrating his great knowledge in front of King Janaka of Videha. Instead of explaining the ultimate truth about Atman, however, the Brahma's Yajnavalkya tells the king how to perform the Agnihotra sacrifice, focusing on appropriate substitutions if one is missing one of the usual items needed for the sacrifice, such as rice, barley, or herbs. 8 Yajnavalkya's philosophy of salvation in the Upanishad is far removed from his ritual expertise in the Brahma. The character of Yajnavalkya remains constant, however, he is just as knowledgeable and confident in both texts. Svatakatu, a character from the Bihadharayaka and Chandogya Upanishad, also makes an appearance as a ritual expert in the earlier Satapathabrahmana 9. His character in the Upanishad is also very different from that in the Brahma text. It does not seem likely, therefore, that either Yajnavalkya or Svatakatu were modeled on actual historical figures preserved in the memories of the Upanishadic authors. Rather, they seem to be characters that function in a particular way within the texts of particular Sekha, in order to demonstrate specific forms of knowledge. The vividness of many of the Upanishads characters likely owe more to the literary skills of the authors than to any inspiration they may have drawn from actual historical figures. As Patrick Olivelli has demonstrated in his study of Svatakatu in the Bihadharayaka, Shandogya, and Kauitaki Upanishad, 10 Upanishads authors may have particular theological and literary reasons for developing a character in a certain way. Text as property. At the root of Western textual scholarship lies the notion of text as personal property. A text is often seen as the work and intellectual possession of one person, and any changes occurring to the text after its original creation are regarded in a negative light. To change a text composed by another is an infringement on the author's right of ownership over his or her text. Interpolations are seen, in some sense, as copyright violations, and they are best removed in order that the author's urtext, original text, can be restored. Western textual scholars are notorious for imposing their own cultural ideas about authorship and individuality on ancient Sanskrit texts. The very learned Sanskrit scholar Hurdle, for example, argued that the Muaka Upanishad must have been composed by at least 3 different authors or editors, based on whether or not particular verses had a breathing pause, caesura, in the middle. 11 As chronological study of Sanskrit meter shows, however, the caesura in this particular meter was weakening around the time when the Muaka Upanishad was likely composed. Some verse lines had breathing pauses, and some did not. To assume that individual authors composed different parts of the text while making deliberate decisions about whether to include a caesura is to make things unnecessarily complicated. Many Western scholars have ventured on quests for Upanishads urtexts, pruning away later verses or parts that did not strike them as original on other grounds, sometimes with questionable results. Otto Boettling's reconstructed Upanishads texts have been amended to the point where they have very little to do with the texts as they have traditionally been transmitted. 12 It is certainly legitimate to examine an ancient Sanskrit text with modern linguistic and textual tools and identify different chronological layers of a text. But to discard any portion of the text that may be a later interpolation is to ignore vital parts of the Upanishads' long and rich history of transmission. When a text is composed by a collective, rather than by an individual, it will inevitably contain material from different sources, and perhaps also contradictory ideas. All of this material is, however, a part of the Upanishads text. Even material that seems so intellectually and stylistically unified that it could be the work of a single author could simply represent a form of the text that was edited by a particular person or group at one point in time. As a case in point, we may turn to the oldest extant Upanishads text, the Bihadharayaka Upanishad. Through an accident of preservation, the Bihadharayaka Upanishad has been transmitted in 2 distinct versions, the Kavya recension and the Madhyadina recension. These 2 versions of the same text differ considerably in linguistic form, and probably also in age. The fact that 2 distinct versions of this Upanishad exist serves as a reminder that each Upanishad must have flourished in multiple recensions at some point in time. We cannot, however, identify one of these recensions as the original one from which the other one was derived. The 2 recensions at our disposal are simply 2 distinct manifestations of the textual complex we call the Bihadharayaka Upanishad. Which one is the real Upanishad? Clearly, they both are. A sense of textual ownership is rarely encountered in ancient India. The Upanishads and other orally transmitted texts were not regarded as the intellectual property of individual authors. The Indian literary tradition has always placed a greater emphasis on authority than on authorship. The authority of an Upanishad is demonstrated through its affiliation with a Vedic school, through Vedic quotations and references to other well-known texts, through the appearance of trustworthy characters in the text, and finally and most importantly, through the soteriological message contained in the text itself. If an Upanishad belongs to anyone, it belongs to the Saka that transmitted it. It is within the Saka that older texts were transmitted and new texts composed as the intellectual climate of the times changed. In the overall context of Hinduism, the Upanishads are relevant because they explain truths leading to liberation from samsara, not because of who the composers of these texts were. The emphasis in Indian religious literature is always on the message, rather than the messenger. The Upanishads were not regarded as the property of individual authors, but rather as the property of the transmitters of the Saka who passed the text on to initiated students. For this reason, several Upanishadic texts are named after the schools that transmitted them: the Aitareya Upanishad, the Taittiriya Upanishad, the Kaha Upanishad. Because the transmitters were, in some sense, the owners of the texts, they had the right to add, to explain, and to improve. Their voices are often woven into the transmitted text in the form of stanzas of commentary and interpolated passages. These interpolations do not, in the Indian cultural context, constitute a violation of the text, an infringement of unstated cultural copyright rules. The copyright in ancient India belongs, not to the individual authors, but to the tradition of transmission itself. For the redaction and transmission of the Upanishads, Signe Cohen. This highest secret was proclaimed in the Vedanta in a former age. It should not be transmitted to one who is not tranquil, or to one who is not a son or a student. 1. This stanza from the Svetasvatara Upanishad tells us several essential things about the transmission of the Upanishads. First of all, the Upanishads are meant to be passed on within a particular scholastic lineage or within a family. Scholastic lineages have existed in India since Vedic times, and each Vedic text was passed to the next generation within a particular school, Saka, of Vedic recitation. Each Saka was responsible for the transmission of one of the Vedas, and each school added other texts to that of the original text or Sahita of the Gveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and eventually also the Atharva Veda. Each Saka composed Brahma texts that explored the rituals in great detail, Aryaka texts that described particularly dangerous and esoteric rites, and, eventually, Upanishads that explain the mystical unity between Atman and Brahman. When we say, for example, that the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is formally affiliated with the White Yajurveda, this means that this Upanishad was composed by the same lineage of scholars that was responsible for memorizing and transmitting the version of the Yajurveda known as the White Recension. In the case of the older Upanishads, this affiliation with a particular school of Vedic transmission is usually genuine, and we can often see many of the ideas and concerns characteristic of that particular Saka reflected in the Upanishad as well. Some of the latest Upanishads, however, such as the medieval Yoga or Sannyasa, renunciation, Upanishads, composed perhaps a millennium after the oldest Upanishadic texts, claim association with a particular Veda simply as a way to establish their textual authority. These texts were likely no longer composed by members of that particular school, and they were simply affiliated post facto with a Vedic Saka because the older Upanishads claimed such affiliations. Second, we should note that the stanza from the Svetasvatara Upanishad claims that the contents of the Upanishad are secret. The Upanishads often express the importance of confidential transmission of teachings, restricted to those who are granted privileged access to the sacred knowledge. Yajnavalkya, said Artabhaga, when a man dies, and his speech goes into the fire, and his breath into the wind, and his sight into the sun, his mind into the moon, his hearing into the directions of the sky, his body into the earth, his Atman into space, his body hair into the plants, the hair on his head into the trees, and his blood and semen into water, then what becomes of that man? Yajnavalkya said, my dear, we can't talk about this in public. Take my hand, Artabhaga, and let's go and discuss this privately. 2. So a father should teach this formulation of truth only to his oldest son or to a worthy student, and never to anybody else, even if he were to offer him this whole earth surrounded by waters and full of wealth, for this formulation is greater than all those things. 3. Come, I will tell you the secret and eternal Brahman, and what happens to the Atman when it reaches death, Gautama. 4. Passages like these suggest that the Upanishadic texts and their ideas were regarded as the property of the Sakas that transmitted them, and that the texts should not be made accessible to outsiders. In spite of these references to the Upanishads doctrines as secret, there is some evidence, such as quotations that wander across Sakha boundaries, that the Upanishads were known outside the traditions of recitation that transmitted the texts from teachers to students. What is the reason for the air of privacy and secrecy surrounding the Upanishads doctrines? Access to the texts of a certain Sakha was traditionally limited to men trained in that specific tradition, or men belonging to other related schools of textual recitation. The insistence on secrecy in the Upanishads may, in part, be seen as a natural articulation of a closed system of textual transmission. But additionally, the air of secrecy creates boundaries. Knowledge is only accessible to those within the group. Secrecy is therefore an important factor in the creation of social identity and maintaining a text's prestige vis-a-vis rival textual traditions. As we know from the study of religious groups that invoke secrecy, such as Greek mystery religions and the Freemasons, the function of a code of secrecy is not merely to keep certain ideas away from the public eye, but also to create a sense of communitas between the initiates. Through secrecy a sense of community is imparted to the members of the Sakha, and the authority of the tradition is communicated to those who are not members. And finally, the stanza from the Svetasvatara Upanishad quoted at the beginning of the chapter suggests that the teachings the Upanishad professes are not entirely new, they were already taught in a former age. Although many of the teachings of the Upanishads are radically new, such as the idea of the mystical identity of Atman and Brahman, karma, reincarnation, and the idea of a final liberation, the Upanishads do not discard their Vedic heritage easily. Even if Vedic ritualism is rejected in favor of knowledge as a path to salvation, there is still a desire to trace that highest knowledge back to the earlier tradition. Simply put, there is still a reverence for scholastic lineage in the Upanishads, probably because the oldest Upanishads themselves were produced precisely by scholars who transmitted the Vedas from generation to generation. Sakha and quotations. The Upanishads texts abound in references to other Upanishads, but this intricate net of cross-references is not completely arbitrarily structured. An Upanishads text is far more likely to contain quotations from and references to another Upanishad from the same Sakha than a text completely unrelated to it. We see, for example, that the Isa Upanishad quotes from the Bihadharayaka, another text affiliated with the White Yajurveda, while the Maitreya Upanishad cites the Svetasvatara and the Kaha, two other texts of the Black Yajurveda. We may assume that there was significant communication between related branches of textual transmission, whereas the texts of one branch would be less well known by scholars and students from rival branches. Since individual Upanishads sometimes refute the ideas of texts belonging to rival schools of transmission, however, we must assume that the Upanishads authors also had some familiarity with the teachings of other schools. The Upanishads teachings, although not accessible to all, were probably kept less secret than some of the passages quoted above would suggest. The admonitions to secrecy are perhaps better seen, not as historical fact, but rather as claims to ownership. This text belongs to our Sakha, and others should not have access to it. The Upanishads and their parent texts. Some of the very oldest Upanishads are simply portions of larger late Vedic texts, later identified as Upanishads because they deal with themes common to other Upanishads texts, such as the identification of Brahman and Atman. The Bihadharayaka Upanishad, for example, forms the conclusion to the Satapathabrahmana, a ritual text affiliated with the White Yajurveda. Similarly, the Chandogya Upanishad comprises the last 8 of the 10 chapters of the Chandogya Brahmana. The Aitareya Upanishad constitutes chapter 2, sections 4 to 6 of the Aitareya Arayaka. The Isa Upanishad is chapter 40 of the Vihasana Samhita. The Kena Upanishad is found in Jaiminaya Upanishad Brahma 4.18.1, 4.21.1. The Taittiriya Upanishad comprises chapters 7, 8, and 9 of the Taittiriya Arayaka, and the Mahanaraya Upanishad is sometimes, but not always, included as the 10th book of the Taittiriya Arayaka. In these Upanishads, which are usually deeply embedded into their parent texts, themes from the parent text often reverberate. 5. Even the Upanishads that are independent texts are ascribed to a school of Vedic textual transmission, a Saika. The Vedic affiliation of the older Upanishadic texts is usually more than a mere formality. The Saika affiliation is reflected on all textual levels, from grammatical and linguistic minutiae to philosophical themes. Texts ascribed to the Atharva Veda, for example, tend to describe Brahman as the mysterious unknown that one must strive to understand, whereas texts affiliated with other schools describe Brahman as the known, and Atman as the unknown. Upanishads affiliated with the Samaveda, the Veda of chants, are especially concerned with sacred sounds, chants, and mantras. The Rigveda, the most ancient Sanskrit text of them all, contains numerous hymns to the various gods, and in particular Indra, the god of thunder and war. It is interesting to note, therefore, that Indra is treated far more favorably in the Upanishads affiliated with the Rigveda than in any others. Theism, or the worship of personal gods, is largely absent in the oldest Upanishads, except for those ascribed to the Rigveda, perhaps because gods play such a central role in the Veda the Upanishadic authors are tasked with transmitting. The Yajurveda, or the Veda of sacrificial formulas, was transmitted by those priests who were responsible for the practical actions, karma, during the Vedic sacrifice. It is no surprise, then, that the new Upanishadic ideas of karma as a universal principle of just retribution for one's actions emerges precisely in the Upanishads affiliated with the Yajurveda. The transmission of mnemonic texts. How were the Upanishads transmitted? Like the Vedas, Brahmas and Aryakas before them, the Upanishads were passed on orally from teachers to students. Writing was never highly valued in ancient India, perhaps because the spoken language itself was considered sacred from Vedic times onwards, personified as the goddess Vak, speech. Traditionally, only men of the three highest castes were permitted to study the Vedas. Keeping sacred texts inaccessible to certain groups of people, women, servants, and outcasts, was a great deal easier when the texts were not committed to writing, which can easily fall into the wrong hands. The Upanishads themselves provide several examples of esoteric teachings being transmitted both to women and to men of uncertain caste, but the admonitions to secrecy are still found throughout the Upanishads. It is likely that the Upanishads were transmitted, as the Vedas were, orally from teachers to students over the generations. How reliable is the transmission of orally transmitted texts? As Patrick Olivelli has demonstrated in his essay Unfaithful Transmitters, the received texts of the Upanishads are generally at least as reliable as the ones reconstituted by modern critical editions of the texts, if not more. 6. Since traditional Indian transmitters and commentators on the Upanishadic texts are generally reluctant to amend the text as it has been transmitted to them, whether the received text makes immediate sense or not, the Indian tradition is likely to keep examples of archaic or dialect usage, even if they do not represent correct Sanskrit. Many modern, especially Western, editors of the texts, however, are quick to amend the text to what they feel is more grammatical Sanskrit. When European scholars change an unusual form to its correct grammatical form, we lose much of the dialectical variations evident in Old Sanskrit, writes Olivelli 7. While it makes perfect sense to leave the Sanskrit text of the Upanishads as it is nevertheless possible to identify later additions to some of the Upanishads. Very often, these later additions, characterized by later grammatical forms and relatively modern metrical variants, are likely part of a teacher's explanation of the text, which somehow ended up embedded in the Upanishadic text itself. It makes little sense to prune off these later parts of the texts and leave them out altogether, as some Western editors of the Upanishads have done. Any later additions are, after all, a significant part of the text's history of transmission and tell us a great deal about how the text may have been viewed centuries after its initial composition. Many scholars have wanted to restore the Upanishads to their original forms, but the concept of an original text does not necessarily make sense when applied to an orally transmitted text. Textual criticism, the occupation of many Western scholars of ancient texts, has been defined as the systematic and critical examination of textual material, which most often exists in the form of handwritten manuscripts, in order to establish the form of the text which is as close as possible to the original. 8. This definition of textual criticism is based on the assumption that texts are written, and, further, that an original text was composed at one specific point in time. Ancient Indian texts were not, however, originally written documents. Nevertheless, many Indologists have turned to the text-critical models developed by scholars of Greek and Latin when studying Sanskrit texts. The critical study of ancient written texts often invokes a genealogical model. There must have existed an original text, from which all extant manuscripts are thought to be derived, often through a series of other manuscripts that may or may not have been preserved. A scholar will gather all available manuscripts, and the manuscripts are then compared to each other in order to establish the genealogical relationship between them. This relationship can be illustrated in the form of a stemma, a genealogical tree. The scholar will then attempt to reconstruct an archetype, a theoretical state of text from which all the extant manuscripts could have been derived. The archetype may not be identical to the original text, but represents the best text one can arrive at by means of the available manuscripts. The text. Critical scholar will then use his or her analytical skills to determine if any parts of the text are later interpolations or additions. An oral text, on the other hand, cannot be said to have an original form. Oral texts are often built up around a central storyline and a set of formulaic phrases, and are in some sense created anew every time they are recited. As scholars of oral epics from various cultures have demonstrated, oral texts like the Sanskrit Mahabharata or the Homeric epics from ancient Greece are not the products of a single author's imagination. Rather, these texts are more akin to folk tales and folk songs, in that they are the product of a collective creative imagination and have evolved over centuries. Each person reciting the text may present a different version, and each is what John Miles Foley has called only one possible recension of a multi-form. 9. It is meaningless to search for the original Mahabharata, the original Odyssey, or the original fairy tale of Cinderella. An oral text may over time assume a fixed form and eventually be transmitted in writing. A text-critical scholar analyzing a text with a long oral history must, however, always bear in mind that it is essentially different from a written text, even if it currently exists in a written form. The earliest Sanskrit literature cannot, however, be accurately described as oral literature in precisely the same sense as the Mahabharata or the Homeric poems. The Vedas and the Upanishads were transmitted orally, but unlike the oral epics, the texts were transmitted in a fairly fixed form. A highly developed mnemonic culture existed in ancient India, and students were expected to memorize the texts recited by their teachers very precisely. Sophisticated mnemonic techniques were developed to ensure that the transmission was flawless. Like the earliest Vedic texts, the Upanishads were committed to memory and recited from memory. Although the transmission of the Upanishads was not as strictly codified as that of the Vedas, it would still be misleading to classify the Upanishads as oral literature in the sense this term is most often used to refer to oral epics or folk tales. A better designation for the earliest Indian texts, such as the Upanishads and the Vedas, would be mnemonic literature. Mnemonic literature is transmitted orally, like oral texts, but in a fixed form somewhat akin to written literature. The distinction proposed here between oral and mnemonic texts corresponds in many ways to the indigenous Indian distinction between Smriti and Smti, texts that are heard and texts that are remembered. The category of Smriti encompasses mnemonic texts like the Vedas and the Upanishads, whereas Smti is a category that contains the oral epics Mahabharata and Ramayana. Smriti implies a direct recitation of the text as heard, whereas Smti implies, perhaps, a recreation of the text from memory. Sakara and the transmission of the Upanishads. Often, the Upanishads are deeply embedded in commentarial works that explain the doctrines of the texts. The most famous commentaries to the Upanishads are those of Sakara, 8th century CE, although numerous other commentaries may have existed before his. The only other pre-Sakara commentary that has been preserved is Gaudapada's commentary on the Mayakya Upanishad. Sakara composed commentaries to 10, possibly 11, of the oldest Upanishads, Bihadharayaka Upanishad, Chandogya Upanishad, Aitara Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad, Kena Upanishad, Isa Upanishad, Kaha Upanishad, Muaka Upanishad, Pra Upanishad, and Mayukya Upanishad. Sakara may also be the author of a commentary on the Svetasvatara Upanishad. It is interesting to note that there are more textual variations in those of the oldest Upanishads that Sakara ignored, the Kauataki Upanishad and the Maitreya Upanishad. Both of these texts exist in several recensions that are quite different from one another. It is likely that Sakara's popular and authoritative commentaries, which contain the texts of the Upanishads he was discussing, helped to establish authoritative versions of the Upanishadic texts themselves. Sakara is not known to have been affiliated with any particular Vedic Saka, but in many ways, his work on the Upanishads became the new standard for the generations after him, both for the interpretation of the texts and for establishing authoritative versions of the Upanishads. Part 2. The historical, cultural, and religious background of the Upanishads. 5. Ancient India geographical, historical, and cultural background. Signe Cohen. Sanskrit, the ancient sacred language of Hinduism, was once spoken over large parts of what is today North India. The oldest surviving Sanskrit texts, the Vedas, composed ca 1500 to 1000 BCE, are the holiest texts of Hinduism. Towards the end of the Vedic period, the Upanishads emerge as a separate genre of religious and philosophical literature. What do we know about the geographical, historical, and cultural background from which these significant texts emerged? The Upanishads were composed during one of the most fascinating time periods in ancient Indian history. Around the time when the melodious Sanskrit of the Upanishads was first recited, two other religious traditions arose in India, Jainism and Buddhism, religions which challenged both the old pantheon of Hindu gods and established ideas about social hierarchy. In the Upanishads themselves, we can see religious and social ideas changing. Old ideas about a vaguely imagined heaven are replaced with new notions of reincarnation and liberation. The idea of individual karma replaces earlier speculations about the benefits to be gained from performing intricate sacrifices correctly. The worship of gods and goddesses of nature is gradually supplanted by meditations on the abstract cosmic force Brahman. In this intellectually fertile climate, ideas traveled freely between the Hindu Upanishads and the texts of the emerging new religions of Jainism and Buddhism. Geographical background. Based on place names mentioned in the texts, we know that the Upanishads were composed in areas of today's North India, from the Indus Valley in the northwest to the mouth of the Ganges River in the Bay of Bengal in the east, from the Himalaya Mountains in the north to the Vindhya Mountains in the south. There have been attempts, notably Witzel 1987, at placing each individual Upanishad within a particular geographical area. The Videha region in eastern India, corresponding roughly to the modern state of Bihar, plays a significant part in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, while the Pankala region a little further to the west, roughly modern Uttar Pradesh, plays a larger role in the Chandogya Upanishad. The Kauataki Upanishad lists the places one well-traveled man has visited, which gives us a good indication of the geography known to the Upanishadic authors. Yuzanara, in present-day Punjab in the northwest, the land of Satvan, location unknown, and Matsya, present-day Rajasthan, Kuru and Pankala, Kasi, Varanasi, and Videha, present-day Mithila/Bihar. Many ancient Indian texts mention 16 great realms, Mahajanapada, in North India. Several of these are mentioned in the Upanishads: Kasi, modern-day Varanasi, Gandhara, parts of modern-day Pakistan and Afghanistan, Kosala, modern-day Uttar Pradesh, Kuru, from around Delhi to western Uttar Pradesh, Matsya, around Jaipur, and Pankala, just east of Kuru. The Pankala-Kosala-Videha region is mentioned more often than any other in the older Upanishads. The great realms furthest from the Pankala-Kosala-Videha center, Aga further east, Asaka in the south, and Kamboji in the far north get no mention in the Upanishads at all. Gandhara is mentioned in the Chandogya Upanishad, one but only as an example of a faraway land. Historical background. Whereas ancient Egyptian or Chinese scholars kept meticulous records of historical facts such as names and dates of kings and dynasties, the intellectuals of ancient India did not find such details of mundane life particularly interesting. Instead of writing history books, ancient Indian authors composed literary works, philosophical treatises, and works on mathematics, astronomy, and grammar. There are occasional glimpses of a king or a battle in texts devoted to other subjects, but overall, it is extremely difficult to reconstruct a reliable history of ancient India based on the textual sources available today. Even when texts are supplemented by archaeological and numismatic material, art and material culture, and travelers' accounts, there remain significant gaps in the modern knowledge of ancient Indian history. It is nevertheless possible to get a glimpse of ancient North Indian society from the texts of the Upanishads and compare this with information from other sources. Significantly, the time period during which the oldest Upanishads are likely to have been composed is also an era of growing urbanization in northern India. From around 500 BCE onward, cities like Varanasi, Kampa, Rajagha, and Ujjain began to flourish. Trade becomes increasingly important, and silver and copper punchmark coins are issued in this time period. Agriculture was the main livelihood, and rice was a main crop. Plows were widely used. Agricultural pests were also known. The Chandogya Upanishad states that the land of Kuru was once devastated by locusts. 3 cows, which had been highly valued during the previous Vedic period as well, were still vitally important in the Upanishadic period, and a man's wealth was often measured by the number of cows he owned. When King Janaka of Videha offers a prize of 1,000 cows to the most learned priest in the 3rd chapter of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, this is clearly a dazzling reward which everyone would want to win. Horses were domesticated, as were goats and sheep. There is frequent reference to milk, butter, and yogurt in the Upanishads, as well as to sesame oil. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad mentions cooked rice mixed with yogurt and butter, cooked rice with sesame seeds and butter, and cooked rice with meat and butter, for which suggests that people may have eaten both vegetarian and non-vegetarian meals at the time of this Upanishad. Horse-drawn chariots are frequently mentioned, while riding directly on a horse seems to be less common. Both sacred and secular music played an important part in people's lives. The world of singing and music is cited as one example of something that people might want in the Chandogya Upanishad. 5. Monarchy was the prevailing form of government. The ritual of anointing a king is mentioned in passing in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. 6. As is the possibility of appealing one's case to the king. 7. Kings appoint administrators to help with the day-to-day tasks of local rule, as suggested by the Prasna Upanishad, as a king appoints administrators, telling them, you rule over these villages, and you rule over these other villages, in the same way the life breath assigns the other breaths to their places. 8. Several kings are mentioned by name in the Upanishads, King Janaka of Videha in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, King Ajatasattu of Kasi in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad and the Kauitaki Upanishad, King Javali Pravaha of Pankala in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad and Chandogya Upanishad, and a King Bihadratha in the Maitreya Upanishad. None of these kings are known from other historical sources. A King Ajatasattu ruled over Magadha around 492 to 460 BCE, but it is very unlikely that the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which refers to King Ajatasattu, could have been composed that late. There was a historical king by the name of Bihadratha, Bihadratha Maurya, who ruled over the Maurya Empire from about 187–180 BCE, but there is no evidence to tie him to the king of the same name mentioned in the Maitreya Upanishad. It is worth noting that while the Upanishads contain several lineages of students and teachers, there are no royal lineages. The Upanishads are simply not concerned with the history of politically powerful men. Their goal is salvation, and only those kings searching for the knowledge that can lead to the ultimate understanding of Atman and Brahman are of interest to the Upanishadic authors. Cultural background. The society of the Sanskrit speakers who called themselves Aryans was hierarchical in nature. People were divided into 4 castes, Vara, or social classes: 1. Brahmans, priests; 2. Kshatriyas, warriors; 3. Vaishyas, farmers and merchants; and 4. Sudras, servants. This social stratification can still be observed in present-day India, although the caste system is no longer legal. There is some evidence in the Vedas and Upanishads, however, that the caste system was not as rigid in the earliest times. While caste later became strictly hereditary and marriage between people from different caste backgrounds strongly discouraged, there are several examples in earlier texts of a more flexible caste system. It is quite possible, therefore, that caste was originally an occupational category rather than a fixed status based on one's parentage. In the Upanishads, Brahmin priests are still important, and Brahmans such as Yajnavalkya play a central part in the texts. But while Brahmans were integral to the earlier Vedic religion because only they could perform the intricate sacrificial rituals, the Upanishads show that it is not necessary to be a Brahmin to understand the truth about Atman, the self, and Brahman, the cosmic force. When the priest Dpda Balaki tries to teach King Ajatasattu the truth about Brahman, he discovers that the king actually understands Brahman far better than he does, and he ends up asking the king to be his teacher instead. 9. Traditionally, Brahmans are the religious teachers, and for a priest to become the disciple of a king, who is a Kshatriya by caste, is a reversal of the norm. 10. The Upanishads do suggest, however, that true knowledge can be found outside the closed group of specialized Brahmans. A worthy wisdom teacher can, in the Upanishads, be a king, a man of unknown caste, 11, or even an animal. 12. The previous role of Brahmans as sole proprietors of sacred knowledge is considerably weakened in the Upanishads. Brahmans can still be wise, like Yajnavalkya and Nachiketas, but they attain prestige through the depth of their knowledge and their passion for further learning, not through the position into which they were born. A hierarchy of caste is still quite visible in the Upanishads, however, and it is an insult to call someone a Sudra. 13. The relative prominence of Kshatriyas in the Upanishads have inspired speculations that the Upanishadic texts themselves may have originated in Kshatriya, rather than Brahmin, circles. As Brian Black and others have demonstrated, however, Kshatriya authorship of the Upanishads is quite unlikely. 14. And most of the ideas voiced by Kshatriyas in the Upanishads can be traced back to older Brahmanical texts. It is far more likely that the Upanishadic scenes where kings become the teachers of Brahmans are meant to demonstrate in a striking way that knowledge of Atman and Brahman is far more important than ritual training. The primary social relationship described in the Upanishads is that between a teacher and his students. It is the role of the teacher to impart knowledge to those who earnestly seek it, and it is the role of the student to seek knowledge of the ultimate reality. As Brian Black has noted, the Upanishadic teachers use different pedagogical techniques. Uddalaka Arui teaches Svatakata through practical hands-on experiments. Prajapati teaches Indra by giving him initial false and incomplete information and waiting for his student to challenge him, and Yama teaches Nachiketas through a difficult initiation. 15. Gender in the Upanishads. The earliest Hindu tradition generally privileges the male over the female. While a few goddesses are mentioned in the Vedas, such as As, the goddess of dawn, and Vak, the personification of sacred speech, the goddesses are vastly outnumbered by the male gods. Most named characters in the Vedas are male, and Vedic rituals are mostly performed by men and for men. Women did play a small, but significant part in the Vedic ritual, but mostly in their prescribed minor role as the sacrificer's wife. 16. There are, however, some indications of slightly more complex gender roles in the Upanishads. 2 significant female characters, Gargi Vaikaknavi and Maitreyi, participate in religious and philosophical discussions with men. According to Bihadharayaka Upanishad 5.2, the famous wisdom teacher Yajnavalkya has 2 wives, Maitreyi and Katyayani. He decides to leave them both and devote himself fully to his search for religious meaning. Maitreyi, said Yajnavalkya. I am about to leave this place. So come and let me settle things between you and Katyayani. Maitreyi said, if I were to own the whole earth full of wealth, sir, would I become immortal by that? No, said Yajnavalkya, it will only let you live like a rich person. One cannot hope for immortality through wealth. Maitreyi said, what use do I have for something that will not make me immortal? Tell me, sir, everything you know instead. Yajnavalkya said, you have always been dear to me, and the way you speak now is dear to me. Come and sit, and I will explain it to you. Pay attention while I am explaining. Maitreyi wisely chooses the gift of insight over material wealth. Katyayani, her co-wife, has no speaking part in this Upanishad, but we are left to assume that she accepted the wealth without expressing an interest in religious or philosophical ideas. The Yajnavalkya Maitreyi dialogue has frequently been read as a text indicating that the philosophy of the Upanishads is accessible to both men and women. Maitreyi is not her husband's equal, but he does treat her with love and respect and invites her to share in the metaphysical truths he has discovered. While Maitreyi simply listens and learns while her husband Yajnavalkya speaks, another female character challenges some of Yajnavalkya's ideas. In the third chapter of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Yajnavalkya encounters several wisdom teachers at the royal court of King Janaka and defeats them all in debate. The most intriguing among his intellectual challengers is the woman Gargi Vaikaknavi. She asks Yajnavalkya what lies beyond the visible world, and she uses the metaphor of weaving, drawing on a real-world skill with which many women in ancient India would have been familiar. Tell me, since this whole world is woven back and forth on what is water woven back and forth? As Yajnavalkya answers her questions, she keeps asking for something beyond the element Yajnavalkya identifies. On air, Gargi. On what is air woven back and forth? On the worlds of the intermediate space, Gargi. On what are the worlds of the intermediate space woven back and forth? On the worlds of the Gandharvas, Gargi. On what are the worlds of the Gandharvas woven back and forth? On the worlds of the sun, Gargi. On what are the worlds of the sun woven back and forth? On the worlds of the moon, Gargi. On what are the worlds of the moon woven back and forth? On the worlds of the stars, Gargi. On what are the worlds of the stars woven back and forth? On the worlds of the gods, Gargi. On what are the worlds of the gods woven back and forth? On the worlds of Indra, Gargi. On what are the worlds of Indra woven back and forth? On the worlds of Prajapati, Gargi. On what are the worlds of Prajapati woven back and forth? On the worlds of Brahman, Gargi. On what are the worlds of Brahman woven back and forth? Then Yajnavalkya said to her, do not ask beyond, Gargi, or your head will split apart. You are asking beyond a deity one should not ask beyond. So Gargi, do not ask beyond. Then Gargi Vaikaknavi was silent. The silencing of Gargi can be interpreted in several different ways. It is possible that there is a gendered aspect to the discussion between Gargi and Yajnavalkya, and that Yajnavalkya's final threat that leads to Gargi's silence should be read as male authority resorting to threats of violence in order to silence a woman's voice. In the context of the Upanishads, Yajnavalkya's threat is not an idle one. However, another one of Yajnavalkya's opponents fails to heed a similar warning, and his head does indeed split apart. But Gargi Vaikaknavi's name suggests that she is no novice when it comes to religious debate. The name Gargi indicates that may be a descendant of the well-known Vedic sage Garga, and Vaikaknavi means eloquent. Her very name evokes a prestigious lineage of scholars and great learning. She alone among Yajnavalkya's debate opponents gets to challenge him twice, which elevates her above the other debaters, whose arguments are more easily dismissed. Since Gargi's final question relates to the ineffable Brahman, it is possible that Yajnavalkya's admonition to silence is not a mere patronizing dismissal of her question, but rather an indication that the debate has reached the point where nothing more can possibly be said. Brahman is the ultimate cause, and there is nothing beyond. Lindquist, in his study of women in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, warns against reading the Gargi and Maitreyi episodes as evidence for the actual position of women in ancient Indian society, and suggests that scholars should instead focus on how these female characters function within the narrative of the text. 17. The ritual to get a learned daughter mentioned in Bihadharayaka Upanishad June 4, 17 suggests that Gargi and Maitreyi may not have been anomalies among ancient Indian women in embracing scholarship and religious wisdom. The goddess Uma makes a brief appearance in Kena Upanishad 3-4, where she explains the highest Brahman to the bewildered god Indra, further reinforcing the idea that the wisdom of the Upanishads was regarded as accessible to both males and females. It is nevertheless the case, as Black has demonstrated, that the Upanishadic teachings about Atman are aimed at a predominantly male audience, and that Atman itself is described in terms relating to the male body. 18 Purue, the cosmic person that is often identified with the Atman, is invariably gendered as male. The world of the Upanishads was, without doubt, still a patriarchal one, albeit one where women's voices were occasionally heard. 6. The older Vedas and the Upanishads. Dermot Killingley. Veda. The word Veda literally means knowledge, it is related to the verb vedi knows. But whereas this verb can be used in a variety of contexts, the noun Veda is restricted to a particular kind of knowledge, which is not easy to define. It includes ritual matters, and knowledge of the gods and the world beyond. But it can also refer to subjects as diverse as medicine and archery, as is shown by the name of the ancient Indian medical tradition, Ayurvedan knowledge of long life, or the less well-known Dhanurvedan knowledge of the bow. Generally, Veda is knowledge that is not altered by day-to-day circumstances, but is handed down unchanged forever, usually in the form of texts. Although in the modern world a subject like medicine or weaponry changes so frequently that knowledge of it quickly becomes obsolete, and older practitioners often need to learn from their juniors, the ancient Indian view is that we learn from our elders, receiving knowledge handed down from earlier times. Ideas and practices did in fact change, as we shall see when discussing the history of Vedic thought and ritual, but change was usually expressed through reinterpretation of ancient texts, and by using old words and phrases in new senses. The idea that knowledge has been received and handed down through the generations from the ancients, and should be revered because it is ancient, is an essential part of the Vedic worldview. A similar view of knowledge prevailed in Europe until the Renaissance. Veda in its usual sense means not just any kind of knowledge, but knowledge in the form of a text, and concerned with ritual. Traditions of knowledge such as Ayurveda and Dhanurveda are referred to, in post-Vedic texts, as Upavdas, additional knowledges. The rituals will be discussed further in Chapter 7, but we cannot describe the Vedas without referring to ritual, because it underlies their structure. The Vedas represent the knowledge required to perform particular ritual functions, and each Veda provides a particular kind of ritual functionary with the knowledge he requires. Because, although women have roles in the ritual, and named women are recorded as having contributed to the Vedas, the specialists who received and handed on the texts were required to be male. These specialists are conventionally called priests, though as with all translated terms we should avoid letting it evoke irrelevant connotations. The texts were not written down, they were transmitted orally, from teacher to student. In the context of mobile phones, the word text is opposed to voice, but in the present context any sequence of words can be called a text, whether spoken or written. This is reflected in another word for the Vedas, Sriti, which means hearing, what is heard. The Vedas consist essentially of sound, the Vedic texts do not mention writing, and even when writing became known, it was considered sinful to use it for the Vedas. As a verse in the Mahabharata puts it, those who sell the Vedas, those who disparage the Vedas, and those who write the Vedas go to hell, MBH 13.24.70. Passing them on orally was itself a ritual act, in which the student repeated the words, and in the case of sung texts the melody, exactly as he heard them performed by the teacher. Rules for the conduct of both student and teacher during this process may be found in the second chapter of the law book attributed to Manu, Olivelli 2005, 104-107, they are based on similar rules in older texts. In time, reciting the texts outside their ritual context became a ritual of its own, Kilingali 2014. It is often assumed by scholars who are not specialists in Indian studies that only written texts can be stable, and that oral texts are necessarily fluid. It has even been argued that the idea of a fixed text could not have arisen in a culture where writing was unknown, Goody 1987, 189. There is no doubt that many oral traditions do allow each reciter to introduce variants into what he or she has heard, whether by mistake or to exercise original artistry. This happens with ballads and folk songs, and in many epic traditions, Chadwick and Chadwick 1932-40, Lord 1960, Ong 1982. There is also no doubt that writing and printing have standardized such texts and given them a fixed form which they did not have before. But this is not an invariable rule, Kilingali 2014, 124-126. It certainly does not apply in the history of India, where the Mahabharata, which exists in hundreds of manuscripts, has variants in nearly every verse, and whole passages which exist in some versions but not others, whereas the Veda, which is transmitted orally, is remarkably stable. There are manuscripts of the Veda, but they are not as authoritative as the oral tradition. Writing is a useful technique for fixing a text, but it does not always do so, and other techniques for this purpose exist. Sound recording is one. Another, analogous to it, Witzel 2003, 68, is strictly regulated oral transmission. Reciting the Veda, unlike singing ballads or reciting oral epics, left no room for individual error or creativity. Transmitting the text from teacher to student required a great deal of time and effort, made possible by the existence of a class of people who were valued for their ability to perform rituals, including the speaking and singing of ritual texts, and who owed their personal status and family prestige to this ability. This class was called Brahmana, meaning people of Brahman, a word which, among many meanings, means the Vedic ritual and the Vedic texts. The word Brahma in this sense, it can also mean a class of texts, but we will come to that meaning later in this chapter, is commonly anglicized as Brahmin, and we will use this form for convenience. We can get an idea of how Brahman's prestige depended on knowledge of texts from a story in the Upanishads of a father sending his son to study the Veda. He tells him, "There is nobody in our family who has not studied and is only Brahmin related." CU 6.1.1. To be only Brahmin related, Brahmabandhu, is to be a Brahmin by birth, without having the knowledge of the Veda which makes a true Brahmin. Accordingly, the son goes away at the age of 12, and comes back aged 24 having studied all the Vedas. A 12-year period of study is often mentioned. People unfamiliar with the subject often ask when the Vedas were written, but writing plays only a secondary part in their history. What they mean to ask is when the Vedas were composed. There are several answers to this question, from different points of view. Some of them are discussed in Chapter 2. But the answer expressed by Sanskrit commentators on Vedic and other texts is that they were never composed, because they are eternal. Even if this answer is inconsistent with our view of the world, we should be aware of it if we are to understand Hindu texts, including the Upanishads themselves. 1 Veda, 3 Vedas, 4 Vedas. Upanishads and other Vedic texts, and later Sanskrit texts, sometimes speak of the Veda in the singular, but they also call it the 3 Vedas, or the triple knowledge, Traividya. This refers to 3 collections of orally transmitted texts, the Gveda, the Yajurveda, and the Samaveda, which contain the utterances spoken or sung in the Vedic ritual. These collections consist of 3 types of text, Si, Yajur, and Saman. The difference between the individual words Si and Yajur and the forms Ji and Yajur which appear in the titles Gveda and Yajurveda is a matter of Sandhi, something which anyone studying Sanskrit learns about very soon, but which is outside the scope of this book. The difference between Saman and Sama is a matter of grammar, which again does not concern us here. Each of these collections is called a Sahita, meaning collection, so their full names are Gvida Sahita, Yajurveda Sahita, and Samaveda Sahita. Together they constitute the Veda. AC is a stanza of 3 or 4 lines, metrical but unrhymed, which forms part of a hymn, sukta, typically of around 10 stanzas, praising or praying to a particular god. Lines is an anachronism, since it refers to the way a stanza is laid out on a page. The Sanskrit word is pada, meaning literally foot. The conventional term hymn is misleading if you associate it with congregational singing. It was chosen by European scholars, many of whom had studied Latin and ancient Greek before they studied Sanskrit, because the ancient Greek word hymnos meant a poem in praise of a god or hero. A yaju is a phrase or sentence, usually in prose, which is pronounced while performing a particular action in the course of the ritual. These are often very simple phrases such as O6U, guard the offering, Taittiriya Sahita 1.1.3, they are not spoken aloud but muttered. A saman is a tune to which a stanza is sung. The Samaveda includes words, most of them stanzas selected from the Gvida. But these words are included only because the tunes would not be complete without them. The purpose of the Samaveda is to transmit the tunes, Gonda 1975, 314. The tunes, like the texts, are transmitted orally, without musical notation. The general word for all these kinds of utterance, the spoken si, the muttered yaju, and the sung saman, is mantra. Later, this word was applied to many other kinds of ritual utterance, such as Namah Shivaya homage to Shiva, or O Namo Narayana homage to Narayana, a name of 6U, Gonda 1977, 247, 285, the syllables spoken and written in tantric rites, Padus 2003, 484 to 491, or the spells used by magicians, who are known as mantravadis, mantra speakers, Fuller 1992, 237. What all these kinds of mantra have in common is that the form of words itself has power. A paraphrase or a translation would not have the same effect. There was even controversy among philosophers as to whether mantras have meaning. Renew 1965, 46-50, certainly they are not part of ordinary language, and they are considered to be of superhuman origin. Each of these 3 Vedas is learned by a particular class of liturgical specialists, and used by them in performing their particular role in the ritual. The Gvida is used by the Hat, the priest who invokes the gods and pours offerings. Etymologically, the word can mean either. The Advaryu, who with his team of assistants performs the manual operations of the ritual, mutters yaju to accompany actions such as laying out the consecrated ground, or placing an offering in the fire. The samans are sung by the Ajat and his team, especially in the rituals involving soma, the sacred drink which is also a god. We use the present tense here, but we are really describing the practice of the past. Vedic rituals are still occasionally performed, but these performances are reconstructions of past rituals, divorced from the social, political, and economic context, as well as much of the belief system, which supported Vedic ritual in ancient times. The whole laborious process of transmitting the texts, including the music, was for the purpose of ritual performance, and the development of 3 Vedas, from what once was a single body of tradition, reflects the development of specialized ritual functions. The Hat and the Advaryu, and in some cases the Ajat, took part in a set of rituals called Srauta, which means belonging to the Sriti or Veda. These are sometimes conventionally called the solemn rituals, to distinguish them from the household, jihaya, rituals or from earlier rituals, not that these other rituals were frivolous. The Srauta rituals were more elaborate than those for which the hymns were originally composed. They were initiated by kings and other wealthy men, who could afford to engage the team of priests and provide the offerings. The household rituals, some of which are referred to in Gvida hymns, included life cycle rituals for marriage, birth, and death. Besides these, there were rituals for personal purposes, cures, curses, rituals to gain success in agriculture, war, love, or other spheres, and so on. These involved the recitation of hymns, of similar form to those of the Gvida. About a fifth of them are actually taken or adapted from the Gvida. These hymns are contained in a fourth collection, the Atharva Veda. While the names of the other three Vedas indicate the type of utterance they contain, see Yajur and Saman, the fourth Veda is named after a class of priests, the Atharvanas. It is also referred to, especially in early texts, including some Upanishads, by a pair of names, Atharvanas and Agiras es. These are two legendary families of priests, said to be responsible for benevolent and malevolent practices respectively. This pair appears, for instance, in a passage about the divine origin of the Vedas and other texts. As smoke goes out in different directions from a fire laid with damp fuel, so all this, the Gvida, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharva Agirasa, history, Itihasa, science, Vidya, Upanishads, verses, rules, subcommentaries, and commentaries, has been breathed out from that great being. Bulletin February 4, 10. Here, the repertory of the Atharvans and Agirasas is not counted as a Veda, but is grouped with other bodies of learning, including Upanishads, which in this early source could not mean all the texts we call Upanishads today, see above, pages 2-3. But we do find it called a Veda in a later list of bodies of learning. The Gvida, the Yajurveda, the Samaveda, the Atharva Veda, phonetics, ritual, grammar, etymology, meter, and astrology. Mu 1.1.5. So instead of 3 Vedas we have 4. In Vedic thought, adding 1 to 3 may be more than arithmetic. We can see this by looking at other groups of 3 to which a fourth is added. Society comprises 3 functional classes: military and kingly power, Kshetra, priestly power, Brahman, and the people, Vis. The universe has 3 layers: earth, atmosphere, and sky. Time consists of past, present, and future. We pass our lives in waking, dreaming, and dreamless sleep. These 3 states of the self are discussed in several Upanishads, below, pages 112, 117, 127 to 128, 353 to 354. But these triads are often turned into tetrads by adding a fourth member which is in some way different from the others. A late hymn of the Gvida mentions a fourth social class, the Sudra, RV 10.90.12, whose function is later defined as serving the 3 others, Manu 1.91, Olivelli 2005, 91. Besides the 3 lines of verse that form the Gayatri mantra, there is a fourth which is beyond the sky, Bulletin 5.14.1, 7. Besides past, present, and future there is whatever else is beyond the 3 times, Mao 1. Beyond the 3 states of waking, dreaming, and dreamless sleep is a fourth, which is not called a state but the self itself, Mu 7. Both Bulletin 5.14 and the Mayakya Upanishad use the archaic word Turiya fourth, not the usual K-3rd-ha. In the first of these examples, the Sudra is inferior to the other 3, this is the pattern in other early tetrads, but in later Vedic texts the pattern is reversed, making the fourth superior, Bhattacharya 1978. A complex Upanishadic passage on triads and tetrads takes Si, Saman, and Yajur, the 3 types of Vedic utterance, and adds a fourth, Brahman, 2.1.5. This word has many overlapping meanings. It could mean the entirety of ritual utterance, Olivelli 1996, 181, or it could mean the sacred syllable O which embodies all such utterance. But an Atharvanic priest might well have understood it as meaning the Atharva Veda. When the Atharva Veda is added to the triad of Vedas, is it inferior or superior? Since texts continue to speak sometimes of 3 Vedas and sometimes of 4, long after the time of the Upanishads, the Atharva Veda seems to be an outsider, and some Brahmins deny its authority, Gonda 1975, 268. On the other hand, the Gopada Brahma, a text expounding the rituals of the Atharva Veda, claims that it is superior to the other Vedas, and calls it the Brahmaveda. This title connects the Atharvaveda with a fourth class of priests engaged in Srauta ritual, besides the Hot, Ajat, and Advaryo who specialized in the Gvida, Samaveda, and Yajurveda respectively. This fourth priest was called the Brahman. The accent distinguishes this word from Brahman, which means ritual utterance, and also, as Upanishads ideas developed, the highest being. His function is to direct the others, and to perform remedial rituals whenever any mistakes have been made. Bodwitz 1983, Bodwitz 1990, 17-18. He is the healer of the ritual, SB 1.7.4.19, he protects it, CU April 17, 10. While the Hot S function is performed with the Gvida, the Advaryos with the Yajurveda, and the chant with the Samaveda, the Brahman's function is performed with this triple Veda, SB 1.5.8.7, and while they work with speech, he works with mind, CU 4.16.2. Each of the three classes of priest claimed authority to perform this supervisory and all-embracing function, Kau Itaki. Brahma is 6.11, Keith 1920, 379-380. But it was also claimed by the Brahmins of the Atharvaveda, Gonda 1975, 269-271, from their point of view, the Atharvaveda was the supreme Veda, the Veda of the Brahman. Mantra, Brahma, Aryaka, and Upanishad. Within each of the three, or four, classes of specialist priest, Hot, Ajat, Advaryo, Atharvan, there were several branches, Saka, also called schools by modern scholars. These were lines of succession of teachers and pupils, in some cases flourishing in different geographical areas, Witzel 1987, Olivelli 1996, XXXVII, XL. Each branch had its own collection or recension, Sahita, of the text, so before the texts reached the fixed form described above, the oral transmission must have allowed authoritative teachers to introduce variations. We need not concern ourselves with these variations, but what does concern us is that different Vedic branches, as part of their development, added their own Upanishads to the recension they transmitted. Ancient sources name many such branches, but only one recension of the Gvida survives, two of the Samaveda, and two of the Atharvaveda, Gonda 1975, 16, 313, 272. The Yajurveda was transmitted in two forms, the Black Yajurveda, in three recensions, and the White Yajurveda, in two. The difference between the Black and White Yajurveda will be explained below. The most ancient texts transmitted by each branch are the mantras, the words spoken, muttered, or sung in the course of the ritual. In the Gvida, Samaveda and most of the Atharvaveda they are in verse, in stanzas of various meters, but in the Yajurveda they are mainly short sentences or phrases of prose, though they include some verses taken, with variations, from the Gvida Sahita. Later, prose texts called Brahmas were added which are not uttered in the ritual, but discuss the purpose and meaning of particular actions, utterances, and pieces of equipment used in the Srauta rituals. These discussions involve ideas about the gods and the world which can be partially traced in the mantras. They also presuppose familiarity with the ritual routines. These routines are prescribed in rules called Sutras, of which each branch had its collection. The word Brahma, which denotes these discursive texts, means belonging to Brahman. This means that they are related to the ritual utterances, Brahman, but distinct from them. The practice of including Brahma as well as mantras originated in the Yajurveda. The Taittiriya Sahita, a recension of the Yajurveda, has passages of this kind interspersed among the mantras, forming a kind of descriptive and explanatory commentary on the ritual, Keith 1914. Two other Sahitas, the Kahaka and the Maitreya, are arranged similarly. These three Sahitas are known collectively as the Black Yajurveda, in contradistinction to the White Yajurveda, which is differently arranged. The White Yajurveda, also known as the Vahasani Sahita, exists in two recensions, Kavya and Madhyadina. This point will become relevant in connection with the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, chapter 23, and the Isa Upanishad, chapter 28. Each of these recensions is named after the lineage of priests who first handed it down. In the Vihasena Isahita or White Yajurveda, the Brahma material is not interspersed with the mantras. Instead, it is all in one collection, the Satapatha Brahma, Brahma of 100 paths. This is the longest of all Vedic texts, and the best known of the Brahma as, unlike many such texts, it has a widely available English translation, Egling 1882-1900. In time, the Black Yajurveda developed its own Brahma, the Taittiriya Brahma, in addition to the Brahma material in the Taittiriya Samhita. The Satapatha Brahma includes discussions of questions about how the ritual should be performed, somewhat similar to those of the Talmud. These discussions involve consideration of the purpose and meaning of the rituals. In most of the Satapatha Brahma, the authority who settles the questions is Yajnavalkya, who is also a prominent figure in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. In books 6 to 9 of the Brahma, however, the authority is not Yajnavalkya but Sailya. A sample of the style of discussion found in the Satapatha Brahma, and of Yajnavalkya's independent views, is provided by a discussion in the context of a ritual of initiation. He should not eat of the cow or the ox, for the cow and the ox support the whole world. The gods said, the cow and the ox support the whole world. Let us put the vigor of the other animals into the cow and the ox. They put the vigor that had been in the other animals into the cow and the ox. That is why the cow and the ox eat the most. So if he ate of the cow or the ox, it would be like eating everything, or going to the end. He would be fit to be born as a monster, it would be ill fame, he has aborted a woman's foetus, he has done evil. Therefore he should not eat of the cow or the ox. On this matter, Yajnavalkya said, I eat it myself, if it is succulent. SB 3.1.2.21. It is not clear whether the prohibition discussed here is for the period of initiation or for all times, but certainly meat eating was more general in the Vedic period than later. The passage exemplifies several features of the Brahma as it starts with a rule, then gives a reason for it. It supports this with a narrative about the gods, a little myth of origin. It then discusses the rule, and gives the view of a ritual authority. These features do not all appear every time a ritual point is discussed, but the narrative element in particular is sometimes much longer than in this example. Narratives, including those about the origin of the world, are important in the Upanishads as well as the Brahma as, so too are the views of named authorities, including Yajnavalkya, chapter 10. Unlike many Vedic authorities, of whom we have only the names, we can gain some idea of Yajnavalkya's biography from the texts. He was a man of simple solutions and somewhat coarse words, Gonda 1975, 353, who used humor as a debating tactic, Black 2007, 77-78. He had a royal patron, Janaka, king of Videha. Videha lay in what is now northern Bihar and part of Nepal, so by the time of the Satapatha Brahma, Vedic culture had spread from the Punjab eastwards over much of northern India, above. Pages 35-37. He had the family name Vihasena, the family after which the Vihasena Samhita or White Yajurveda is named. There will be more about Yajnavalkya in chapters 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, and 23. Some branches of the Veda possess texts called Arayaka, which are similar in character to the Brahma as. This title indicates that they belong to the wilderness, Araya, or, as it is more often translated, forest, not necessarily a place full of trees, but a place remote from the village, that is, from habitation and agriculture. They deal with particularly powerful, and therefore dangerous, rituals. In language and style, and also in their ideas and ways of thinking, they represent a transitional stage between the Brahmas and the Upanishads, Gonda 1975, 424, though usually they remain ritual texts, which most parts of the Upanishads are not. Finally, leaving aside the Sutra s, ritual rulebooks which do not concern us, we come to the Upanishads, some in prose, some in verse. Each of these belongs to a particular branch of the Veda, and some of them are named after that branch, such as Aitareya Upanishad or Taittiriya Upanishad. There are no firm boundaries between Brahma, Arayaka, and Upanishad. This is apparent from the titles of some texts, Bihaitarayaka Upanishad, Jaiminaya Upanishad Brahma. It is also apparent from the way in which some Upanishads have been transmitted. The Bihaitarayaka Upanishad is part of an Arayaka, which itself is part of the Satapatha Brahma. The Aitareya Upanishad and the Kauitaki Upanishad are parts of the Aitareya Arayaka and Kauitaki Arayaka of the Gvida. The Taittiriya Upanishad and the Mahanaraya Upanishad are included in the Taittiriya Arayaka of the Black Yajurveda. The Isa Upanishad is part of the last chapter of the Vihasana Isahita or White Yajurveda. The Kina Upanishad is part of the Jaiminaya Upanishad Brahma of the Samaveda. Further, some passages in the Brahmas are introduced with phrases such as now an instruction in Upanishads, SB 10.4.5.1. Here, the word Upanishad refers to the type of meditation by identification discussed in chapter 13. In the early Upanishads, their relation to particular Vedas is sometimes apparent in their content. The Chandogya Upanishad, which belongs to the Samaveda, begins by discussing Vedic chant, with reference to the particular duties and skills of the Ujjat. The Bihaitarayaka Upanishad begins with a passage on the horse sacrifice, the most extravagant of the Vedic rituals, surpassed only by the human sacrifice, Puruamada, which perhaps is only mentioned in the texts as a theoretical culmination of the hierarchy of sacrifices. Others, such as the Isa Upanishad of the White Yajurveda, may have been composed within the Vedic branch to which they belong, but do not show its ritual concerns. Eventually, Upanishads which had no particular Vedic affiliation came to be attached to the Atharva Veda by default, a consequence of the idea explained above, that the Atharva Veda is the Brahmaveda. The number of Upanishads is indefinite. 108 is a traditional number, but is not exact. They include texts teaching the worship of Shiva as supreme god, and others doing the same for 6U or for the goddess, some teaching yoga, and others sannyasa, renunciation, the life of a homeless ascetic, Olivelli 1992, 4-5. Though these Upanishads have their place in the study of Indian religion, and are described in this book, chapters 37-41, it is useful to separate them from the ones which are here called the classical Upanishads. The structure of the Veda can be represented as a two-dimensional chart, see figure 6.1. The vertical dimension represents the relation of later texts to earlier ones, and therefore an approximate dateless chronology with the earliest texts at the top, while the horizontal dimension represents the division of the tradition first into the 3, or 4, Vedas, and then into the branches with their various Upanishads. The whole recalls the recurrent Vedic image of an upside-down tree. He who now knows the tree with roots above and branches downward would never believe that death would kill him. Ta 1.1.1.5, compare Ku 6.1, MTU 6.4, BHG 15.1. The oldest Vedic texts. The oldest part of the Veda, so far as the history of the texts can be reconstructed, is the Gvida Samhita. In spite of its importance, but partly because of its many problems of interpretation, it has only recently been reliably translated into English, Jameson and Barretton 2014. This is a collection of 1028 hymns, each attributed to an author. The hymns are arranged in 10 books, another conventional but anachronistic term. The Sanskrit term is Mala circle. Many of hymns in the first and the last book were composed later than the others. A typical hymn is about 10 stanzas long, addressed to a particular god. The texts say there are 33 gods, though this number is not exact. MacDonald 1897, 19. Most of them are male. The hymns are rich in mythological material, but the stories are not so much narrated as alluded to, so that we often have to trawl through many hymns to reconstruct a myth. The authors are revered as sages, and the poetic insight embodied in their hymns is valued as an offering to the gods. Cohen 1963. Some hymns, especially in the 10th book, set aside the traditional body of mythology and construct their own myths, often about the origin and nature of the world. It is these hymns, referred to by modern scholars as the speculative hymns, which most foreshadow the ideas found in the Upanishads. In particular, they link the world and its origin to the human being and to the ritual, as we shall see in the next chapter. Perhaps the most radical of the speculative hymns is RV 10.129, which tries to think of a time before the universe began. It begins "There was neither not being nor beginning then," which is echoed in SB 10.5.3.1. After many unanswered questions and cryptic statements, it concludes, "Whence this creation came into being, whether he founded it or not, only he who is its supervisor in the highest heaven knows, or else he does not." RV 10.129.7. Modern perspectives on the Vedas. The meaning of Vedic literature varies with the different perspectives in which we can view it. Of the various Hindu traditions, some revere the Veda while others expressly reject it, without in either case discussing it in detail. Renew 1965. The tradition known as Purvamimamsa, earlier exegesis, is mainly concerned with the Brahma as, in Vedanta, also called Uttaramimamsa, later exegesis. The part of the Veda that matters is the Upanishads. When the pioneer modern Hindu thinker Rammohan Roy, 1772–1833, mentions the Veda as his authority, he invariably means the Upanishads, pages 220–221. The first Hindu thinker of modern times, perhaps the first of many centuries, to use the mantras extensively as a source of authority was Dayananda Sarasvati, 1825–1883. His methods of exegesis were highly original, p. 224. Scholars in the modern Western tradition, which includes many though not all Indian scholars, have inherited a perspective which sees the Gveda Samhita as the most ancient set of Vedic texts, and therefore, in the view of many, the most important. Consequently, it is the most studied. This contrasts with the perspectives found within the Hindu tradition. In the Bhagavad Gita, for instance, it is the Samaveda, not the Gveda, which is singled out as the chief of Vedas. BHG 10.22. According to the Yajurveda, the Yajurveda is the most precious. The Ces are honey, the Samanas are ghi, two commonly mentioned examples of rich food, but the Yajus are amta, the drink of immortality. SB 11.5.7.5. This judgment shows the loyalty to one's own branch of the Veda, and rivalry between the branches, which are apparent in some Upanishads. Cohen 2008. The motive to look for the earliest texts comes partly from the comparative method which was developed in 19th century Europe for investigating the history of languages, and was later applied to the history of ideas. This method relies on the oldest available evidence for reconstructing a lost original. Another motive comes from the European Reformation. To go to the oldest texts is to find the authentic tradition, uncorrupted by priestcraft and scholasticism. Yet another comes from Romanticism. Friedrich Max Müller, who edited the Gveda Samhita, believed that he was uncovering humankind's primeval response to the wonders of nature, which he believed was also a part of the German and European heritage. His enthusiasm for the earliest texts, and his identification of their culture with his own, is apparent in his own words. One thing is certain, there is nothing more ancient and primitive, not only in India, but in the whole Aryan world, than the hymns of the Rig Veda. So far as we are Aryans in language, that is in thought, so far the Rig Veda is our own most ancient book. Muller 1880:152, 153. The Upanishads, as well as the hymns, produced an enthusiastic response from some Europeans, including the philosopher Arnold Schopenhauer, chapter 22, the philosopher and Sanskritist Paul Deussen, and the poet W. B. Yeats. They have also been taken up by modern Hindu thinkers, chapter 20. The Brahmas, on the other hand, have generally remained a rare specialism even among professional scholars, whose works on the subject were not intended to attract general readers. Their worldview has been presented as prescientific science, Oldenburg 1919, and thus of historical interest. They are also of linguistic interest, as the earliest examples of continuous prose in any Indo-European language. To Indian scholars they have represented a low period between the hymns and the Upanishads, when cold and dead formalities took the place of warm and living devotion. Bhandarkar 1928 1883, 611, and the freshness and simplicity of the Vedic hymns give place to the coldness and artificiality of the Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Brahma as, Radhakrishnan 1929, 123. An exception to this low estimate of the Brahma as is a French study, arising from the School of Sociology of Religion led by Émile Durkheim, Hubert and Moss 1929, first published 1898. It uses the Brahma as and related texts, together with biblical texts and some other sources, as the basis for a theory of ritual which has been influential in the study of religion. While scholars have been enthusiastic about the poetry of the hymns or the philosophy of the Upanishads, many have been scathing about the ritualistic and symbolic thought of the Brahma as, with the unfortunate result that relatively few have studied them in depth, and even some of those have confessed to a sense of tedium, e.g. Egling 1882-1900, Volume 1, p. 9, Volume 5, pages L. Lee. Admittedly the Brahmas are much less attractive as literature, as well as much longer, than either the hymns or the Upanishads, and they assume a familiarity with the ritual which is hard to obtain, but they show us the development of thought between the period of the hymns and that of the Upanishads, and neglect of them has made the latter appear more revolutionary than they are, leading to fruitless speculation about the sources of their ideas. Some acquaintance with the ideas of the Brahmas helps us to understand Upanishadic thought in historical depth, and to appreciate the real contribution made by their legendary thinkers to the development of Hindu theology and philosophy. We shall look at the development of ideas from the hymns through the Brahmas to the Upanishads in Chapter 7. 7. The religious and ritual background. Dermot Killingley. Changes over time. The body of literature described in Chapter 6 was accumulated over a period of centuries. We cannot be certain when that was, but the passage of time is evident from changes in language between earlier and later texts, and changes in the geographical places mentioned, as Vedic culture spread eastward and southward from the Punjab. During this period, ideas and practices also changed. Though most of the hymns of the Veda presuppose a ritual situation, and refer to ritual objects, actions, and practitioners as well as the gods to whom the rituals are addressed, these rituals were not the same as the ones referred to in the Brahmas, Aryakas, and Upanishads, and codified in the Sutras, Gonda 1975, 84. These later rituals are the ones known as Srauta, above, p. 46, they take more time, space, and material than the ones referred to in the hymns, and require more participants, including the specialists who know the Veda and Yajurveda, and for some rituals the Samaveda. About 160 of the 1028 Vedic hymns are not used in the Srauta rituals, showing that these rituals developed later than the compilation of the Veda Sahita, Gonda 1978. Whereas we can only form a rough idea of the older rituals from what the hymns say, the Srauta rituals are described in detail in the Sutras and Brahmas. The Vedic worldview. To understand the purpose of Vedic ritual, we have to understand how those who practiced it viewed the world. Indeed, when questions of how to perform ritual are raised in the Brahmas, the discussion often turns on questions about the nature of the world, about what has been called prescientific science, Oldenburg 1919. The answers to such questions are not always the same, and ideas developed over time. The word which is usually translated world is loka. It can refer to two worlds, this world, Ayaloka, and the other world, more literally. That world, yonder world, the world beyond, Asaloka, either the world of the gods, or that of the dead, Gonda 1966, 84. The idea of two worlds is expressed in CU 8.6.2, just as the long main road goes to both villages, this one and the one beyond, so these rays of the sun go to both worlds, this one and the one beyond. But often we hear of more than two worlds, Gonda 1966, 53-66. The Vedic hymns, and many later texts, speak of three worlds, earth and sky, sometimes called a pair of bowls, and the atmosphere between them. But there can be more than three. CU 2.2 speaks of five worlds, earth, fire, atmosphere, sun, sky, corresponding to the five sections of the Samavedic chant, below, p. 259, while Mu 1.2.3 speaks of seven worlds, which can be lost by failure to perform sacrifice properly. Bulletin April 3, 33, discussed below, p. 128, also mentions seven, the world won by the ancestors, the world of the Gandharvas, the world of the creator Prajapati, the world of Brahman, and, by implication, the worlds of humankind and of two grades of gods. Sometimes each god is said to have a world, but these worlds are united by Prajapati into one heavenly world, Gonda 1966, 56. Less often mentioned, Gonda 1966, 53, is the world or worlds of the demons, IU3, the Asuras, who appear as enemies of the gods in the Brahmas and Upanishads. The Vedic texts in all stages say much about worlds, often about gaining or winning worlds through ritual performance, or, as we shall see below, through knowledge. Worlds may also be entered in dream. Wherever he wanders in dream, those are his worlds. So he may be a great king, or a great Brahmin, or he may go the heights or the depths. Bulletin February 1, 18. Q 6.5 likens the world of dream to the world of the ancestors, and KSU 4.2 and 4.15 link dream to Yama, the king of the ancestors. This suggests a belief that dreams enable us to communicate with the world of the dead. Whereas Vedic ritual as recorded in the hymns was often performed to secure success in this world, the Brahmas and Upanishads show an increased concern for security in the world of the dead. Vedic ideas of existence after death. Existence after death is regarded in the Veda, including the Upanishads, as something to be achieved, by ritual or by knowledge, or the two together. Vedic thought thus contrasts with the Hindu thought of later periods, where liberation is seen as escape from repeated existence. The rituals for the dead are intended to secure a place for the deceased in the world of the ancestors, the Pitloka, world of the fathers, beyond death. There, the dead are ruled over by Yama, the first man to die, who found the path to the world of the dead, RV 10.14.2, AV 18.3.13. Their position in that world depends on the merit they have won by their sacrifices. In a discussion of the gifts given to the priests by the patron of the sacrifice, we are told, he who sacrifices thinking may I too have it in Yama's world, SB 4.3.4.27, and again, whatever else he gives with the desire may I too have it in the beyond, SB 4.3.4.32. Security in the world beyond depends also on the ancestral offerings made by the person's male descendants. This is one reason why sons are desirable in Vedic culture, which adheres to a patrilinear system of kinship and a patriarchal set of values. The G-Veda includes some funeral hymns, which give us a glimpse of early Vedic death rituals and ideas about death. The dead enter the world of Yama, who, as the first man to die, is king of the dead. Go forth by the ancient paths by which our former ancestors departed. You shall see the two kings, exhilarated by Svadha, the ritual call announcing offerings to the dead, Yama and the god Varua. RV 10.14.7. The next stanza refers to good actions as a personal treasury laid up in the world of the dead, to be enjoyed after death. Join with the ancestors, with Yama, with your sacrifices and gifts in the highest heaven. Leaving faults behind, come home again. Join with your body, glorious. RV 10.14.8. The idea that actions determine one's destiny after death developed further, as we shall see in chapter 12, and came to be applied to all kinds of action. But this verse refers only to ritual actions. The phrase sacrifices and gifts translates iaparta, a frequent expression from the Gveda onwards. It was understood in later times as meaning ritual acts and works of public utility such as digging wells, but in the Veda parta means gifts to officiating Brahmins as part of the ritual. Many Vedic texts mention amta, non-death, immortality, but this may not mean eternal life. They also often speak of living for 100 years, and this is equated with immortality, SB 10.1.5.4. Immortality thus means a full span of life in this world, free from premature death. Sometimes, however, it is a state beyond death. In this as in other matters, Vedic thought not only changed through time, but allowed diversity of opinion. Opinions were often expressed in the form of myths. In one of these, Prajapati, the father of the gods, taught them the ritual of the great fireplace, described below, which made them immortal. But the god of death objected. Death said to the gods, "Surely in this way all people will become immortal, then what share will there be for me?" They said, "From now on, no one shall be immortal with the body, only when you have taken that as your share, will someone who is to become immortal, either through knowledge or through ritual, be immortal, after separating from the body. And those who know it in this way, or who do this ritual, come into being again when they have died, and when they come into being, they come into immortal life. And those who do not know this, or do not do this ritual, come into being again when they die, and become his death's food again and again." SB 10.4.3.9, 10. Here, immortality is a state reached after death, in which one is immune from further death. It is to be reached by performing the ritual referred to, or by knowing its meaning. Another proposal for escaping Redyath is to make offerings to various forms of death. In all the worlds deaths are attached. If he did not make offerings to them, death would find him in every world. By making offerings to the deaths, he overcomes death in every world. SB 13.3.5.1. The idea of Redyath is older than that of rebirth. It is connected with a view that merit won by ritual is finite, and therefore exhaustible. In the Upanishads, the problem is solved by saying that whereas action is limited, KSU 2.5, knowledge can gain an infinite reward, but in the Brahma as the aim is to use both knowledge and ritual to make the results of ritual action secure. In a Brahma, a myth which is better known in its Upanishad version, a young Brahmin Nicicatas confronts death, who offers him 3 boons. As the first boon, Nicicatas chooses to return to his father alive. As the second, he asks, "Tell me how to make my sacrifices and gifts imperishable." Death teaches him a ritual, and the narrator adds that a man's sacrifices and gifts do not perish if he performs and knows this ritual. As his third boon, Nicicatas asks, "Tell me how to conquer re-death." Death teaches him the same ritual. The second and third boons are in effect the same. The story is retold in Ku 1-2, but there, in a typically Upanishadic twist to the story, Nicicatas insists on knowledge, not a ritual, as his third boon. Below, pages 96, 103, 135 to 136, 317 to 318. Overcoming death may take other forms than individual survival. A person may survive in their offspring. O Agni, may I reach immortality with offspring. RV May 4, 10. A verse passage in an early prose Upanishad considers this, but denies that it means survival after death. Bulletin March 9, 28. Or one may survive by being dispersed into the environment. May your eyesight go to the sun, your breath to the wind, go to the sky and to the earth in due order. Or go to the waters, if that has been ordained for you, take your stand in plants, with your body. RV 10.16.3. This is one of many Vedic passages in which parts of the person, seen as a microcosm, are linked to parts of the macrocosm, the connections between eyesight and sun, and between breath and wind, are obvious. Dispersal in this manner is promised in the Satapatha Brahma as the reward for knowledge of such connections. And when he who knows this passes away from this world, he passes into fire with his speech, into the sun with his eyesight, into the moon with his mind, into the directions with his hearing, and into the wind with his breath. Being made of them, he becomes whichever of these deities he chooses, and is at rest. SB 10.3.3.8. Here, besides eyesight and sun, breath, and wind, we have other connections which are less clear. The sense of hearing corresponds to the directions, in modern terms, the points of the compass, because it can sense the direction from which a sound comes, as explained in Bulletin 4.3.5. The connection between speech and fire is less clear, but it is often mentioned. Besides both being audible, both are essential elements of Vedic ritual, Van Beetenen 1959, 178. They also both proceed from the mouth, since when fire is made by rubbing a piece of wood against another, the resulting spark has to be coaxed into flame by blowing, a process referred to in Bulletin 1.4.6. The connection of the mind with the moon is even less clear, but it is frequently mentioned in Vedic texts, Gonda 1986. These connections are not flights of fancy. The consistency between them in different texts shows that they are part of a body of traditional knowledge. Liberation. Existence after death, in whatever form, is liberation from the limitations of life as we find it. In the Gvida, the desire for liberation is expressed especially in the hymns to Varua, the god who is guardian of order, Ta, a similar idea to what is later called Dharma. These hymns include prayers for release from a noose, Pasa, Radhi 1946, 26. For instance, release for us the upper noose, the middle one, and those below, that we may live. RV January 25, 21. The last phrase implies that the condition of those who are not released is not truly life. Later, we will find it called death, contrasted with deathlessness or immortality. Does this mean physical death, or the absence of any sort of life after physical death, or a state in which one is physically alive but not participating in the divine order? Different passages of the Brahmas suggest different answers. The nooses from which Varua is asked to release his worshippers are associated with sin, as Varua is the guardian of order, sin is an offense against him, and his hymns pray for release from it. Loosen sin from me, like a belt. Untie anguish from me, as a tether from a calf. RV 2.28.5, 6. The offenses which evoke Varua's anger need not be deliberate, or even conscious. That failure was not my own will, it was drink, anger, dice, thoughtlessness. The elder is involved in the offense of the younger, even sleep is no averter of evil. RV 7.86.6. Dice, mentioned here among the causes of sin, is a conventional translation for a game of chance played with a large number of nuts of a particular species, not the cubes which we call dice. McDonnell and Keith 1912, Volume 1, pages 2-5, O'Flaherty 1981, 239-243. Gambling is a prominent feature of Vedic culture. It had a place in certain rituals, especially the royal consecration, Rajaswaya. In this verse, however, it is a cause of sin. These dice or nuts are also the subject of an unusual hymn which reads more like a blues lyric than a devotional poem. In it, a failed gambler describes his misery. Having lost everything he has, and alienated his wife and family, he ends by calling the dice a net in which he wishes to be caught no longer. RV 10.34.14. In later literature, gambling reappears as a cause of compulsive, irrational, and even disastrous behavior. It triggers a series of disasters in the main story of the Mahabharata, MBH 2.44-2.72, and also in the subsidiary story of King Nala, MBH 3.50-3.78. Dice, like drink and anger, are culturally approved in certain circumstances, but dangerous. The metaphor of the noose continues in the Upanishads. The Kaha Upanishad speaks of the noose of widespread death which catches the fools who follow desires, Ku 4.2. The Maitreya Upanishad, Mu 4.2, describes a person facing death as tied with nooses made of the fruits of good and evil deeds. Here, the fear of the bondage of sin which is found in the hymns to Vairua is overtaken by the idea that all action is binding, whether good or bad. The word pasa noose is most frequent in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, which says repeatedly that on knowing God one is released from all nooses, below, p. 170. Not all gods are guardians of order like Vairua, and some have particular sinful acts attributed to them. The warrior god Indra, who is the subject of more Vedic hymns than any other god, is celebrated for his killing of Vitra. Vitra, whose name means enclosure or stoppage, appears in mythology as a demon who holds back the life-giving waters, either the rivers or rain, until Indra releases them by killing him, thus making life possible. Here the theme of bondage and release appears again, but in cosmic terms. Though Indra's deed is often praised as heroic, it is sometimes seen in Vedic texts as murder, making him a paradigmatic sinner who needs ritual acts to expiate his sin. He is also guilty of killing his father Tva. In one version of this myth, when the fire god Agni performed an act of expiation for Indra, he suddenly burned away all his sin. As a snake might be released from its slough, as one might pull the stalk out of a rush, just like that he was released from all sin. Jaiminaya Brahma 2.134. Indra's sinfulness is recalled in an Upanishadic passage, KSU 3.122, which will be examined below, pages 138 to 139. The snake sloughing of its skin, a powerful image of renewal, appears in another Brahma passage, which illustrates the part played in the sacrifice by the mental attitude of the man who offers it, the Yajamana, see below, p. 66. This passage makes the bold claim that a man who sacrifices for himself is superior to one who sacrifices to the gods. The one who sacrifices to the gods is like an inferior bringing tribute to a king, while the one who sacrifices for himself knows that he is making himself a new body. As a snake might free itself from its skin, even so is he freed from this mortal body, from sin. SB 1.2.6.13. Here, the bondage of sin is seen as a necessary condition of human life, unless it is thrown off through ritual action performed with the right knowledge. The image of the snake's slough appears again, in the Upanishads, Bulletin 4.4.7, below, p. 137. Throughout the Veda, images and phrases recur in different contexts, with variations in wording and sometimes with profound differences of meaning. While the way to release is described differently in different texts, sin and bondage, together with mortality, are the condition in which the Vedic poets and ritualists find themselves. The goal to which they aspire is liberation, deathlessness, or immortality. This aspiration is often expressed in terms of a contrast between this world, subject to limitations of space and time, including the limitation of our life by death, and the world beyond. This contrast, and the aspiration to transcend the limitations of this world, may be found in many religious traditions, or even, it has been claimed, in all of them. Religion is always directed towards salvation, never towards life itself as it is given, and in this respect all religion, with no exception, is the religion of deliverance. Vander Leo 1967, Volume 2, pages 681 to 682. This does not give us a license to read into the Upanishads and other Vedic texts whatever ideas we may have about salvation or sin. On the contrary, we need to be open to what they say about the limitations of this world and the freedom of the other world, if we are to understand what they mean by liberation. One point to note is that release or liberation in the Vedic hymns often refers to a condition in this world, rather than beyond death. Sometimes, however, they ask for prosperity or security in the world of the dead. A place in that world is secured by ritual acts in this world, RV 10.14.8, quoted above, p. 60. Vedic ritual. The general term for Vedic ritual is yajna. This is conventionally translated sacrifice, but etymologically it has the more general meaning of an act of worship. It does not necessarily involve killing animals, many yajnas only involve offerings of plant or dairy products, and some are performed mentally, without material offerings. But the Brahmas give much of their attention to the more elaborate sacrifices, which do include the killing and cutting up of animals. The Vedas tend to deny the violence inherent in this process. The animals are killed by suffocation, not by a blow or cut, and they are not said to be killed but questioned or pacified. The commonest victim is a goat, followed by sheep and cattle. For special purposes other victims are prescribed. The horse sacrifice, associated with kingship and conquest, is one of the rarer and more elaborate rituals. Accordingly, it is dealt with extensively in the texts, e.g. SB 13.1-5. The list of animal sacrifices in the Brahmas culminates with the human sacrifice, Puru Amedha, but this may have been included for the sake of completeness, without intending it to be performed. The Vedic accounts of it refer frequently to the hymn which describes the evolution of the world from a primal man, RV 10.90. One such account describes a primordial Puru Amedha, initiated by the primal man, Puru himself in order to be the whole world. SB 13.6.1.1, the sacrifice is interrupted by a voice telling him not to proceed. SB 13.6.2.13. The most elaborate sacrifices are those involving the ritual drink soma. It is these that require samanas to be chanted by the ajat, and they also involve animal offerings. What plant soma was extracted from, and what psychotropic effects it may have had, are questions that have had many answers, none of them definitive, and that are beyond the scope of this book. Even if we knew what it was, and sampled it, that would not enable us to replicate the experience of the Vedic people, because it would not have the same associations for us as it had for them. It would be like trying to understand Proust by eating madeleines. What matters to us is the ritual and cosmological significance ascribed to soma in the texts. The word soma, meaning something pressed out, refers primarily to the drink, not the plant. It is also the name of a god, who is embodied in the drink. Soma is the drink of immortality, amta, cognate with ancient Greek ambrosia, the food of the gods, and the life-giving fluid that nourishes and fertilizes the universe. Hence the texts can identify it, or him, with rain, milk or semen, Gonda 1965, 47-48. In the thought of the Brahmas, this cosmic function of soma brings it into close association with the moon, whose waxing and waning makes it an embodiment of both the world of the dead and the renewal of life, and which, as in many cultures, is associated with rain and vegetation, Gonda 1965, 42-44. We will see in chapter 12 how some of the Upanishads develop ideas about soma, the moon, and the renewal of life which they inherited from the Brahmas. Each sacrifice takes place on a piece of ground consecrated for the purpose, not in a temple or other permanent sacred place. The most important part of the site is the vedi, conventionally but misleadingly called an altar. It is not built but dug. The marking out of the ground, building of shelters, digging of pits and so on are directed by the Advaryu. Another important figure in Vedic ritual is the Yajamana. The word means one who has a sacrifice performed. The Yajamana is the one who receives the merit resulting from the sacrifice. He also provides the ground and the offerings, and makes gifts to the various members of the team of priests. To do this he has to be wealthy, and the typical Yajamana is a king. The Brahmas and Upanishads contain stories of discerning and generous kings who know how to engage the best priests, and Brahmins who know how to attract the patronage of the best kings. Black 2007, 102, 106-112, CU 1.10-11, SB 11.6.2, SB 11.6.3. This story is elaborated in Bulletin 3. The motive for the Yajamana to do all this is to provide a secure existence for himself. This may take the form of long life in this world, or the birth of sons who will carry on his lineage, and also maintain him in the world of the dead through ancestral offerings. Other ways of understanding security include entering a timeless world beyond the sun, since it is the sun that measures time by dividing it into days and years, and forming a body which is not subject to death. The aim of forming such a body is prominent in a particularly elaborate ritual, the Agnikayana piling of the fire, in which a great fireplace is built. Before discussing it, we must look closer at the key figure of Prajapti. Prajapti. Each sacrifice replicates a primordial sacrifice. What is done here is what the gods did. SB 7.2.1.4, 7.3.2.6. The Brahmas switch frequently between the present time for which they lay down instructions, and the mythic time in which the actions were first performed. The mythic prototype of the Yajamana is Prajapti, whose name means Lord of Offspring, or Lord of the People. Prajapti is also the prototype of the king, Black 2007, 102. He is named only 6 times in the Gvida Sahita, but one important occurrence is at the end of RV 10.121. The first 9 stanzas of this hymn extol the cosmic powers of an unnamed god, each ending with the refrain, "Who is the god that we should worship with sacrifice?" The final stanza answers the question by naming Prajapti. He appears also in a marriage hymn, where he is asked to ensure the fertility of the marriage, RV 10.85.43, fulfilling his function as Lord of Offspring. Another hymn which is significant for understanding Prajapti, though it does not mention his name, is RV 10.90, mentioned above, in which the world is derived, by a ritual process, from the primal man. The moon was born from his mind, the sun from his eyesight, the wind from his breath, the atmosphere from his navel, the sky from his head, the earth from his feet, and the directions from his hearing, RV 10.90.13, 14. In this way, each part of the microcosm has its counterpart in the macrocosm. The first 3 correspondences and the last have been explained above. The sky from his head and the earth from his feet are easy to understand, while the atmosphere corresponds to the navel because it is between the two, and hollow. Though the production of the universe is described as a sacrifice, yajna, in which man is the offering, RV 10.90.6, tethered, RV 10.90.15, and divided, RV 10.90.11, this does not mean that he is now a dismembered carcass. The hymn says he lives on, as the universe, what is and what is to be, and Lord of immortality, RV 10.90.2. Prajapti is mentioned more frequently in the Atharvaveda than in the Gvida, and he is prominent in the Brahma as there. He is both the creator god and the lord of sacrifice. These two functions are inseparable, since creation is viewed as a cosmic sacrifice. In a myth which appears in many variants, the creative process starts with Prajapti's desire or wish. This world in the beginning was Prajapti, only one. He desired, may I be procreated. SB 1.5.8.1. The idea that creation is initiated by desire recalls RV 10.129.4, desire came upon it in the beginning, Kilingali 2004, 270. May I be procreated, Prajaya, recalls Prajapti's name, Lord of Offspring. It is only by procreation that he can be true to his name, and so be really himself. That is what he means by may I be. In other cosmogonies he says may I be more, may I be procreated, SB 6.1.1.8, or may I be many, may I be procreated, 2.2.6. He fulfills his desire by producing the universe. The many variants of this myth evoke copulation, or the hatching of an egg, or the heat, tapas, generated by ascetic practices. The same scenario is repeated in various forms in the Upanishads. There, the original being is variously called Prajapti, Pu 1.4, a self in the form of a man, Bulletin 1.4.1, Brahman, Bulletin January 4, 10, or being, Cu 6.2.1. Already in the Brahma, as the original being has other names besides Prajapti, it can be not being, Asat, SB 6.1.1.1. This primordial not being becomes a man, Purue, SB 6.1.1.3, who then becomes Prajapti, SB 6.1.1.5. The idea of a primordial not being is a departure from the neither not being nor being which opens RV 10.129, it is expressly rejected in CU 6.2.1, 2. Already in the Vedic hymns, mythology is not static, in the Brahma and Upanishads, it is a field in which thinkers can be innovative, and sometimes combative. In creating or becoming the world, Prajapti becomes many, as he wished, but this is a loss as well as a gain. In Vedic thought, unity is perfection, it is both the source of existence and its goal. Thus creation itself is a fall, from which Prajapti, or the Yajamana, needs to be restored by the ritual. This is expressed in various ways. Prajapti feels empty, and needs to be fed with sacrificial victims, Cow Itaki Brahma at 12,8, Keith 1920, 417, SB 3.9.4.1, 4, his joints become loose, SB 1.6.3.35, 4.6.4.1, he is shattered, SB 6.1.2.12. The purpose of the Agnikayana, the building of the great fireplace, is to restore Prajapti, and in so doing to provide the Yajamana with an imperishable body. In a discussion of another ritual, performed at the new moon and full moon, it is explained that Prajapti gave himself to the gods, and so he became the sacrifice. He redeemed himself from the gods by performing the new and full moon sacrifice, and the Yajamana does the same. When he performs the sacrifice, he redeems himself from the gods by the sacrifice itself, even as Prajapti redeemed himself by it. Thus his whole sacrifice is redeemed, and it, the sacrifice, becomes the Yajamana's body in the other world. The Yajamana who performs that redemption, knowing this, has a complete body in the other world. SB 11.1.8.5, 6. The mental component of ritual. The last sentence in the above quotation shows the importance of knowledge for successful performance of Vedic ritual. This is one of many passages in the Brahmas which explain the meaning of a ritual, and then promise rewards to those who not only perform it but know its meaning as it has been explained. We have quoted one already, on the God's bargain with death, SB 10.4.3.9, 10, above, pages 60 to 61. Similar promises occur in the Upanishads, Bulletin 1.2.3, 1.2.5, CU 1.1.8. Conversely, there are warnings not to perform a ritual without knowing its hidden meaning, CU 2.24.2, or that if one does, his head will shatter, CU 1.10.8, see also pages 40, 100, 199, 255. Another essential component of ritual is Shraddha faith, meaning both belief in its efficacy and determination to perform it properly. The word is cognate with Latin credo, I believe, and means etymologically placing of the heart. Even if no material offering is available for the daily offering of milk in the fire, Agnihotra, it is still possible to perform it with truth in faith, SB 1.1.3.1.4, that is, with truth as the offering and faith as the fire, SB 1.3.1.1. The same daily offering is replaced by an offering of food to one's own vital powers, CU 5.18 to 24. Even breathing can be made an internal fire offering, KSU 2.5. This internalization of ritual is typical of the Upanishads, but such non-material performance of the Agnihotra is prescribed in the Brahma as also, Bodewitz 1976, 136 to 144. The Brahmas thus present not only a system of ritual, but a system of knowledge. The knowledge concerns the ritual itself, but also the natural world, and the nature of the human being, and it often involves connections or homologies between them. We have already seen such connections between parts of the man and parts of the universe in RV 10.90, and in RV 10.16.3, the funeral hymn which sends the dead man's eyesight to the sun, his breath to the wind, they occur again in a longer account of the dispersal of a person at death, Bulletin March 2, 13. The correspondences are counterfactual. If they were not, they would not be interesting, either to the Vedic thinkers or to us. They are not about cosmology or anatomy, but about a distinctive way of understanding the cosmos, the human person, and Vedic ritual. It is in this way that we should understand statements such as the ones which have floored many readers opening the Upanishads for the first time. The head of the sacrificial horse is the dawn. His eyesight is the sun, his breath is the wind, his limbs are the seasons, his joints are the months and half-months. His shaking is thunder. His urinating is rain. His speech is speech. Bulletin 1.1.1. We may be tempted to skip this passage and move on, perhaps to a creation myth in which death is the origin of all beings, Bulletin 1.2, or to a more attractive one which starts with a self alone in the form of a man, Bulletin 1.4.1, and goes on to the well-known identification of the self with Brahman, Bulletin 1.4.6, January 4, 10. But the opening passage about the horse reminds us that this Upanishad is part of the SP, which is part of the Yajurveda, the knowledge which equips the Advarya for his role as director of the physical operations of the ritual. In the Madhyadina recension of the White Yajurveda, this passage appears also as SP 10.6.4, and a very similar passage appears in the Black Yajurveda's T.S. July 5, 25, Keith 1914, 636 to 637, a reminder that the boundary between Brahmas and Upanishads is fluid. The Chandogya Upanishad, which belongs to the Samaveda, begins similarly with a set of correspondences, linking the Samavedic chant to the macro COSM. Sometimes the correspondence is based on a number. For instance, a gold plate used in the royal consecration has either 100 holes, because man lives up to 100 years, or 9 holes, because there are 9 orifices in the human body, SB 5.4.1.13, a vessel used in another ritual has 100 holes or 9 holes for the same reason, SB 5.5.4.27. In both cases, a correspondence is established between an object and an aspect of the yajamana, ensuring that he is embodied in the ritual. Another significant number is 360, which in Vedic reckoning is the number of days in a year. Counting 12 months of 30 days each, MacDonald and Keith 1912, Volume 2, pages 411 to 413, and also the number of bones in the human body, and overestimate. The great fireplace, which is also the body of Prajapati and of the Yajamana, is built with 360 bricks and 360 stones. It is thus equated with the year, SB 10.5.4.10, and with the body, SB 10.5.4.12. The fireplace is built in 5 layers, another number significant in the microcosm and in the macro COSM. The 5 layers are equated with 5 layers of Prajapati's body, hairs, skin, flesh, bone, marrow, the 5 seasons, and the 5 directions, SB 6.1.2.17, 19. The seasons are spring, summer, rains, autumn, and winter, MacDonald and Keith 1912, Volume 1, pages 110 to 111, and the 5 directions are east, west, north, south, and upwards. A passage on animal sacrifice says, the sacrifice is 5-fold, the sacrificial animal is 5-fold, there are 5 seasons in the year, SB 1.7.4.4, the 5 sacrificial animals being goat, sheep, ox, horse and, at least theoretically, man, above, p. 51. The same pattern of pentads continues in the Upanishads. This same sacrifice is 5-fold. The sacrificial animal is 5-fold. Man is 5-fold. The whole world, whatever there is 5-fold. So he who knows this gains the whole world. Bulletin January 4, 17. A more elaborate account lists the pentads in the macrocosm and the microcosm. Earth, atmosphere, sky, directions, intermediate directions, fire, wind, sun, moon, stars, water, plants, trees, space, self, that is with reference to beings. Now with reference to oneself, breath, apart breath, lower breath, up breath, together breath, sight, hearing, mind, speech, touch, skin, flesh, sinew, bone, marrow. After analyzing in this way, the sage said, the whole world is fivefold. By the fivefold one secures the fivefold. 2.1.7. The microcosmic pentads listed here are the five breaths, PRAA, which are important in Upanishads thought, though it is hard to match them with modern physiology, a variant of the common Vedic list of five faculties, and the five layers of the human body. The idea that man is fivefold, apparent already in the Brahma as, was developed further in the Upanishads, and further again in Sankhya and Yoga philosophy, below, pages 179 to 182. The list of faculties is not always the same, but it usually includes sight, hearing, and speech. The list of layers of the body is not quite the same 5 as in SB 6.1.2.17 above. The pentadic principle persists, though the membership of each pentad may vary. How revolutionary are the Upanishads? The theory of ritual developed in the Brahma as depended on ideas about the gods inherited from the mantras, but also developed and elaborated. It involved ideas about the world, including the role of the sun and moon in regulating seasons and the calendar, the human and animal body, and the role of plants and rain in supplying them with food. These ideas do not always match modern astronomy, biology, or anatomy, but they do show curiosity and a desire to systematize knowledge, and they sometimes show accurate observation. Because of the prominence of speech in the ritual, the theorists were particularly interested in words, leading eventually to remarkable developments in linguistic sciences, in which ancient India excelled over other ancient cultures. The Vedic schools produced texts on phonetics to ensure correct pronunciation of the mantras, and the grammarians whose work culminated in Paanini's set of rules, the Adhyaya, in the 4th century BCE, used methods of organizing rules which had been developed in the ritual sutras, Stahl 2003. The Upanishads often, though not invariably, reject the ritual concerns of the Samhitas and Brahma as teaching and knowledge which makes ritual unnecessary. But the concerns of the Brahma as continue to appear. Security from death is sought, but through knowledge rather than through ritual action. Much of the knowledge which the Upanishads teach is developed from ideas that are present in the Brahma as the analysis of personality, and the correspondence of components of personality with components of the macrocosm. The continuity of Vedic thought is clear, particularly when we look at the Bihadharayaka and the Chandogya, the oldest, longest and most Brahma-alike of the Upanishads. 8. The Upanishads and Early Buddhism. Signe Cohen. The relationship between the Upanishads and early Buddhism is a complex one, and a great deal has been written on this topic. It is generally assumed that the earliest Upanishads, such as the Bihadharayaka, the Chandogya Upanishad, and the Aitareya Upanishad, are pre-Buddhist, and that some of the later Upanishads, such as the Maitreya Upanishad, are composed after the rise of Buddhism. The precise nature of the relationship between the early Upanishads and Buddhism is not, however, at all well understood. Scholars are deeply divided on the topic of the possible influence of the Upanishads on early Buddhism. Some claim that Upanishadic ideas have influenced Buddhism in significant ways, while others maintain that there is no evidence that the authors of the early Buddhist texts were familiar with the Upanishads at all. There can be no doubt that the older Upanishads and early Buddhism share ideas about the unsatisfying nature of earthly existence, of rebirth, karma, and final liberation, and of the role of knowledge in the process of salvation. The idea of karma, tentatively introduced in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad as an esoteric doctrine a wisdom teacher can only share with his trusted student in secret, is fully accepted in the earliest Buddhism. Likewise, the idea of rebirth, mentioned in several of the older Upanishads, is a central tenet of early Buddhism. Like the Upanishads, Buddhism teaches that humans, and other living beings, are trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth, and that our next birth will be determined by our karma. And like the Upanishads, Buddhism proposes that our highest goal is to escape this cycle and reach liberation, and that the correct knowledge will make this possible. But were these ideas borrowed from the Upanishads into early Buddhism, or were they simply part of a common property of thoughts and ideas that many people shared during this time period? In the following, I will outline the two main positions scholars have taken regarding the relationship between the Upanishads and early Buddhism. 1. There is no direct relationship between the Upanishads and early Buddhism. The main argument for this position is a simple one: there are no direct references to the Upanishads in the canonical texts of early Buddhism. While the Buddhist texts mention, and reject, one of the central ideas of the Upanishads, Atman, the self, Atta in Pali, the language of early Buddhism, no mention at all is made in Buddhist texts of the equally significant Upanishads concept of Brahman. The word Brahma occurs in Buddhist texts, but always as a masculine noun meaning a Hindu god, rather than a neuter noun meaning cosmic force. The important Upanishads wisdom teachers, like Yajnavalkya and Pipalada, are not mentioned in Buddhist texts, even though the teachers of other rival movements are. It is possible, as Pratapchandra argues, one that the authors of the early Buddhist texts were simply not familiar with the Upanishads at all. There are some shared ideas between Buddhism and the Upanishads, such as karma, reincarnation, and final liberation, but these ideas may not be direct borrowings, but rather thoughts originating in a cultural milieu from which both the Upanishads and early Buddhism found inspiration. Bronkhorst, in his in-depth study of ancient culture of the Greater Magadha region where Buddhism originated, suggests that ideas of karma and reincarnation originated in the local spiritual traditions of Greater Magadha and then entered both the Upanishads tradition and Buddhism. 2 Horsch 3 and Chandra 4 both argue that there is no evidence that the Buddha knew anything about the Upanishads. Horsch suggests that the reason why the Buddha was not acquainted with the Upanishads was that most of the Upanishads arose in a rural environment, as opposed to the urban setting of Buddhism, and that the Upanishads were transmitted in esoteric and priestly circles, to which the Buddha likely did not have access. 5. 2. The Upanishads influenced early Buddhism. The idea of an eternal self, Atman, is of central importance in the Upanishads. When Buddhism from the very beginning declares that there is no self, Atta in Pali, the language of the early Buddhist texts, could this be seen as an explicit response to and rejection of Upanishads ideas? Could the language of awakening, which permeates Buddhism, Bodhi equals awakening, Buddha equals the awakened one, be abiding response to the Mayakya Upanishads notion of the four states of the self, awake, dreaming, dreamless sleep, and the mystical fourth state, deeper than dreamless sleep? Enough sleeping, time to wake up. Many scholars have proposed that the Upanishads influenced Buddhism in significant ways, even if some of the core teachings differ. Monier Williams suggested that the Buddha had great sympathy with the philosophy of the Upanishads. 6 Ranade goes even further in suggesting that all the main rudiments of Buddhism are present in embryo in the Upanishads. 7 Radhakrishnan even claims that the Buddha did not look upon himself as an innovator, but only as the restorer of the ancient way, i.e. the way of the Upanishads. 8 A.K. Sharma writes that the Buddha fully entered into the spirit of the Upanishads in his attitude towards the popular religion, i.e. that of the Brahmas. 9 While few other scholars have gone as far as Radhakrishnan in regarding Buddhism as a continuation of the Upanishads, many have pointed to parallels between the Upanishads and Buddhism. Although there are no direct quotes from the Upanishads in early Buddhism, there is some evidence of familiarity with the Upanishads, and particularly those affiliated with the Black Yajurveda, in early Buddhist texts. For example, the Buddha's rejection of different forms of the self in Dinghanakaya 1, 86-87 may imply that he is familiar with the Taittiriya Upanishad. 10. The erroneous view. The Buddha ascribes to a recluse or a Brahmin is certainly familiar from the Upanishads. O monks, a certain recluse or a Brahmin asserts the following doctrine and view: the self, sir, has material form, it is composed of the four basic elements and originates from a father and mother. Since this self, sir, is annihilated and destroyed with the breakup of the body and does not exist after death, at this point the self is completely annihilated. In this way some proclaim the annihilation, destruction, and extermination of an existent being. Another says to him, there is, sir, such a self as you claim. I do not deny that. But it is not at that point that the self is completely annihilated. For there is, sir, another self, divine, with material form, pertaining to the sense sphere, and feeding on edible nutriment. That you neither know nor see, but I know it and see it. Since this self, sir, is annihilated and destroyed with the breakup of the body and does not exist after death, at this point the self is completely annihilated. In this way others proclaim the annihilation, destruction, and extermination of an existent being. Another says to him, there is, sir, such a self as you assert. That I do not deny. But it is not at that point that the self is completely annihilated. For there is, sir, another self, divine, of material form, mind-made, complete in all its limbs and organs, not destitute of any faculties. That you neither know nor see, but I know it and see it. Since this self, sir, is annihilated and destroyed with the breakup of the body and does not exist after death, at this point the self is completely annihilated. In this way others proclaim the annihilation, destruction, and extermination of an existent being. Another one says to him, there is, sir, such a self as you claim. I do not deny that. But it is not at that point that the self is completely annihilated. For there is, sir, another self belonging to the base of infinite consciousness, reached by, completely surmounting the base of infinite space, by contemplating consciousness is infinite. That you neither know nor see. But I know it and see it. Since this self, good sir, is annihilated and destroyed with the breakup of the body and does not exist after death, at this point the self is completely annihilated. In this way some proclaim the annihilation, destruction, and extermination of an existent being. Three of the forms of self mentioned in the Dingha-Nikaya, the self made of food, the self made of mind, and the self made of understanding, correspond exactly to three of the five forms of Atman described in the Taittiriya Upanishad: the self made of food, the self made of breath, the self made of mind, the self made of understanding, and the self made of bliss. Although this passage from the Dingha-Nikaya also shows a familiarity with other Brahmanical notions of self, such as a purely material one made up of the physical elements, the parallels with the Taittiriya Upanishad are nevertheless intriguing. It is possible, in spite of the Buddha's rejection of the doctrine of Atman, that the notion of the fivefold self in the Taittiriya Upanishad influenced the Buddhist notion of the five aggregates, skandha/khandha, that make up a human being: form, sensation, sensory perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Although these five khandhas do not make up a self according to Buddhist doctrine, they do function together as a pseudo-Atman in that they make up a living being, albeit temporarily. Goto has noted a striking resemblance between the conversation between Yajnavalkya and King Janaka in Bihadharayaka Upanishad 4 and the dialogue between the Buddha and King Ajatasattu in the Samanaphala Sutta of the Dhyana-Nikaya 11, a similarity pointed out already by Dusan. 12. Both dialogues involve a wisdom teacher and a king, summarize the necessary steps to take to reach spiritual liberation, and end with the king's enlightenment. Another striking parallel between the Upanishads and early Buddhism may be found in the famous parable of the chariot of the Kaha Upanishad 3.3-4, also referenced briefly in the Svetasvatara Upanishad and the Maitreya Upanishad, ch. 31. Know the self as the rider in a chariot, and the body as the chariot. Know the intellect as the charioteer, and the mind as the reins. The senses are the horses, and the sense objects are the paths. The following passage from the Buddhist text Mahaнарадakasapa Jataka is intriguingly similar. Thy body is called a chariot, swift and provided with the mind as a charioteer. Mind pursues the path of self-control with its steeds all equally trained. Desire and lust are an evil path, but self-control is the straight road. As the steed rushes along after forms and sounds and smells, intellect uses the scourge and the self is the charioteer. 13. The parable of the chariot is also invoked again in the well-known Buddhist text Dhammapada. He who restrains anger like a runaway chariot, he is a real driver, the others just hold the reins. 14. Since this chariot parable is found primarily in the Upanishads of the Black Yajurveda, and in Buddhism, it is perhaps not unreasonable to assume that early Buddhism had some acquaintance with the Upanishads of the Black Yajurveda. That the Buddha himself had some knowledge of the Black Yajurveda may perhaps be implied in the clan name given to his wife in the Apadana and the Lalita Vistara, Kakana, i.e. Katyayani. 15. This would seem to associate the Buddha's wife with the Katyayana school of the Black Yajurveda. A slight problem arises in assuming that the Buddha's wife belonged to a Brahmin Gotra or clan. As the wife of a prince, wouldn't she be aka Triya, princely caste, rather than a Brahmin, priestly caste? Since the Buddha himself, Siddhartha Gautama, is also carrying the name of a Brahmin Gotra, Gautama, we can only say that traditional Brahmin names are encountered in the legend of the Buddha's life, no matter what the historical veracity of these legends are. To confuse matters further, the Buddha's foster mother, Mahaprajapati, is referred to as Gautami, a name associated with his father's family, even though she is supposedly related to the Buddha on his mother's side, rather than his father's. Rather than attempting to untangle the Buddha's family relations, we may simply conclude that the legends of his life contain some Brahmin names, some of them associated with the Black Yajurveda tradition. The assumption that there was some connection between the Black Yajurveda and early Buddhism is further confirmed by Upanishads parallels in the Buddhist Abhidharma Mahavibha Asastra. As Hajime has pointed out, 16. This Sarvastivada text appears to quote a passage common to the Kaha and the Svetasvatara Upanishad, or the inner Atman exists in the heart of creatures, and is the size of a thumb. It is full of splendor. This quote corresponds to Kaicha Upanishad 6.17 or Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.13. A person the size of a thumb within the body always exists in the heart of creatures. The same Sarvastivada text also appears to be familiar with Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8, we must know this person, and then we can pass beyond birth, decay, sickness, and death. There is no other path for going there. One might also note that some of the main characters of the Upanishads reappear in the Buddhist Jataka stories, legends of the Buddha's previous lives. The learned Uddalaka of the Buddhist Uddalaka Jataka, 17, who attracts huge crowds of people due to his erudition, but who ultimately has to learn from the Buddha himself in a previous incarnation, is reminiscent of Uddalaka Arui so frequently mentioned in the older Upanishads. Uddalaka Arui's son, the proud Svetakatu, is a main character in the Bratarayaka Upanishad, the Chandogya Upanishad, and the Kauataki Upanishad. A young man bearing the Pali version of his name is the main character of the Buddhist Satakatu Jataka. 18. In a rather humorous passage, Satakatu, who is the leader of a group of ascetics, hears that the king is coming to see them, and immediately instructs his ascetics to put on a good ascetic show by lying on thorn beds, doing the swinging penance or the 5-fire penance or reciting texts. Satakatu himself sits down more comfortably on a chair with a headrest and explains a book to a group of students. This reference to Satakatu may be seen as a gentle ridicule of Hindu ascetics, represented by a figure prominent in the Upanishads. But curiously, Satakatu is also in Buddhism the name of an enlightened bodhisattva, sometimes even the Buddha himself dwelling in the Tuita heaven waiting to become the future Prince Siddhartha. This identification of Svetakatu with the Buddha seems to indicate both a familiarity with the figure of Svetakatu and respect for this Upanishadic character. There seems to be some evidence, in short, that the early Buddhist community was familiar with the worldview of the Upanishads, and that of the Black Yajurveda Upanishads in particular. Conversely, It is also possible to see some influence from Buddhism in some of the later of the classical Upanishads. In a curious passage of the Maitreya Upanishad, the highest being is referred to as Naratman, without an Atman, a most unusual characteristic of the highest principle in the Upanishads, 19, where Atman itself is usually seen as the highest. It is possible to see strange phrase as a reference to Buddhism with its central idea of anatta, no self, although the rest of the Maitreya Upanishad, with its elaborations on the nature of Atman, is clearly not Buddhist. The term is perhaps best translated as without individuality rather than without self in the Maitreya Upanishad, but the occurrence of this curious word hints at some familiarity with Buddhism, even if there is no acceptance of Buddhist doctrines. Similarly, the word sunya, empty, in the same passage in the Maitreya Upanishad is a term that resonates with Buddhist implications. In Buddhism, everything in the world is empty because everything is devoid of self, or eternal essence. The use of a few pieces of quasi-Buddhist vocabulary hardly makes the Maitreya Upanishad a Buddhist text, but it does hint at the possibility of historical connections between Buddhism and the Upanishads, especially those formally affiliated with the Yajurveda. Notes 1 Chandra 1971. 2 Bronkhorst 2007. 3 Horsch 1968, 463. 4 Chandra 1971, 321. 5 Horsch 1968, 464. 6 Munier Williams 1888, 1964 105. 7 Ranade 1926, 1968 133. 8 Radhakrishnan 1923, 470. 9 Sharma 1928, 444. 10 Potter 1966, 569, Note 1. 11 Gotu 2005. 12 Dusan 1897, 456. 13 Quoted from Cowell 1895, Volume 6, 125. 14 Dhammapada 17.2. 15 Kosumbi 1953, 205. 16 Hajime 1955, 81. 17 Cowell 1895, Volume 4, 188 ff. 18 Cowell 1895, Volume 4, 152 ff. 19 Maitreya Upanishad 2.4. References. Bronkhorst, J. 2007. Greater Magadha, Studies in the Culture of Early India. Leiden, Brill. Chandra, P. 1971. Was early Buddhism influenced by the Upanishads? Philosophy East and West 21, 317-324. Cowell, E. B. 1895. Jataka Stories. Volumes. I. 6. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Reprint Delhi, Motilal Banarsidass, 1990. Dusan, P. 1897. Sigsig Upanishads Deveda, Aus dem Sanskrit übersetzt und mit Einleitungen und Anmerkungen vers Hen. Leipzig, F. A. Brockhaus. Gotu, T. 2005. Yajnavalkya's Characterization of the Atman and the Four Kinds of Suffering in Early Buddhism Electronic Journal of Vedic Studies 12, 270-84. Hajime, N. 1955. Upanishadic Tradition and the Early School of Vedanta as Noticed in Buddhist Scripture Harvard Journal of Asiatic Studies 18, 74-104. Horsch, P. 1968. Buddhismus und Upanishaden in J. C. Hiesterman G. H. Skakar and V. I. Subramonium, eds. Pertitanum, Indian, Iranian, and Indo-European Studies presented to Franciscus Bernardus Jacobus Kuiper on his 60th birthday, Hague/Paris, Mouton, 462-477. Kosumbi, D.D. 1953. Brahmin Clans Journal of the American Oriental Society 73, 202-208. Munier Williams, M. 1888. Buddhism in its connection with Brahmanism and Hinduism, and its contrast with Christianity. Reprint Varanasi, Chaukamba Sanskarit Series Office, 1964. Oldenburg, H. 1915. Die Lehre Upanishaden und die Anfänge des Buddhismus. Göttingen, Van den Hoek en Ruprecht. Potter, K. 1966 Encyclopedia of Indian Philosophies, Volume 7, Abhidharma Buddhism to 150 AD. Delhi, Motilal Banarsi Das. Radhakrishnan, S. 1923. Indian Philosophy. 2 volumes. London, George Allen and Unwin. Ranade, R.D. 1926. A Constructive Survey of Upanishadic Philosophy, being an introduction to the thought of the Upanishads. Reprint Bombay, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, 1968. Sharma, A.K. 1928. The Relation Between Buddhism and the Upanishads, The Monist 38, 443-477. Further reading. Bronkhorst, J. 2007. Greater Magadha, Studies in the Culture of Early India. Leiden, Brill. Chandra, P. 1971. Was early Buddhism influenced by the Upanishads? Philosophy East and West 21, 317-324. Gotu, T. 2005. Yajnavalkya's Characterization of the Atman and the Four Kinds of Suffering in Early Buddhism, Electronic Journal of Vedic Studies 12, 2, 70-84. Horsch, P. 1968. Buddhismus und Upanishaden in J. C. Hiesterman, G. H. Skicker, and V. I. Subramonium, eds. Pertidanum, Indian, Iranian, and Indo-European Studies, presented to Franciscus Bernardus Jacobus Kuiper on his 60th birthday. Hague/Paris, Mouton, 462-477. Munier Williams, M. 1888. Buddhism in its connection with Brahmanism and Hinduism, and its contrast with Christianity. Reprint Varanasi, Chaukamba Sanskrit Series Office, 1964. Oldenburg, H. 1915. Die Lehre Upanishaden und die Anfänge des Buddhismus. Göttingen, Van den Hoek en Ruprecht. Sharma, A.K. 1928. The Relation Between Buddhism and the Upanishads, The Monist 38, 443-477. 9. The Social Background, Caste and Gender in the Upanishads. Stephen E. Lindquist. Introduction. Trying to understand the social world that ancient Indian texts present in their contents, and, in turn, the social world in which these texts were produced, is a complicated, even circular, endeavor. The earliest Indian material, the Vedas, consists of recitations meant for specific sacrificial purposes by narrow groups of technical specialists. For example, the Rigveda is the poetic liturgy recited during the course of a sacrifice by one type of priest, while the Yajurveda consists of recitations of the Advaryu, the priest who performs most of the ritual actions. Asriti, lit. That which is heard or revealed texts. References to the world outside of the religious imagination are usually incidental or secondary. This is also the case with the Upanishads, texts likewise composed by sacrificial specialists, albeit ones with goals different from the practical performance of rites. Their purpose was not the sacrifice itself, but rather an understanding of its abstract associations as well as the deeper role of the human being within the cosmos. In this vein, looking to the Upanishads to understand social constructs such as caste or the cultural perceptions of gender requires a significant degree of interpretative caution. It is one thing to discuss how the texts imagine a social world, particularly when such constructs are projected onto ancient sages and gods or onto hierarchies of flora, fauna, cosmological objects, and substances, and to talk about them within a confined literary sphere. It is something quite different to extrapolate that analysis onto actual individuals at particular times. Both are complicated, but the latter is far more speculative and subjective. In the past, a significant amount of scholarship has leaned towards interpretative extremes regarding the position of women in ancient India, or whether caste is immutable and all-pervasive in the ancient world or fundamentally irrelevant to liberation in the Upanishads. These types of interpretations invariably privilege certain passages while massaging or bypassing others. For critiques of such approaches in regards to gender, see Jameson 1996, Vanita 2003, Lindquist 2008. Such interpretive strategies are, as far as I am concerned, untenable. The Upanishads do not speak with a singular voice on any issue, and certainly not on complex social norms or realities. This chapter will largely confine itself to some aspects of caste and gender as reflected in the texts themselves. Caste. Caste as a religious and social phenomenon is perhaps one of the most studied, and most fiercely debated, aspects of Indian studies writ large. For the classical material, the reader would be best to begin with the works of Cohen, 1962–1975, Dumont, 1970, and Smith, 1994, along with the related Dharmasastra material, such as Rocher in Davis 2012, Olivelli 1999, Davis 2010, Lubin, Davis, and Krishnan 2010. Sathe, 2015, offers an insightful literary analysis of Visvamitra, a caste-crossing sage in ancient literary and modern performance genres. Marriott offers a brief, but useful, introduction to the basic terms, 2004, as does Smith, 2005. The term caste in English language scholarship often collapses two related Indian phenomena, Vara, lit. Hue or color, and Jati, birth group. Vara is found as early as Rigveda 10.90, the famed Puru Ajata hymn, where a cosmic person divides his own body into four discrete human social groups based on idealized social function: Brahmin, priest, from the mouth; Kshatriya, warrior, from the arms; Vaishya, merchant, from the thighs; and Sudra, servant or serf, from the feet. The parallel of the body part to the social function is relatively obvious in these cases. Brahmins are associated with sacrificial recitation, Kshatriyas with strength and protection, Vaishyas with wealth and fertility, and the Sudra with menial labor. Their creation, however, is inextricably tied to an extended creation of the whole cosmos. From this cosmic man, Purue, the sun is created from the eye, the mind from the moon, the midspace from the navel, and so on. Thus the entirety of existence is hierarchically mapped onto a human body, and each is part of a mutually reinforcing rank schema. Jati, endogamous birth groups that are especially associated with specific occupations, e.g. tanner or bard, and often viewed within the tradition as rank subdivisions of Vara, however, are not elaborated until the expert traditions on Dharma, the Dharmasutras and Dharmasastras, ca. 3rd century BCE onwards. Occupational groupings associated with birth are known in the Upanishads, as are terms suggesting low caste, Vyala, Bulletin June 4, 13, or outcast, ca. Allah/ca. Allah and Paul Kassa, Bulletin April 3, 22, cu 5.10.7, cu 5.24.4, but detailed discussion is lacking. Categorizing existence. The Vara classification system is well known in the Upanishads. Indeed, as Smith, 1994, has shown in great detail, the Vara system is pervasive in taxonomies of all sorts from the Vedas onwards, whether of fauna, flora, celestial bodies, divinities, meters, or hymns. Vara becomes a principal ordering strategy, and its reduplicative logic permits drawing hierarchical connections to innumerable phenomena. Since a leitmotif of the Upanishads is drawing connections from one set of phenomena to another, usually from the concrete to the abstract, utilizing the ordering and ranking strategy of the Vara as is common, if often assumed and subtle. When Vara is explicitly referenced in the Upanishads, Brahman and Kshatriya are the most commonly utilized classifications, both as a means to rank various properties or objects highly and in discussing the role and value of these social groups in isolation or in relation to each other. In this way, Upanishads discussions usually privilege Brahmins first and foremost. But also the power nexus of Brahmins and Kshatriyas, that is, those who, at least, in theory, wield the most religious and social power respectively. Brahmin self-criticism. Though the Brahmin class, and the various phenomena that are homologized to it, is almost universally considered the pinnacle of hierarchies within the Upanishads, the composers of the texts were also self-reflective of the fact that a purported ideal and lived reality were not one and the same. Indeed, while the composers were concerned with asserting their own privileged and idealized sacerdotal role, they were also concerned with criticizing those that they saw as falling short of that ideal, even if that critique is implicit or mild. Elsewhere, I have described this community internal policing as a thematic juxtaposition of Brahmin by birth vs. Brahmins by knowledge and practice, where the former generally, though not universally, is seen as necessary, but not sufficient. Lindquist 2008, 2011. An explicit example of this is CU 6.1.1 in the story of Svetakatu, a boy who is sent for Vedic study by his father. There was one Svetakatu, the son of Arui. One day his father told him, "Svetakatu, take up the celibate life of a student, for there is no one in our family, my son, who has not studied and is the kind of Brahmin who is so only because of birth." Trans. Olivelli 1998. The phrase translated here as the kind of Brahmin who is so only because of birth is Brahmabandhu, a nominal Brahmin. The negative critique in this passage is clear. The first and primary religious obligation of a Brahmin is initiation into Vedic study as a youth, known as Upanayana, so as to be able to properly fulfill sacerdotal duties. A Brahmin who does not undertake initiation and subsequent study fails his religious and social duty, though he retains the formality of his status by birth. The suggestion that Uddalaka Arui does not want his son to follow this lesser path indicates that at least some Brahmins must have done so. The story continues that Svetakatu returned to his father after 12 years of study, haughty in his learning, but his father explained to him that his learning was incomplete since he did not know the abstract Upanishads teaching of the rule of substitution, Adisa, which the father then proceeds to teach him. In this passage we get a twofold hierarchy. A proper Brahmin fulfills his initial obligation of learning the Veda, but a truly educated one also learns the more abstract knowledge that the Upanishads themselves teach. The hierarchy of Brahmins is, first, by birth, second, by primary Vedic learning, and third, by advanced Vedic learning, clearly lauding the content of the Upanishad of which this story is a part and thus the audience privy to its contents. A similar criticism occurs with the parallel phrase, Rajanya Bandhu, in another version of the Svetakatu story. Rajanya here is synonymous with Kshatriya, though the emphasis may be more on royalty proper. In Bulletin 6.2.3, Svetakatu is shown to be ignorant, not by his father, but by a king who questions him. Svetakatu calls the king a Rajanya Bandhu, perhaps a more general insult such as an excuse of a prince following Olivelli. The phrase, though, attains a double meaning in the narrative because the king's questions are related to what happens after death, questions appropriate of a Brahmin questioning another Brahmin in the Upanishads. This is reinforced in that Svetakatu's father subsequently goes to learn from him, explicitly as the king's pupil. As such, the king is a king in name only, because he has knowledge appropriate to, and is acting like, a Brahmin. Thus, the insult of not being a proper representative of one's Vara is narratively turned into a positive statement. This is the sense also found in an earlier story, SBM 11.6.2.1, 10, CFJB 1.22-25, where King Janaka is called a Rajanya Bandhu for knowing more about the esoteric meaning of the Agnihotra sacrifice than a group of Brahmins. This particular story ends with Janaka receiving a boon permitting him to question the priest Yajnavalkya at will, Kamaprasna. The concluding line to the story is, thereafter, Janaka was a Brahmin, Tato Brahma Janaka Asa. There is no indication that Janaka's birth status of Rajanya was seen as actually altered, but it appears that his social status shifts to allow him to inquire about religious topics that would otherwise have been restricted, as shown in a different story in Bulletin 4, where this boon and Janaka's questioning reappears. His acquiring a social status of Brahmin is as much a direct critique of those he outwitted in his questioning as an affirmation of his pursuit of knowledge over entitlement. Pursuit of knowledge over entitlement is also the theme of the story of Satyakama in CU 4.4-9, though resolved differently. If the first story presumes a Brahmin birth, but creates a hierarchy based on religious learning following birth, the second story suggests that the social role normally associated with birth, at least in a very limited circumstance, can be bypassed by knowledge. Both of these stories emphasize how knowledge affirms or sidesteps a known birth status. It is in a third story, however, that an unknown birth status comes to be known, this time by moral disposition and action. Satyakama is a boy who desires to study the Veda, but he does not know who his father is and thus does not know his Vare. One day Satyakama Jabala said to his mother Jabala, "Mother, I want to become a Vedic student. So tell me what my lineage is." She replied, "Son, I don't know what your lineage is. I was young when I had you. I was a maid then and had a lot of relationships. As such, it is impossible for me to say what your lineage is. But my name is Jabala, and your name is Satyakama. So you should simply say that you are Satyakama Jabala." CU 4.1-2, trans. Olivelli 1998. Satyakama proceeds to approach a teacher, Haridrumata Gautama, and repeats his mother's statement verbatim, including the details about her having several relationships. The Brahmin teacher is taken aback and says, "Who but a Brahmin could speak like that? Fetch some firewood, son. I will perform your initiation. You have not strayed from the truth." CU 4.4.5 trans. Olivelli 1998. Satyakama, then, is affirmed as a Brahmin, not because he knows his birthright, but because his own disposition to tell the truth in embarrassing detail fits the model of an idealized Brahmin and thus an actual birth status. The true status of a Brahmin individual, in contrast to his context, is also the theme of the story of Rakva, CU 4.1-3. Genus Rudi Patraya, apparently a king, is trying to find an enigmatic figure named Rakva, the gatherer, Sayagva Rakva, an individual eventually found in the non-Brahminical context of living under a cart and scratching his sores. Genus Rudi tries to entice Rakva twice with riches, the second time by also offering his daughter as a wife. Only after the daughter is included does Rakva agree to teach Genus Rudi, but not without calling Genus Rudi a Sudra in both instances. This particular story is structured on a series of contrasts such as, a king called a Sudra versus a Brahmin who does not live like one, the beautiful daughter to be given in marriage versus the diseased-skinned bachelor, a palace and wealth versus homelessness and poverty. He is Rakva, the gatherer, because he knows the abstract principles that gather the lower principles, like in an ancient game of dice where the highest throw collects all the others, and like Genus Rudi's gathering of wealth and fame in the story's frame. Rakva may also be seen as a gatherer in that wealth, and a wife, come to him eventually because of his knowledge. Unlike Satyakama, Brahminness is not portrayed in humbleness or truthfulness, but in the knowledge that one possesses. Each of the examples given above suggest an ideal Brahmin and a critique of what does not attain that ideal. While the Upanishads are replete with explicit critiques of others' ritual and philosophical understandings, often of important representatives of particular schools of thought, see Bulletin 3, for example, here the criticisms are of the larger institution of Brahminhood, particularly a Brahminhood solely defined by birth. Given the preponderance of positive portrayals of Brahmin dominance in the Upanishads, however, This self-critique does not suggest any radical questioning of Brahmin hegemony. Rather, it suggests a response to social realities of internal competition and, perhaps, potential or real external criticism as a means to emphasize and capitalize on that hegemony. An emphasis on personal disposition, action, or the possession of particular knowledge as determinative of a true Brahmin must have been not only self-critique, but also served a practical role in the competition for patronage, especially from the Kshatriya class. Brahmin, Kshatriya codependence. Brahmin, Kshatriya codependency, where each is seen as the top of the religious and social hierarchy respectively, is a common theme in the Brahmas and Upanishads. Given that these texts are composed and maintained by Brahmins within their particular priestly lineages, it is not surprising that the emphasis leans strongly towards the religious domain and Brahmins' role within it. That said, it must in practice have been a more precarious position for Brahmins. The priesthood can only exist if there are those willing to financially support their services. As such, Kshatriyas, who are stereotypically the community that can provide material wealth and protection, are common characters in the Upanishads and portrayed as especially generous. In turn, it serves the Kshatriyas' interests to partake in the religious prestige of the sacrificial realm, access to which the Brahmin class can offer through their privileged skills and knowledge. An example of this complex relationship is Bulletin January 4, 11, a creation myth where Brahman, priestly power, but also the foundation of the cosmos, existed at the very beginning and created the Kshetra, royal power, as a form superior to itself. But while royal power might be superior, it is also dependent and even subordinate in that it exists only because of priestly power. As such, the two are inextricably tied to each other's fates. In the beginning this world was only Brahman, only one. Because it was only one, Brahman had not fully developed. It then created the ruling power, a form superior to and surpassing itself, that is, the ruling powers among the gods, Indra, Varuna, Soma, Rudra, Parjanya, Yama, Amartyu, and Isana. Hence there is nothing higher than the ruling power. Accordingly, at a royal anointing a Brahmin pays homage to a Kshatriya by prostrating himself. He extends this honor only to the ruling power. Now, the priestly power, Brahman, is the womb of the ruling power. Therefore, even if a king should rise to the summit of power, it is to the priestly power that he returns in the end as to his own womb. So, one who hurts the latter harms his own womb and becomes so much the worse for harming someone better than him. Bulletin January 4, 11, trans. Olivelli 1998. The passage continues with the creation of the Vaishya, Sudra, the law, Dharma, where only the last is again said to be superior to Brahman, Bulletin 1.4.12, 14. Though royal power takes primacy at the beginning of this passage, the text concludes, Bulletin January 4, 15, by asserting the traditional fourfold Vara ranking and the ultimate superiority of the Brahmin. The Brahmin is said to be the sacrificial fire that all, including the Kshatriya, must approach for a connection to the gods. It is in this broader context, I think, that Upanishads statements or stories about Kshatriyas teaching Brahmins about the abstract truths of sacrifice, e.g. Bulletin 2.1, CU 5.3, 5.11-24, should be understood. The Brahmin composers, by positioning Kshatriyas highly within their own realm of ritual expertise, are valorizing them, for both literary and, very likely, practical reasons. Janaka in the story above is said to be a Brahmin, but only in so much as that status establishes a special relationship with a priest, one to whom, it should be noted, he shows great material generosity, Black 2007, 88 ff, especially in the story when he utilizes the spoon. While some have suggested Kshatriya origins of certain Upanishads teachings, e.g. Dusan 1966, Hawk 2002, there are additional reasons to be suspicious of the claims in the text, such as that certain teachings said to come from rulers were not necessarily new or unique, even when the rhetoric claims otherwise. Bodewitz 1973. Elites versus others. The Brahmin, Kshatriya nexus is also directly contrasted to those outside of this alliance or even outside of the Vedic fold altogether. Brahmins and Kshatriyas are sometimes contrasted with Sudras who, while part of the Vara classification, are excluded from Vedic learning because they are not permitted initiation, so also with low castes or outcasts whose status is decidedly lower and outside of the cosmic classification schema altogether. Vaishyas appear less often in such contexts, most likely because their middle position is neither as literarily useful nor as starkly contrastive. I have already mentioned the story of Rakva, where the unlikely Brahmin refers to his rich benefactor as a Sudra on 2 occasions. While no explanation or elaboration is given in either case, the meaning seems relatively clear. Janisruti is being told that he is outside of the Vedic fold of the Dvija, the twice-born, and thus not worthy of receiving such instruction from Rakva. The story leaves this possibility open in that Janisruti is not directly referred to as a king in the frame, though it is strongly, and I think intentionally, implied. While on one level, the reference to Janisruti being a Sudra might be a critique of Kshatriya's buying access to Brahminical knowledge, Rakva himself is hardly a normative Brahmin and he eventually accepts the financial offer anyway. The critique and resolution, it seems, cuts both ways. One character is a non-normative teacher, the other a non-normative student, but both are ultimately affirmed as members of their respective classes. In this larger context, the calling of Janisruti a Sudra is less a claim about Janisruti's birth or social status, and more about subverting an audience's expectations, only to reaffirm them in the context of knowledge transmission. The negative use of Sudra here is used primarily to indicate exclusion from religious knowledge. Even more negative valuations of other excluded categories also occur. Outcast, Ca Allah/Ca Allah, also Paul Kassa on one occasion, appears in at least 3 passages, Vow April 3, 22, Cu 5.10.7, Cu 5.24.4. In one case, Ca Allah is mentioned as a caste that one might be born into based on the consequence of one's bad action. In the other 2, it is said that a learned Brahmin himself can attain a state in which distinctions of all sorts, both within and outside of Vara, disappear. Here, the social status of outcasts is negated in service to Brahminical soteriological goals, rather than in itself. In Cu 5.10.7, it is said that those who follow the path of the fathers, as opposed to the path of the gods, will be reborn on earth and one's action in this life determines the Vara into which he or she will be reborn. Now, people here whose behavior is pleasant can expect to enter a pleasant womb, like that of a woman of the Brahmin, the Kshatriya, or the Vaishya class. But people of foul behavior can expect to enter a foul womb, like that of a dog, a pig, or an outcast woman. Trans. Olivelli 1998. Such a passage clearly privileges the Brahmin first, but also any person within the top 3 Varas. Sudra is not mentioned as the contrast is between those within the fold of Vedic learning, the Dvija, twice-born, and those placed radically outside of it. The extremity of exclusion is highlighted in that an outcast is paralleled with animals seen as particularly impure. Curiously, the passage then lists a third category, Cu 5.10.8, those who do not follow either path and are reborn as tiny creatures who live and die endlessly, but who such people might be is unclear. It is clear that it is not the Sudra that is intended, but rather an additional, even further excluded, caste. In contrast, Bulletin April 3, 22 references the highest state of being that a truly knowing person will achieve, a state in which all social distinctions disappear for that person. The Brahmanya Janavakaya is teaching King Janaka. Here a father is not a father, a mother is not a mother, worlds are not worlds, gods are not gods, and Vedas are not Vedas. Here a thief is not a thief, an abortionist is not an abortionist, an outcast is not an outcast, a pariah is not a pariah, a recluse is not a recluse, and an ascetic is not an ascetic. Neither the good nor the bad follows him, for he has now passed beyond all sorrows of the heart. Trans. Olivelli 1998. In this case, the world of social relations, divine interaction, and sacrifice are negated along with the impurity associated with a series of socially excluded individuals, criminals and those born into excluded social groups, ca Allah and Paul Casa. While the ultimate unreality of the social world is argued for, it bears noting that such unreality is only true for the particularly learned individual who has attained this transcendent state. The passage is not saying that family, the gods, thieves, etc. are without positive or negative value in the social world, only that their value is restricted to that world and does not attach to an enlightened individual. In a similar fashion, CU 5.24.4 states that a Brahmin who knows the underlying esoteric connections of the daily fire sacrifice may even give away his leftover food to an outcast. Doing so with the proper knowledge is said to be equivalent to offering into the self of his which is common to all men. This passage is, in essence, stating that doing something that is otherwise forbidden or polluting is no longer so because of the esoteric knowledge acquired. The negative consequences of such action still attain for everyone else. In general, the Upanishads reinforce the classical Vara hierarchy in a fashion that maintains the privileged position of the Brahmin class first and the power nexus of the Brahmin, Kshatriya alliance second. Lower classes and castes appear in the service of this hierarchy, particularly where excluded groups are utilized to represent impurity or improper action. Transcendence of class hierarchy occurs only in the service of Brahminical soteriological knowledge. While in the context of Brahmins and Kshatriyas this includes the possibility of Kshatriyas being characterized as teachers of esoteric knowledge to Brahmins, that transcendence of class norms is restricted and its motivations suggest it does not necessarily map onto a historical actuality. Gender. Gender in the Upanishads is equally, if not more, difficult to generalize than caste and class, especially in discussing the position of women within the texts. As the Upanishads, like the Vedas before them, were composed by and for Brahmin men, the elite male perspective permeates throughout, even when a passage might be attributed to a female. There are no unmediated voices, Jameson 1996, Lindquist 2008. Women are mentioned in significant passages, even portrayed as important characters in a few, but it is important to remember that in the greater scope of the texts, their inclusion is rare. This rarity is not surprising for several reasons. First, the texts develop within the male-dominated religious sphere of the sacrifice and, if a gender is implied, it is male. For example, like the creation myth of Rigveda 10.90 and the cosmic man, several creation myths begin with the assumption that the original or first being is gendered male from which everything, including women, emerge, e.g. Bulletin 1.4. When women are mentioned in the Upanishads, they generally appear incidental to the central concerns of the texts and/or as instruments towards male goals. Second, the texts purport to teach about abstract realities, such as Atman, Brahman, liberation, that are often conceived of as absent of gender and fundamentally separate from such worldly dualities, though often there is an implicit masculine referent, whether in the text itself or in its intended audience. In cases where women are mentioned directly, it is often, but importantly, not exclusively, in a subordinate, often procreative role. For an extended discussion and several examples, see Black 2007, 133-145. Bulletin 6 is a good example of the mixed picture of gender, particularly women, as it appears in the Upanishads. In Bulletin 6.4.2, the god Prajapati creates woman as a base, Pratiha, for semen. Her sexual organs are paralleled to the sacrifice and thus knowledge of these abstract associations produce merit for the man when engaging in sexual intercourse. The male in this context is put in a dominant position and intercourse focuses on his needs and desire. On the one hand, relating a woman, in particular the female body, to the sacrifice could suggest a central position of the feminine in the Vedic sacrificial worldview. On the other hand, a woman is objectified as simply a body that explicitly serves to produce merit for the male. The passage also continues that the man should bribe or beat a woman if she is in her menstrual period and denies him access to sex, 6.4.7. This passage also includes formulae for the male to recite to either ensure pregnancy or prevent it, 6.4.10, 11. In this way, the woman is portrayed as an instrument for male action, desire, and progeny, whereas the male is portrayed as virile and in control not only of the particular situation, but the perpetuation of his lineage. Further in the passage, however, there is something of a shift in emphasis. Ritual procedures are mentioned to guarantee particular qualities in one's offspring, specifically learning, complexion, eye color, and a full life, 6.4.14, 18. This hierarchy, though, is especially determined by the degree of education, e.g. whether a child will master 1, 2, 3, or all 4 Vedas. Notably, a learned daughter is inserted into the third position of what then becomes a five-fold hierarchy. She is positioned between a son who knows 3 Vedas and the one who is a master of all 4. I want a learned daughter who will live out her full lifespan. If this is his wish, he should get her his wife to cook that rice with sesame seeds and the two of them should eat it mixed with ghee. The couple thus becomes capable of begetting such a daughter. June 4, 17, trans. Olivelli, 1998. While it is notable that the daughter desired is not defined by the Veda as are the sons, her position in the hierarchy is high, if not the highest. Also notable is that the text does not appear to take this inclusion as worthy of additional comment, suggesting that a desire for a learned daughter is not seen as particularly unusual. Clearly, learned daughters had an esteemed place, at least for some, and merited inclusion. Learned women also appear elsewhere as characters, such as Gargi, Bulletin 3.6 and 3.8, and Maitreyi, Bulletin 2.4 and 4.5, although these are the only 2 such cases. Gargi appears as an interlocutor in the debate with the famed ritualist Yajnavalkya, and she is in the unique position to question him twice. Maitreyi appears as Yajnavalkya's wife, probably in a domestic setting, where the two have a discussion about the nature of death and immortality. Like the desire for a learned daughter in Bow 6, we have here a potential model of learned women. As I have argued elsewhere, Lindquist 2008, in the cases of Gargi and Maitreyi there are several indicators in the stories that both women were not conceived of as a norm or were, at least, perceived of as unusual. More importantly, though, their gender has specific literary functions within the narratives that do not necessarily relate to a reality outside of the text. For example, Gargi's forcefulness and sophistication in her questions contrasts her to the male interlocutors and reinforces her explicit criticism of them. The males also represent specific competing schools, whereas Gargi has no clear affiliation. In the case of Maitreyi, she is contrasted with a second wife who is defined as a person of womanly knowledge, Striparjana, suggesting Maitreyi is outside of a gendered norm, but the female gender here is bifurcated to also highlight 2 forms of inheritance: material goods taken by one wife, religious instruction by another. In these cases, then, the narrative suggests that these characters were viewed as exceptional, but exceptional in a fashion that still suggests avenues for female learning and religious importance in the ancient world. Conclusion. Exploring issues of caste and gender in the Upanishads is as opaque and complicated as it is interesting. This article provides a small sample of that complexity. Given that the texts themselves span multiple authors and editorial processes across several centuries, any attempt at a systematic, let alone singular, presentation will by necessity be partial and lacking. The Upanishads offer a window into the religious and literary imagination of a period of time in ancient India, but that window is not singular. In the case of complex social phenomena like caste and gender, what we have instead is a matrix of small windows defined by individual passages, themes, and texts that refract light differently depending on the angle through which one looks. Part 3. Religion and Philosophy in the Upanishads. 10 Prominent Characters in the Upanishads. Stephen E. Lindquist. Introduction. The Upanishads hold pride of place within Hinduism as a classical foundation for formal philosophy, particularly as the source texts for later philosophical schools, darsana, known as Vedanta, lit. End of the Vedas. From an historical and literary perspective, it is clear that the early Upanishads had their origins in the Vedic ritual worldview, but over time these texts progressively moved away from that ritual context and emphasized more abstract themes: the nature of the self, Atman, the cosmos, the senses and sense organs, the process of dying and, most importantly, death's opposite, immortality, amarta, or liberation, moksha. Previous textual compositions, especially the Brahmas and Aryakas, are the direct literary precursors of these themes, but the Upanishads give them, and thus the genre as a whole, a life of their own. So too for the narrative portions of the Upanishads, which deal with these themes, not solely in complex and sometimes obtuse exposition, but within stories where people, gods, and fantastic beings interact, often through dialogue. Brief narratives appear in the Brahmas and Aryakas, but it is in the Upanishads, particularly in the context of concretizing abstract philosophical concepts, that narratives and the characters within them develop into fuller form. It is these narratives and characters that capture the minds of many Hindus, more so than the non-narrative portions of the Upanishads. Much of the scholarship on the Upanishads themselves can generally be divided between works that emphasize philosophical ideas and works that emphasize history and linguistics. One facet of the Upanishads that bridges this divide is the numerous literary characters that appear within the narratives, figures representative of particular modes or schools of thinking and figures that may have an historical basis. Scholars have only recently begun to consider the narratives in which these figures appear more seriously as narratives. Black 2007, Grinchpon 2003, Lindquist 2008, 2011a, 2011b, and thus use various literary methods to study them, but literary studies of specific characters have been more limited. Exceptions include Goldman 2006, Olivelli 1999, Lindquist 2011c and forthcoming. Characters. The list of prominent characters in the Upanishads can be divided based on whether these characters are central or ancillary to the narrative itself. Depending on one's interpretive purposes, it is important to note that ancillary characters may be just as important and interesting as central figures. Indeed, in many cases, their supporting function is what gives depth or nuance to the narrative, even if the narrative does not give them primacy. Further, there is also a third class of figures in the texts, perhaps best not seen as characters per se since they appear only in lists or are mentioned briefly. These are references to thinkers within a community's lineage or other established individuals used to support or dispute an interpretation or idea. They may be members of genealogical lists that grant authority to a person or school, or they simply may be attributions that serve other functions not necessarily central to a narrative. Lindquist 2011b. Each of these references is important in its own right and is often indicative of a more extensive tradition than we have detailed evidence of, but I bypass them altogether here to focus on characters who play larger narrative roles. Text references are limited to significant passages. Primary characters. Nasicatas, Ku 1-2.18. Nasicatas is the son of Usan Vahasravas. During the course of a sacrifice where his father is giving away all of his possessions, Nasicatas questions the value of his father giving away barren cows. He asks his father 3 times to whom will he give his own son, and Usan finally responds that he will give him to death. Nasicatas then goes to the world of death. Yama, the god of death, grants Nasicatas 3 boons. Nasicatas requests, 1. That his father be well disposed towards him when he returns, 2. Knowledge of the fire altar that leads to heaven, which is then named after him, and 3. Knowledge of what happens after death, particularly how to transcend death itself. Prajapti, CU 8.7-12. Indra, a representative for the gods, and Virokana, a representative for the anti-gods, approach Prajapti, the Lord of creation, for a teaching on the nature of the transcendent self, Atman. Prajapati, however, gives a misleading teaching to each. Virokana accepts it and returns to the anti-gods, but Indra realizes the inadequacy of the teaching and returns for 4 more teachings, the last being the ultimate teaching about the Atman. Pravahaya Javali, Bulletin 6.2, CU 5.3-10, CU 1.8. Pravahaya is a king who teaches Uddalaka in Bulletin 6.2 and CU 5.3-10 the doctrine of the 5 fires and the 2 paths of the dead, cf. Jub 1.38.4. In CU 1.8, his status as a king is unclear. Here he explains the ultimate meaning of the high chant to his Brahmin companions. Rakva, CU 4.1-3. Rakva is an enigmatic character who is found scratching his sores while living under a cart, a context explicitly mentioned as non-Brahminical and suggesting his inappropriateness as a teacher. He teaches the doctrine of the gatherer to genus Rudipatrayae, perhaps a king. Sanatkumara, CU 7.1. Sanatkumara is one of the 4 mind-born sons of Brahma and an ancient sage. In CU, he is the teacher of Narada, also an ancient sage, later associated with the god Brahma. There is minimal context to the CU story, presumably the use of their names was sufficient enough for context. Satyakama Jabala, CU 4.4-9 and 4.10-15, briefly at Bulletin 4.1.6 and Bulletin June 3, 11. Satyakama is the son of a woman named Jabala. He inquires with his mother about his lineage because he desires to become a Vedic student, but she does not know who his father is. He later approaches a teacher, admitting his ignorance about his father. His blunt truthfulness about this lack of pedigree, normally a requirement for initiation as a student, convinces the teacher, Haridrumata Gautama, that he must truly be a Brahmin and he accepts him as his student. Satyakama, however, is first taught by a bull, a fire, a wild goose, and a water bird and only later by Haridrumata. In 4.10-15, Satyakama is a teacher who, fittingly enough, has a student that is taught by the sacrificial fires. Svetakatu Arunya, Bulletin 6.2, KSU 1.1-2, CU 5.3-10. Svetakatu is the arrogant son of Uddalaka Arui. In CU, Svetakatu chastises his father for not having taught him fully. His father then goes to the court of Pravahaya Javali to learn the doctrine of the 5 fires, but Svetakatu does not. In the Bulletin version, Svetakatu explicitly refuses to go along with his father, compounding his haughtiness. In the KSU, Svetakatu does not appear as arrogant and attends with his father to learn from a king named Citragyayani. See Olivelli, 1999, for an extensive comparison of these 3 stories. Uddalaka Arui, CU 5 and 6, about 3.7 and 6.3.7, KSU 1.1. Uddalaka is father of Svetakatu and is considered an important teacher in his own right, but also a student, of Asvapati Kaikya in CU 5.11-24, but also of the kings Pravahaya Javali, CU 5.3, and Citragyayani, KSU 1.1. He is a competitor of Yajnavalkya in Bulletin 3.7, but said to be his teacher in Bulletin 6.3.7. Uastakakraye, CU 1.10-11, as Uasti, about 3.5 in CU, Uasta is a poor Brahmin who attends the sacrifice of a king. He challenges the assembled priests about their knowledge of the high chant, see Lincoln 2006. He also is an interlocutor in the debate with Yajnavalkya, about 3.5. Yajnavalkya, about 3-4, 6.3.7, 8, 6.5.3. Yajnavalkya is the main spokesperson of the White Yajurveda and a central figure in both the SB and the Bulletin. In Bulletin 6.5.3, he is said to be the founder of the tradition, a status also found in the Mahabharata and the Puranas. Yajnavalkya has a special relationship with King Janaka, appearing in a debate at his court, Bulletin 3, and as his private religious counselor, Bulletin 4. In dispersing his inheritance, he gives material goods to one wife, Katyayani, but a religious teaching on immortality to his other wife, Maitreyi, Bulletin 2.4, 4.5. Yama, Ku 1 to 2.18. Yama is the god who oversees the realm of the dead, but he is also the embodiment of the existence of death and all that it entails. He teaches Nasikitas about the sacrificial path to heaven and, ultimately, about immortality. Ancillary characters. Ancillary characters play supporting roles as students, fathers, wives, mothers, kings, co-ritualists, and competitors in debate. Their roles, though, are vital to the context of any given narrative, as it is the relationship between the primary and secondary characters that fill out the context of the narrative and the teaching itself. Sometimes a figure fills multiple roles simultaneously, such as a king as the patron who becomes a student, or an interlocutor who is also representative of a particular school of thought. Exploring the mixture of such roles is an important theme in some of the narratives. Here I briefly list some of the more important ancillary characters. For more complete lists, see McDonnell and Keith, 1967, and Olivelli, 1998. Gargi Vaikaknavi, Bulletin 3.5, 3.8. The only female in the debate with Yajnavalkya at the court of King Janaka. Her role in the debate, along with Yajnavalkya's wife who learns about immortality, suggests a place for women in religious discourse, even if examples are rare and the role was limited. Jabala, CU 4.4. Mother of Satyakama. While the exact reasons are unclear, and debated within the tradition and within scholarship, she had multiple partners and does not know who Satyakama's father is. When he asks about his lineage, she tells him to refer to himself by the matronymic Jabala. Janaka of Videha, Bulletin 3-4. A famous king with a special relationship to Yajnavalkya. In Bulletin 3, he organizes a religious debate during a sacrifice in which Yajnavalkya prevails as the most learned, Brahmaiha. In Bulletin 4, he learns from Yajnavalkya, presumably first only as a patron, but ultimately formally as his student. Genus Rudi Patrae, CU 4.1-3. Genus Rudi is likely a king, though he is referred to as a Sudra by Rakva. Rakva nonetheless ultimately accepts his offerings and teaches him the doctrine of the gatherer. Jarakarava Artabhaga, Bulletin 3.2. One of the 8 interlocutors in the debate with Yajnavalkya, particularly important because Yajnavalkya pulls him aside privately to discuss the nature of karma, an apparently new doctrine at this time. Maitreyi, Bulletin 2.4, 4.5. Maitreyi is one of 2 wives of Yajnavalkya. She is called a Brahmavadini, discourser on Brahman, in contrast to Yajnavalkya's other wife, Katyayani, who is said to be concerned only with womanly knowledge, Striparjana. Following her refusal of a material settlement of his wealth, Maitreyi asks Yajnavalkya to tell her the path to immortality. On the relation of the 2 versions of the story, see Brereton, 2006. Usan Vajasravas, Ku 1.1, also called Gautama and Uddalaka 1.10-11. Usan is the father of Nasikitas. While his role is small in Ku, but much more extensive elsewhere, if the identification with Uddalaka holds, his role as an apparently frustrated father who overacts allows Nasikitas the chance to learn from death himself. Vidagdha Sakalya, Bao 3.9. Sakalya is Yajnavalkya's chief and most ardent debate opponent. His name equates him with the famous arranger of the Argvida Padopaha. Vidagdha means either clever or burnt up, whichever the meaning, both would foreshadow his death at the end of the debate. It is worth noting some of the common features of the characters in the Upanishads before dealing with certain themes that intersect with them. The primary characters of Upanishadic narratives are Brahmin males, emblematic of the composers of these texts and of the religious authority that these texts express. It is important to note that this does not mean that they necessarily represent the sole audience of these texts, as ancillary characters, such as kings and women, suggest that the audience may have been broader. These characters are positioned as important teachers, Prajapti, Pravahaye, Rakva, Sanatkumara, Uddalaka, Uasta, Yajnavalkya, or students, Indra, Nasiketas, Satyakama, Svetakatu. Characters who are students in a particular narrative may also appear elsewhere in these texts, especially in genealogical lists, as teachers in their own right, e.g. Satyakama. These prominent students are described explicitly as sons, e.g. Svetakatu, son of Uddalaka, though an individual's father is not necessarily the teacher in the narrative, e.g. Nasiketas is the son of Usan, but taught by the god of death, Yama. The theme of lineage, particularly regarding the right to learn and disseminate esoteric doctrine, which may or may not intersect with biological lineage, can be seen throughout these stories, see Lindquist 2011b, especially when exploring the boundaries of orthodox expectation. In cases where the vara of the character is in doubt, e.g. Rakva or Satyakama, the narrative explores the listener's expectation of a Brahmin male in a specific narrative context, though the narratives ultimately assert the character's Brahmin-ness by other criteria, in the case of Satyakama, through his truthfulness, in the case of Rakva, through the knowledge he possesses. Prajapati and Yama are male divinities, but their inclusions are intimately tied to the specific narrative contexts, e.g. Yama, the god of death, teaches about death and what transcends it/him in the realm of the dead, and Prajapati is teaching another god and an anti-god. Both are the elites in their own domain. This directly parallels the male Brahmin character's context of the ritual, that is, the human social realm that is under their purview and from which the abstract knowledge in the Upanishads historically emerges. The ancillary characters are often the interlocutors of the prominent characters, though not always as students. Bulletin 3 includes 8 interlocutors in a debate with Yajnavalkya. Each of the 8 represent competing Vedic orthodoxies, though a couple are markedly more significant both within the tradition and within academic studies. Gargi is a female interlocutor, Bulletin 3.6 and 3.8, and she is distinguished not only by her gender, but also by the forcefulness and content of her questions to Yajnavalkya, Lindquist 2008, Black 2007. Vidagdha Sakalya, representative of the Argveda, is also an interlocutor in this same debate, Bulletin 3.9, though his role is much more extensive than the others and the debate climaxes in his death by an exploding head when he cannot answer a challenge put to him after the tables are turned, Lindquist 2011a. While in the domestic setting rather than a debate, Yajnavalkya teaches his wife, Maitreyi, about immortality in 2 separate versions of the same story, Bulletin 2.4 and 4.5. In this case, there are thematic parallels to the student-teacher relationships found in other stories, but Maitreyi is not formally a student and is the sole example of a spousal relationship of religious teaching in the Upanishads narratives. Kings play an important role in the narratives as patrons, but also sometimes as students and even teachers. Certain new doctrines are said to come from the Kshatriya class, but whether this is historically accurate or otherwise literarily motived, such as to valorize a patron class or to suggest a doctrine's newness, is debated. See, for example, Hawk 2002. Characters as history. Much scholarship has concerned itself with approaching these prominent characters as historical individuals, in line with the larger Hindu tradition that generally takes them as ancient sages that actually lived in the distant past. In one sense, this is an understandable approach for those concerned with historical reconstruction. The overwhelming majority of Upanishads narratives are realistic in nature and only a few contain fantastic elements, such as talking fires and animals or exploding heads, or are clearly mythological, such as dialogues between gods and anti-gods. Several characters are known from other textual compositions, whether from other Upanishads or other genres. Yajnavalkya, for example, has a significant literary life that precedes and succeeds the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad and is taken as the founder of one particular Vedic school, the White Yajurveda, Sukla Yajurveda. Uddalaka and Svetakatu are also particularly famous in other literature. Further, formal genealogical lists found in the texts, such as the 3 found in Bulletin, as well as more casual listings of pedigrees of interpretations lend an air of realism and historical veracity to these texts. Rubin, 1947, is probably the most explicit example of historically positivist reconstruction by giving specific decades for individual teachers based on their relationships to each other and based on a comparative dating of the texts. Such an attempt may appear intellectually satisfying, not the least of which because it is premised on taking the primary sources as faithful records. However, such interpretations are based on insecure evidence and face a number of probably insurmountable hurdles. First, the majority of the early Upanishads are composite texts, and consistency even within one Upanishad, let alone across numerous ones produced in different regions at different times, is unlikely. Uddalaka, for example, is listed as Yajnavalkya's contemporary competitor in one context, Bulletin 3.7, but his teacher in another, Bulletin 6.3.7. Second, the Upanishads, like all ancient Indian texts, are datable at best to particular centuries, and their relation to each other is a relative chronology and not an absolute one, specifying particular decades for particular individuals within and across texts is unsupportable. Third, the texts themselves are not concerned with a fixed historical recollection, even the genealogical lists are not wholly consistent and serve various narrative purposes, Lindquist 2011b, Black 2011. Separating historically accurate information from other types of representation or from other narrative needs is difficult at best. Others have approached the historicity of such figures with more nuance, though arguably without more convincing results. Rather than try to pin precise dates to specific prominent characters, these approaches try to isolate types of textual representations, specifically those the scholar deems historically accurate as opposed to mythical or legendary. For example, Pfizer, 1984, argues that there is an early Yajnavalkya, a historical figure found in the SB and Bulletin ch 1-2, but also a later legendary Yajnavalkya in the other chapters of Bulletin. In contrast, Witzel, 2003, has suggested that there are individualized speech characteristics of figures like Yajnavalkya. Witzel argues that there is a linguistic consistency in the speech attributed to Yajnavalkya and that this consistency suggests a single historical personage in both the SB and throughout the Bulletin. I do not find either of these approaches convincing, not the least of which because neither accounts for the literary aspects of these characters, see Lindquist 2011c. Though Witzel's approach is novel and a focus on Yajnavalkya's speech pattern is interesting, it seems just as plausible that linguistic consistency across texts is due to the tradition intentionally mimicking already established literary norms so as to maintain continuity. Given that the majority of the settings for these encounters are variations of previously established formulaic conventions, e.g. the sacrificial arena, the court, non-social or uninhabited regions, it is more logical that characters are as well. While it is easier to dismiss fantastic or clearly mythological elements of a narrative as ahistorical, Pfizer's approach is more wide-ranging and more subjective. He assumes that legendary and historical material are discrete, passages that he finds to be motivated by, for example, a desire to elevate the status of Yajnavalkya, are dismissed. Realism, and thus historical veracity, seems based largely on his individual impressions rather than anything systematic. Bronkhorst's, 2007, approach to Yajnavalkya is similar to Pfizer, albeit more systematic and with closer attention to philological detail, but his system is indicative of part of the problem. Isolating the legendary and the historical in the Upanishads becomes an elaborate logical exercise of supposition built upon supposition, and weakness in any individual part threatens to collapse the whole. Themes. Prominent Upanishadic characters, of course, exist within specific narrative contexts. As mentioned earlier, the majority of these narratives are dialogues. The nature of the dialogic format, however, has led many to focus on the content of the dialogues to the exclusion of characters or context. Upanishadic dialogues, however, are formally framed, such as by the context of a ritual gathering where Brahmins assemble to debate to win wealth, as in the bulletin, or of a son having a conflict with his father during a sacrifice that leads to his own death, as in the coup. If we take narrative form seriously, however, these frames are not secondary to the doctrine that is discussed, but intimately connected to it. The characters and their context add nuance and concreteness to the abstract themes under discussion. Some of the more prominent themes include the nature of death and immortality, the dissemination of knowledge and propriety and proper knowledge. Of course, these themes overlap and others are present in the texts. See Lindquist 2011b and 2017 for further examples, but I will focus on these three here. Death is a common topic within the Upanishads as a whole, but especially so within the Upanishads narratives. Given the context of the composition of the Upanishads during the second great urbanization on the Gangetic plain, this should not be surprising. While urbanization brings disparate groups of people into contact and spurs religious, social, and political change, it also exacerbates problems of social inequality, propels a breakdown of previously established social norms, and brings a rise in disease and death associated with quickly growing populations. This is not to say that a concern with death arose solely or mainly due to changing material conditions. As already mentioned, these themes are present in earlier textual compositions, though they are hardly prominent. But it is to say that there is a direct parallel between radically changing social conditions and an increasing philosophical concentration on understanding the nature of death, especially through the concepts of karma and rebirth. Progressively across the Upanishads and also in the newly emerging traditions of Buddhism and Jainism, there is an increasingly negative view of life in the world, most starkly seen in the Mu. This negative view stands in sharp contrast to the earlier Vedic view which embraced life in the world and the worldly gains that sacrifices to the gods would grant. The story of Nacicetas exhibits perhaps the most explicit connection between the narrative frame and the dialogue, here in the context of death. The boy, Nacicetas, is sent to the realm of Yama, the god of death, by his father in a fit of frustration. While his father was offering presumably everything he owned to the gods in a sacrifice, he also offered cows that were barren. Nacicetas wondered about the value of his father's offering of such cows and inquired to whom his father might then give him. His father responds that he gives him to death. Nacicetas finds himself in the realm of death where Yama grants him three boons. The first boon guarantees that his father will not be angry when he returns, a clear foreshadowing that even Nacicetas realizes that this actual death is not permanent, which is ultimately the same argument as the philosophical doctrine. The second boon is for Nacicetas to learn about the fire altar that leads to heaven. Yama includes an additional boon of naming the fire altar after him. The final boon is to learn about the nature of death and how to transcend it. Having learned about this transcendence, Nacicetas is apparently returned to his father. This is implied in the story as there is no formal ending, leaving some debate as to its actual conclusion, thus leaving the realm of death, but especially the future reality of death itself. A less obvious, but more intricate, example of the interdependence of frame and dialogue in a discussion of immortality is the famous debate of Yajnavalkya in Bulletin 3. I have argued elsewhere, 2011a, that the content of the debate between Yajnavalkya and his 8 interlocutors progresses from an understanding of the actual sacrifice and its more abstract connections to the cosmos, including the nature of karma and rebirth. This narrative then culminates in an abstract and elaborate discussion thematically centered around the nature of immortality. The theme of immortality in the dialogue, though, parallels the narrative interaction of the characters where there is increasingly sharp rhetoric which plays on the reason that immortality is sought after in the first place, the very real fact that people die. Various characters threaten each other with shattered heads. The narrative and the dialogue portions are making an argument in tandem about death and its opposite. Ultimately, Sakalya cannot explain the nature of immortality and proves his own status as mortal by dying. Since dialogue requires the interaction of at least two parties, the Upanishads narratives also comment on the nature of the parties as well as the content that is to be discussed. Black, 2007, has analyzed several of these roles in how the narratives create, challenge, and sustain the norms of social interaction between these two parties, particularly in regard to teaching. I have suggested, 2011b, that this theme can also be looked at in the context of Upanishads genealogical lists and intellectual pedigrees. I suggested that there is a broader, more encompassing theme of lineage and inheritance, whether of wealth or knowledge, at work in the texts. In this way, the role of these characters, such as teachers and students or Brahmins and kings, suggest models for intellectual and material transfer, and one leitmotif of the stories is the control and dissemination of such a transfer that also brings in biological, e.g. familial, and social relationships, e.g. caste and gender, as well as other hierarchies. In this context, for example, the appearance of Maitreyi in a narrative framed around the giving of a material inheritance versus an immaterial one shows a thematic continuity for this otherwise unusual narrative situation. So also with the genealogical lists that are otherwise apparently out of place in the texts, such as the matronymic listing found in Bulletin 6.5. Finally, what I term propriety and proper knowledge is related to the above two themes, but the emphasis here is on the construction of several characters so as to challenge the expectation of the listener. Yajnavalkya is a sarcastic and witty Brahmin, characteristics that might otherwise be seen as a personality flaws, as is the case with Sakalya, who is also sharp-witted, were he not shown to be possessed of superior knowledge in the end. Satyakama, who lacks a known lineage and thus the right to study the Veda, shows he actually is a Brahmin and eligible for such knowledge based on his truthfulness, an endearing and humorous truthfulness, where he not only gives his matronymic, but literally repeats his mother's words to a potential teacher about her sleeping with many men. In contrast to Satyakama's humbleness is Svatakata's arrogance, an arrogance which precludes him from learning from a king. Rakva is said to live where a non-Brahmin lives, under a cart, apparently with a skin disease, but proves himself to be the proper teacher. Both teacher and student explicitly go against expectations. Rakva is apparently homeless, poor, and perhaps diseased. His student, Janasruti, is apparently a king, but called a Sudra twice by Rakva, suggesting he should not be an eligible student. Each of the characters exhibits unique characteristics that challenge a normative, and sanitized, expectation that an audience might have of the character. Each of these characters is, in one sense, anomalous of an idealized Brahmin norm, both male and female, and their anomalousness serves as a launching point for the dialogue as well as a thematic complement to the same. These traits, I have suggested, are key to more fully appreciating the narratives, traits which give the narratives their force, traits which often parallel the philosophical argument being made where character, story, and philosophical argument cannot be separated. Conclusion. The prominent characters found in Upanishads stories play many roles. They are spokespeople for particular modes of ritual and philosophical thought, they represent, and challenge, norms of the lived world and the growing importance of ascetic values, and they add humor, nuance, and concreteness not only to abstract discussions about the fundamental nature of reality, but also of human realities such as desire, impermanence, and death. These characters and the narratives of which they are a part have helped to sustain the genre of the Upanishads as the sacrifice recedes into the background and formal philosophizing becomes a technical scholastic endeavor. The characters speak to the place of humans within a reality that is lived and towards an ultimate reality that is aspired to. 11 Atman and Brahman in the Principal Upanishads. Jacqueline Southern Hurst. Introduction. The concepts of Atman and Brahman as true self and ultimate reality are often presented as the most fundamental in the Principal Upanishads. They are used to evidence an inward turn in the Vedic corpus from world-maintaining ritual to a renunciatory quest for knowledge which will liberate the seeker from this world of rebirth. That knowledge is said to comprise precisely the knowledge of the identity of Atman and Brahman. While this is a useful starting point, it contains a number of simplifications. These tidy up the complex processes whereby different seers sought to make sense of their Vedic world and so mask the considerable diversity of social contexts and viewpoints within these texts. Basic meanings. The terms themselves have multiple senses. Atman is primarily a reflexive pronoun meaning oneself, myself, yourself, etc., so it is important not to overread it. However, in explorations of what it is that gives a person life, it does emerge, along with other competitors such as breath, praa, and person, purua, as a leading contender, linked with the exercise of consciousness. 2. At an individual level, it also becomes key in notions of personal identity in this life and continuity in rebirth, see chapter 12. More basically, it may signify body, the physical aspect of a person, see Olivelli, 1996, 291. Through this, and its association with the notion of the cosmic person, Purua, whose sacrificial dismemberment establishes an ordered cosmos, RV 10.90, Atman can carry a sense of the whole. Finally, analogous to breath in the individual, Atman may indicate the self within the cosmic totality. Brahman, whose etymology the 8th century commentator, S. A. Kara, gives as from the root, bh-, to be great or to exceed, 3 is used, early, to designate the power of the Vedic ritual, the sacred chant, or its priestly custodians, Roebuck, 2003, XXVIII. As the former, it has cosmic force, the power of the whole universe. Through this, it too comes to have the sense of totality, a kind of universal set, whose parts may be variously understood. While Atman may refer to both the individual self and to the self of the cosmos in the principal Upanishads, Brahman often retains a cosmological sense. However it is used, though, the term does not depart from its basic sense of that which is identified as the highest power or mystery by the particular speaker. It requires a close reading of different texts to discover how, when, whether, and why these terms are used interchangeably, or whether they express a relationship of identity, unity, or difference between the two. The variability of usage, and the fact that there are no capital letters in Indian scripts, also challenges translators on how to transliterate the Sanskrit terms in the Roman alphabet, Brahman, for Brahman, Brahman, and on how to translate Atman, oneself, body, self, self. On transliteration, a decision needs to be made for consistency. On translation, the context and the translator's interpretation will be key. Further, it is, of course, the variation within the source texts themselves that allows the later Vedantin commentators to hold such radically different interpretations of what the Upanishads teach, see chapter 19. Key questions. One way of pursuing a close reading through these differences is to locate the questions that different sages or texts are addressing. In particular, Roebuck stresses the ubiquity of the question, what do you worship as? Brahman. Roebuck 2003, 448, N.1. This is a central query whose answers are multiple. It builds on the riddling competitions between Brahmins, Brahma as, in the earlier Vedic texts, Renew 1949, Black 2007, Chapter 2. The preoccupation with personal immortality yields another key line of inquiry, e.g. Bulletin 3.2.10, 13, 4.4, and becomes linked to the nature of the self. Nasicatas famously presses Yama, tell us, what there is in the great passing on beyond death. 5. His question yields the teaching on Atman, Q 1.29, 2.20. These questions generate others and shape the older teacher-pupil dialogues and the literary form of later texts. The Svetasvatara, for example, opens with a string of questions from those who talk about Brahman. What is the cause or Brahman? Why are we born? By what do we live? On what are we grounded? Are we to think of it as time, inherent nature, fate, chance, the elements, a womb, a person? Or a combination of these? 1.122. The very titles of the prasna, question, and kina, by what, show the importance of questioning. Prasna 3 asks the revered teacher, Pipalada. Where is the breath born from? How does it enter this body? How, having divided itself, Atman, does it become established? By what does it go up out of the body at death? How does it explain what is external the cosmos and what is to do with oneself, Adhyatma? The shape of this chapter. To address these questions, I consider key ideas and close readings from broadly chronological groups of the principal Upanishads to see what different answers they give, before returning to the initial puzzle of how Brahman and Atman are related. 6. The early prose Upanishads. In the oldest prose Upanishads, searches for answers are frequently conducted in dialogues, e.g. Bulletin 3, CU 1.8-9, 5.11-24, Bulletin 2.1, 2.4/4.5, 4.3-4, KSU 1-2. They are both embodied and socially embedded. What do you worship as Brahman? This alerts us to three issues. The first is to consider whether one normative view on Brahman/Atman is provided. Black suggests that, in the competitive debates in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, 3, 4.1-4, where Yajnavalkya emerges as victor, a single view on Brahman is sanctioned. By contrast, the assorted teachings given by different teachers in the Chandogya are allowed to stand alongside each other. 2007, 43, 97, 169. Second, perspectives on Brahman relate variously to earlier Vedic ritual and hymnic views, CU throughout, Bulletin 1.1, 1.2-4, 5, and 6. These views are not easily homogeneous. Finally, though, I argue that different types of material and shifting vocabulary in adjacent sections of these texts are not just indicators of collections made over time or different teachers' views. Rather, in the compilations we now have, the format of the texts forces the hearer or reader to confront a search for something contested and highly elusive. This works in the hearer, where a tidy, coherent answer could not. To approach this diversity, I consider four ways the early prose Upanishads handle the relation between the cosmos and the individual. Each builds on ideas of macrocosm, the cosmos, microcosm, the sacrificer, and mesocosm, the sacrifice which maintains cosmic and social order, from earlier Vedic texts. This approach allows us to see both connections and divergences as these texts pursue questions about the meaning of existence, seeking a grasp of that which grounds the cosmos and may be found within. Understanding homologies, Bandhus. What do you seek as Brahman, as self, why? Bandhus are the links between different realms which provide an underpinning logic for sacrifice or meditation, Gonda 1965, Smith 1989, C.F. Renu 1949, 13. The Bihadharayaka Upanishad, 1.1, opens with a meditation in which the horse, sacrificed to establish a king's power and territory, is equated with the whole cosmos. Death is overcome through proper understanding of the horse sacrifice. 1.2.7, power derived from a knowledge of the homologies between, here, the parts of the horse and the parts of the cosmos to which they correspond, don its head, wind its breath, its body, Atman, the year representing the totality of time. It is through the exploration of such bandhus that many of the protagonists in the Bihadharayaka and Chandogya seek the connecting whole, or Brahman. CU 3.18.2, 6, for example, identifies the four quarters of Brahman as speech/fire, breath/air, eye/sun, and ear/directions. Each quarter of the whole has both an individual identification and a cosmological homologue, linked through meditation. The one who knows these links shines with praise, fame, and the shine of Brahman, here sacred knowledge. Olivelli's translation makes transparent the homology generating this knowledge. With respect to the bodily sphere, Atman, one should venerate Brahman is the mind, and, with respect to the divine sphere, Brahman is space. In this way, meditative substitution is carried out in both spheres, both with respect to the bodily sphere Adhyatma and with respect to the divine sphere Adhidevata. CU 3.18.1, Tr. Olivelli, 7. It is not a long step from here to the famous inner controller passage in Bulletin 3.7, which talks not of Brahman but of Atman. Challenged to demonstrate his knowledge of that thread by which this world, the other world and all beings are held together and its Antaryaman, or inner controller, Yajnavalkya gives a three-part series of almost identically worded teachings. The one who exists within earth/all beings/breath, is other than earth/all beings/breath, whom earth/all beings/breath do not know, whose body is earth/all beings/breath, who controls earth/all beings/breath from within. This is yourself, the inner controller, the immortal, Iyatahat Mantarayami Amta. 3.7.3/15/16 as examples. The series relates respectively to the cosmic realm of the deities, Adhidevata, the hinge realm of beings, Adhibhuta, and the final realm of Adhyatma. Olivelli translates Adhyatma as body, recalling earlier homologizations. Now the search within cosmos and body leads to a single reality, the inner controller, the immortal self within. Roebuck's oneself relates the search to the pupil hearing the teaching and, like the whole passage, directs him to find it, and immortality, within his own person. Whole and parts, what is Brahman, the one that exceeds? We have already seen examples of Atman and Brahman denoting a whole with parts, Bulletin 1.1-2, CU 3.18. In CU 4.4-4.9, the aptly named Satyakama, one who desires what is true, is taught 1/4 of Brahman by a bull, fire, goose, and water bird respectively. Each quarter represents a totality, the four directions, the four regions, the lights of fire, sun, moon, and lightning, the person, breath, eye, ear, mind. Satyakama gained knowledge of Brahman, 4.9.2, with various limited results, 4.5.4, 4.6.4, 4.7.4, 4.8.4, but the complete knowledge in which nothing was left out comes from his teacher, 4.9.3, cf 5.11-24. On its content, the text is silent. The implied transcendence of something beyond our conceptions of totality is made clear in CU 3.12. Different levels of totality, ritual, cosmic, and person-related, are elaborately equated, but the person is greater than that /1/4 of him is all being /3/4, the immortal in the sky, CU 3.12.6 citing RV 10.90.3. This, it implies, is that which is called Brahman, the space both outside a person and within, 3.12.7, yielding unfading prosperity. S.A. Ilya's teaching goes further. Brahman, all this, 3.14.1, is the self within the heart yet greater than all worlds, 3.14.3. With the intention to know the self, Atman, one enters or attains Brahman, the totality, transcendent, after death, 3.14.4. Through the parts, to the whole, to that beyond. Origination stories, what is the cause? The end. The oldest Upanishads contain numerous in the beginning stories. In many, the self, Atman, is the initiator. In Aitattva Upanishad 1.1 the self, one only, thinks, let me create worlds, the cosmos is produced and the self enters the person as the cognizor within, 1.3.11, 12, cf sat, being, in CU 6.2. In some stories, e.g. CU 6, Brahman is not mentioned. Here, the lonely self 8 sees just that person, the Brahman, January 3rd, 13, and so is called Idandra. As January 3rd, 14 observes, the gods seem to love the cryptic. 3.1-4 attempts to untangle the mystery. To the question, which one is the self? 3.2, a string of terms designating different aspects of cognition is given. The translators vary in how they interpret the relation between the one who sees, hears, smells, speaks, and tastes. 3.1, the separate mental functions, gods, elements, and beings, and Brahman as prajanana, intelligence, knowledge, knowing. What do you worship as Brahman? Search within the cosmos and yourself. Taittiriya 2 explores the connection between origination, the attaining of all desires for the one who knows Brahman, and an interiorizing search within. In what becomes known as the Five Sheaths passage, comments and verses direct one from a kind of exterior Russian doll, the self made of food, to the next one within, the self made of breath, then to the self made of mind, of understanding, and finally of bliss. Whichever sheath or self a person identifies as Brahman, they attain a concomitant outcome. Finally, depending on whether the seeker sees Brahman as non-being or being, the result is different and questions arise over destiny after death. 2.6. Resolution transcends both being and non-being origination accounts. 2.7,8. Whence words return / along with the mind. The one who knows the bliss of Brahman / does not fear anything at all. 2.9. That end is beyond words. Unseen seer, what is the self? The Ajnavakaya cycle, Bulletin 2-4, repeatedly identifies the Atman as the ground of cognition. The inner controller passage concludes. It is the unseen seer, the unheard hearer, the unthought of thinker, the unknown knower. Other than this there is no seer, other than this there is no hearer, other than this there is no thinker, other than this there is no knower. This is yourself, the inner controller, the immortal. What is other than this is suffering. Bulletin March 7, 23, Tr. Roebuck, cf. March 8, 11, KSU 3.8. This has become a prevalent understanding not least because of its use by the Advaitin commentator, S. A. Kara, yet it is less common in the principal Upanishads than might be expected. 9. What it does share is the search, within cosmos and self, for a transcendent principle which in various ways is identified with consciousness, though methods and pictures vary widely as already indicated. Another way of searching for this starts with an outward bodily self, then moves through dream and deep sleep to a transcendent consciousness beyond. This is most neatly formalized in the much later Mayakya Upanishad, but its roots are found in the oldest Upanishads including Chandogya 8.7-12. Prajapati, linking senses with cosmic elements, teaches that the self is that which grounds all sensing and thinking, using a colorful picture of fulfilled desires to point Indra beyond waking, dreaming, deep sleep to the self free from evils, old age, sorrow, and death. 8.7-12. The flavor is very different in Yajnavalkya's teaching to Maitreyi. He gives her a series of examples to illustrate how everything is the self. Atman, 2.4.6, culminating in the image of salt dissolved in water. Just so, a person, who arises from various elements, at death will dissolve back into them and there will be no more awareness. For where there is duality as it were, there one smells another, sees another, hears another, speaks to another, thinks of another, knows another. When however all in one has become the self / one's self, Atman, what could one smell by what? What could one know by what? By what could one know that by which all this is known? By what can one know the knower? Bulletin February 4, 14. No cognition of difference can remain. Yet the knower, the unknown knower of Bulletin March 7, 23, remains. Beyond words. The parallel passage in Bulletin April 5, 15 uses radically apophatic language to stress this, that is the self, Atman, said to be, no, that which no language can describe. A similar impulse for what is beyond cognition underlies Uddalaka Arui's question to his arrogant son, Svetakatu. Did you ask for the teaching by which the unheard becomes heard, the unthought thought, and the unknown known? 6.1.2, 3. This engenders a series of examples containing the famous Tattvam Aci teaching, you are that. Perhaps no other Upanishadic phrase has occasioned so much scholarly discussion, whether by Vedantin commentators, 10 or by modern textual scholars. 11 In the Chandogya narrative, Svetakatu is the one addressed as you. That is Sat, being, which thinks, may I be many. Clearly the arrogant pupil is not the source of everything. His father explains. This subtle part is what all this has as self. It is truth, it is the self, Atman. You are that, Svetakatu. 6.8.7, THIRD-WORLDISM. All this, the cosmos, has transcendent being for itself. This is also the core of Svetakatu's being. His existence, goal, very life, and truthfulness have this subtle essence as self. 6.13-16. These searches within the cosmos and within the person for the answers to the fundamental questions of life recur in the middle and late Upanishads. The next section considers 3 middle period verse texts as case studies for how they explore our vital but slippery terms. The verse Upanishads, Kina, Isa, and Muaka. Kina on Brahman. Both parts of the Kina Upanishad are focused on Brahman though in different ways. Metric chapters 1-2 are a poetic meditation on the elusive power which lies behind the individual's mind, speech, and senses, reminiscently described as the hearing behind hearing, the thinking behind thinking, the speech behind speech, the sight behind sight but also the breathing behind breathing. 1.2. The hearer is repeatedly adjured to learn that only this is Brahman, not what others regard as their highest power. The person who thinks they know Brahman well is challenged to consider not the visible aspect of Brahman but that which is unknown. 2.3. Paradoxically it is those who do not perceive it who do. Not content to identify Brahman with an aspect of the cosmos perhaps, they recognize its transcendence and gain immortality. 2.5. Prose chapters 3-4 contain a variation on the recurring competition among gods, or the breaths, over who is the greatest. Here the elusive Brahman is the challenger and winner. Brahman, then, is the highest power, whether in philosophical poetry or a somewhat anthropomorphized, though still uncapturable, form in prose. It is known in relation to a person's mind and senses, mythically explains the god Indra's power and yields immortality beyond death. The term Atman is not used. Isa on Atman. By contrast, in the short Isa, the term Brahman does not feature. Its references to the self are ambiguous, as is its opening, everything is to be pervaded or perfumed by a powerful one / the Lord, Isa, 1. 12a neuter one is described in paradoxes, unmoving, yet swifter than the mind, beyond gods, far and near, within and without, 4-5. The next verse, in words reminiscent of Bulletin April 4, 15, and adapted theistically in BHG 6.30, reads, whoever sees / all beings in the self, Atman, / and the self in all beings / does not shrink away from it. 6. THIRD-WORLDISM. Roebuck keeps this ambiguous on purpose. Is one to see all beings in oneself? Or in the supreme self? And is this a theistic Upanishad, identifying supreme self, the one and God? 13 Or is to be equated with the great self, the indwelling overseer of all, as in Bulletin February 5, 15? 14. Muaka on both. In the Muaka, the knowledge of Brahman is intimately bound up with understanding Atman. As elsewhere, this term has several senses. In a famous analogy, the Muaka compares the syllable Om with a bow, the self, Atman, with an arrow and Brahman with the target to be struck. 2.2.4. So it appears that the individual self, sharpened with meditation, is to be drawn back ready to fire with the mind fixed on the nature of that, i.e. Brahman. 2.2.3. This idea of an individual self refined by meditation is reinforced when a person who knows the supreme place of Brahman, their desires completely satisfied, is described as K-Tatma. 3.2.2, cf. Yutatma 3.2.5, one whose self is perfected. The relation of the self to the cosmic person, Purue, the source and upholder of all things, 2.1, higher than the highest, 3.2.8, and to Brahman, the immortal which extends in all directions, February 2nd, 12, yet is subtler than the subtle, 2.2.2, is never stated straightforwardly. Yet it is knowledge of the self which unites the self with Brahman as the arrow with the target, 2.2.4, it is Brahman, free from stain or parts, the radiant light of lights, which is known by knowers of the self, at Mavada February 2nd, 10. The self is both in the body, known through consciousness into which the breath/senses are woven, and that on which the three cosmic regions are woven, 3.1.9, 2.2.5, cf. Bulletin 3.6, 3.8. The destination of tranquil knowers, January 2nd, 11, of Brahman is the immortal, cosmic person, the imperishable self, Avyayatma, January 2nd, 11, 15, whose feet are the inmost self, Antaratma, of all beings, 2.1.4. 16. These are subtle equations, working from where a person is, drawing out the inner and cosmic knowledge which will unite the knower with the divine person, as individual name and form are lost, like rivers flowing into an ocean, 3.2.8. The prose relinks intention and outcome, one who knows the highest Brahman indeed becomes Brahman, 3.2.9. A personalizing turn. Kaha and Svetasvatara. Lord, Atman, and Brahman in Svetasvatara. While Olavelli sees the Kina, Isa, and Muaka as having strong theistic tendencies, 1996, XXXVII, this is perhaps more noticeable in the Kaha and Svetasvatara. The deity in the Svetasvatara is Rudra, described as Shiva, auspicious or gentle, 3.11. The relationship between Atman and Brahman to this Lord, Isa, the God/God, Deva, who upholds all there is, 1.8, is, as we would now expect, slippery. Signifieds are constantly open to interpretation. Verses from earlier texts are quoted and integrated. Networks of associations lie within the poetic process. 17. What is clear is the supremacy of the One, Rudra/Savat, the Lord, the God, pervasive, total yet transcendent source of all, 1.10. He is the one to be known as distinct from the individual self, jiva, and from mind matter, prakrti. 18. To know him, one should use, but go beyond, yogic practices of finding the one within, 2.14-15, and be devoted to this one, as to one's teacher, 6.23. Around this core are woven numerous uses of the terms Brahman and Atman. The different translations of Olavelli and Roebuck show the decisions of interpretation required. I outline two sets here. First, we are to understand that sorting out various views of those who speak of Brahman is the aim of the Upanishad, 1.1. Depending on how the first of many questions in 1.1 is translated, 19, we might identify Brahman as that cause, rather than time, inherent nature, fate, and so on, the one who transcends all. Or we might ask what the cause of Brahman is, perhaps as in 2.7, the sacred Vedic formula. The world or will of Brahman is that of rebirth, whether controlling or controlled by it, 1.6. Finally, though, Brahman is identified as the substance of Svetasvatara's correct teaching, 6.21, cf 2.15, that is, the view on the Lord. Brahman therefore continues to designate the best understanding, that which exceeds. Second, there is a key shift in meaning of Atman, in one of its most important usages in the Svetasvatara. Here the Atman is subject to pleasure and pain, 1.2, differentiated from the powerful one or Lord, and is the individual experiencer of objects of experience. It is compared with a bird sitting on a tree pecking fruit, or a male goat after enjoying the female, 4.5-7, cf. Mu 3.1. It is the self as involved in the world of rebirth. With perishable prakrti, it is ruled over by the one God, 1.10, a triad identified in 1.12 as the threefold Brahman. It can be freed by recognizing this, cf. mu 3.2.2 where the self can be perfected. Yet Atman can also designate the Lord, the all-pervading self, which is the secret teaching on Brahman, Brahmopanishad, found within oneself, 1.15-16. Old themes of the whole and transcendence, of finding the self within, become transmuted through a lens of personal deity as supreme self, now differentiated from the individual self, using the new techniques of yoga, see chapters 17 and 32. Self, selves, and the elusive goal in Kha in the Kaha, Nasikita's searches for immortality. Death, Yama, finally teaches him about the one who is not born, does not die, does not originate, does not become, and is not killed when the body is, 2.18, whom Olivelli, along with 2.20, identifies as Atman. Subtler than the subtle, greater than the great. The self, Atman, is hidden in the secret, heart, of a living being. This could refer to an individual self yet remains ambiguous. As in earlier texts, this Atman is described in paradoxical terms: sitting, it moves far; lying, it goes everywhere, 2.21, CFIU 5. Ordinary methods of intellectual learning do not avail in finding the self, cf. mu 3.2.3. It is grasped by the one to whom it reveals its own nature, or chooses as its own body, 2.23. 20. Personal Lord? Or self-disclosing consciousness to the one who looks. In Q3, a SAQ-like hierarchy of senses, sense objects, mind, manas, intellect, buddhi, great self, Atma Mahan, and unmanifest, avyakta, leads to the person, Purue, beyond which is nothing, 3.10.11. This is the highest goal, the chariot journey's end, the furthest step of 6U, 21 the tranquil self, into which has been merged the great self and before that the knowing self, 3.13. 22 different senses of self, individual cognitive, Jnanatma, and universal cosmic, Atman Maha, are transcended in that tranquil self, Santatman, the final stage. Ultimately, that which frees from death is seen to be without sound, touch, or form, imperishable, without taste, eternal, without smell, without beginning or end, greater than the great, constant. Radhakrishnan glosses as self, 3.15 tr. The text simply has pronouns. Once more, juxtapositions suggest, words push beyond. Tidying things up, prasna and mayukya. The prasna's pastiche. The prasna incorporates an archaic medley of teachings relating them overall to the highest Brahman, higher than which there is nothing, 6.7, CFQ 3.11. The self emerges as immortal, the final end, 1.9, the foundation of breath, PRAA, 3.3, residing within the heart, 3.6. As the highest self, it is the foundation of all the elements and aspects of an individual person, 4.7. The knowing self, Vijnanatman, CFQ 3.13, probably individual here, is the one who sees, touches, tastes, smells, thinks, knows, and acts. It rests on, or is established in, the supreme imperishable self, the two apparently distinguished. The fourth beyond. By contrast, the brief Mayukya systematically reflects on the syllable Om and its four quarters, equated to the states of waking, dreaming, deep sleep, and the fourth, Turiya, beyond, 2-7. This Brahman is the whole cosmos, past, present, future, and what is beyond, the familiar theme of the whole and that which transcends it. Famously, this self is Brahman, one, in particular, the fourth beyond. It too is described by paradox and negation, without inside or outside, unseen, ungraspable, indescribable, tranquil, without a second, 7. It is beyond the conventional world of ordinary transactions, avyavaharya, auspicious, shiva, non-dual, advaita, the stilling of the manifested world, prapankopasama. By knowing the self through meditative reflection on these quarters which lead beyond, one enters the self through oneself. 12:23 With Bulletin April 5, 13, this becomes central to an Advaitin understanding of Brahman and Atman. 24. Is Atman identical to Brahman? Reconsidering the question. This important philosophical question has often been considered in terms primarily of ultimate reality, Brahman. How is the eternal self, Atman, that which provides the continuity between the different births of an individual and seeks escape from that cycle, related to this causal reality? Are they identical? The same but different? Non-reciprocally dependent in a single complex reality? Different in important ways but contingent in being? Or what? And is that ultimate reality, beyond all words and characteristics, a personal Lord to be worshipped, or what? See chapters 15 and 19. Close reading of the texts and their own questions in light of Indo-logical, and more recent literary/narrative, approaches can lead us to approach the issue from a different angle. First, consider Brahman as a question poser. Like in the old Brahmati Aridling and Atman as a multivocal term yielding a rich view of what it is to be, a person. The former focuses on the best way of understanding the highest value, the secret given in the cosmos and in the particular transmission from teacher to pupil, the totality which incorporates earlier partial understandings, the transcendent which exceeds the known whole. The latter recalls the person-shaped images through which seers explored the nature of the cosmos, its origin and manifest plurality, from the dismembered cosmic person to the self within all. It reminds us that body, breath, vital functions, cognitive processes, and subject consciousness itself have all been explored as Brahman, the secret of the whole. It prompts us to explore different types or layers of self or personhood, the bodily waking, dream, deep sleep, and transcendent selves of the early Upanishads and the Mayukya, the perfectible self of the Muakas K-Tatma, the Sakya yogic-like analyses of the Kahas knowing self, great self, and tranquil self, than which nothing is higher. To the modern student of the Upanishadic texts, the question about the relation of Atman to Brahman then becomes, what is disclosed in a close reading of this teacher's view? This assembled text's juxtapositions. This integration, summary, or refinement of earlier positions. How is this shaped by renegotiations of the relation between macrocosm and microcosm? Of the search within? Extending the exploration narratively, the question about Brahman asks what the hearer-reader, addressed in and through the story's characters and questions, values most. Within a wider narrative context of pedagogy, transmission, and social relations, it asks, what do you hold most dear? For what reasons? What are the methods for finding it? For the modern student, attention to these questions can foster an understanding of the method of these texts in their elusive inter- and intratextual promptings to consider what is already grasped and what is yet to be known. And for the modern philosophical theologian, the question of the relation of Atman to Brahman now invites a richer investigation of relations of personhood to the transcendent. 25 But that is a story for another day. 12 Karma and rebirth in the Upanishads. Dermot Killingley. The classic form of the doctrine of karma. One common Hindu belief which can be traced to the Upanishads is that after death you will be reborn in a different body, possibly human, but more probably animal or even plant, with the more attractive, but very remote, possibility of rebirth in a superhuman body, even as a god, and that the form of your rebirth will be determined by your action, karma, in this life. This belief is one of the ways in which Hindus account for misfortune, and even occasional good fortune, though it is by no means the only way. Keyes and Daniel 1983, Sharma 1973. It is also familiar in Sanskrit literature where complex narratives trace one or more characters through successive rebirths. An instructive example is the story of the hermit king Bharata, who lapsed from his meditation by becoming excessively fond of a deer that he had rescued. Reaping the reward of his advanced spiritual progress, but also reaping the reward of his attachment to the deer, he was reborn as a deer who could remember his previous births, he was then reborn as an uncouth Brahmin who had perfect knowledge of ultimate truth, without needing to be instructed. 6 Upuraya 2.13-16. Rebirth according to karma appears in texts on dharma, as a sanction against sinful behavior, Manu ch 12, verses 54-81. Similar ideas, though with an emphasis on intention rather than mere action as a determinant of rebirth, are commonplace in Buddhist texts. They form the basis of the Jatakas, the collection of stories recounting the Buddha's previous births, and are essential to the Mahayana Buddhist idea of the Bodhisattva, the person who has developed a series of perfections through many rebirths, in order to benefit others. Karma and rebirth provide a solution to the problem of theodicy, that is, the problem of God's justice. This problem is put clearly by the great theologian Sankara, who was also the author of the earliest extant commentaries on the Upanishads. The doctrine that God created the world, Sankara admits, is open to the objection that the world is full of inequality and undeserved suffering, indicating that its creator must be unfair and cruel, which conflicts with Vedic statements that God is morally perfect. Sankara's answer to this objection is that the suffering experienced by each being results not from the will of God, but from that being's previous actions. Beings are not created unequal, but make themselves so by actions which incur good or bad fortune, causing them to be reborn in happier or more miserable forms. This answer to the problem of theodicy, Sankara points out, requires infinite time. There never was a primal state in which all beings were equally happy. Sankara, Commentary on Vedanta Sutra 2.1.34, 35, Thibaut 1904, Volume 1, pages 357-360. The idea that a person's destiny is determined by previous actions, usually actions in previous lives, is conveniently referred to as karma, or, in another form of the same word, karman. Etymologically, this word means action. What has been outlined above may be called the classic form of the doctrine of karma. It is found both in learned literature in Sanskrit, and in popular discourse. Karma in its classic form is a complex set of ideas, which the texts do not usually present in full. Rather, it is treated as already familiar to writers or speakers and their audience, without needing to be expounded. An extended exposition such as Sankara's, summarized above, is unusual. When such ideas appear in the Upanishads, on the other hand, they are presented as something new, even as a secret which the teacher is reluctant to impart. In the two passages which we will discuss first, the teacher is not a Brahmin but a Kshatriya, and it is emphasized that no Brahmin has possessed this knowledge before. Bulletin 6.2.8, CU 5.3.7. This, together with other examples of Kshatriya teachers, has been seen by some scholars as evidence that karma and rebirth came from outside the priestly circles which the Veda represents, or even from outside the culture which Vedic texts refer to as Arya. But in interpreting this evidence, we should remember that unusual sources of knowledge, and the reluctance of the teacher, are common literary tropes in the Upanishads. Below, pages 261-262. We should also note that those scholars who presented karma as appearing suddenly in the Upanishads, e.g. Garb 1921, failed to unpack this complex set of ideas, and ignored related ideas which occur in earlier texts, especially the Brahma as, which they dismissed as tedious priestly ramblings, see chapters 6 and 7. While the word karma etymologically means action, deed, and has this meaning in Sanskrit literature, it also had a specialized meaning in the circles in which the Upanishads were composed. To specialists in ritual, karma meant specifically ritual action, in the same way as fabric in different contexts can mean textiles or buildings. The actions which lead to different births may be good or bad in terms of ritual, rather than in ethical or social terms. Some scholars have exaggerated the discontinuity between the ritual concerns of the Brahmas and the ethical ideas of the Upanishads, Tull 1989, 13. It is significant that some of the most innovative passages about karma occur in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which belongs to the Yajurveda, the collection most closely concerned with ritual action, Cohen 2008, 6, 49. Rebirth in the Upanishads, the Five Fires. Though rebirth is described in some passages of the Upanishads, it is not in every case determined by actions. Where some part of the package which later became familiar as karma is mentioned, we should be careful not to assume that the whole package is meant. We can see this by comparing the two passages mentioned above, Bihadharayaka Upanishad 6.2, and Chandogya Upanishad 5.3 to 5.10, see further Kilingali 1997. They discuss rebirth at some length, and agree with each other in broad outline and in many, though not all, details. They are two versions of the same discourse. Both describe birth as resulting from a cyclic process. Life descends from the other world, Asaloka, the world beyond, which may mean the world of the gods, or the world of the dead, Gonda 1966, 84-86, in the form of rain, springs up as plants in this world, is eaten by a man, becomes semen and enters a woman, is born, and later dies and is cremated. The cycle is both biological and ritual. Those who have knowledge of this cycle, and knowledge is the key to success, both in the Upanishads and in the Brahmas which preceded them, pass from the cremation fire through the world of the gods to the sun, and thence to the worlds of Brahman, from which they do not return. Their knowledge has freed them from cyclic existence. Those who have performed rituals to win heavenly worlds pass through the world of the ancestors to the moon, and thence descend again as rain. Action, that is, the rituals they have performed, leads them to continue in the cycle. The two passages embody a series of contrasts. Knowledge, leading beyond the cyclic world, is contrasted with action, leading to continued cyclic existence. The path of the gods, which leads to Brahman, is contrasted with the path of the ancestors, which leads to rebirth. The idea of two paths of the dead appears already in various forms in pre-Upanishadic texts, Kilingali 1997, 15-16. The sun, which is the ultimate goal, SB 1.9.3.15, is contrasted with the moon waxes and wanes, unlike the sun, and the lunar calendar regulates the rituals which maintain the ancestors in the world of the dead, while the sun is associated with the gods. It is knowledge, specifically knowledge of what has been taught here, that leads to the world of Brahman. Action, specifically ritual action, sacrifices, gifts to Brahmins and asceticism, Bulletin June 2, 16, leads to rebirth and a repetition of the cycle. These contrasts are apparent in both versions. But it is only in the Chandogya Upanishad version that the form in which one is reborn depends on karma. Those whose behavior is pleasant will be reborn in a pleasant womb, but those whose behavior is foul will enter a foul womb. CU 5.10.7. The Bihadharayaka Upanishad version omits this point, after summing up the path of the ancestors with the words "this is how they follow the circle round," it goes straight to the next point. That those who do not know the two paths become insects and creatures that bite, Bulletin June 2, 16. Summarizing Upanishadic passages is a tricky business. It involves skating over details that require too much explanation, at the risk of missing something important. Translating them, or reading translations, is also tricky, since the Upanishads use ambiguous words, or words that can only be understood with reference to their own culture, including technical terms of Vedic ritual. Reading a passage once will not give you all its meaning. It is worthwhile going over it several times, with different nuances of meaning, and different problems of interpretation, in mind. After speed reading these two passages, we must look at them again. In both passages, the teaching is framed by a story. Below, p. 264. A Brahmin is unable to answer 5 questions about what happens after death, and seeks instruction from the Kshatriya who asked them. As often happens in the Upanishads, the instruction does not explicitly address the 5 questions, though it is based on the number 5, but it provides material to answer them. In saying that life descends in the form of rain, we omitted an important feature of the cycle. In both versions, The cycle is described as a series of 5 fires. A fire, in which offerings are poured, is a central feature of Vedic ritual, chapter 7. In each of these 5 fires, the gods pour an offering, and from that offering arises something new, which becomes the offering in the next fire of the cycle. We may be in the realm of cosmic biology here, but we are also in the realm of Vedic ritual theory, in which each offering yields a result. The first fire is the other world, in which the gods offer faith, Shraddha, CP 68. From that offering Soma arises, the ritual drink which is also a god, and also the nourishing fluid of the cosmos. The second fire is the rain cloud, Parjanya, which is also a god. In it, the gods offer Soma, and the result is rain. The third fire is this world, in which the gods offer rain, yielding food, Anna, also meaning crops, grain. The gods offer this food in the fourth fire, which is man, that is, a man eats the food, and the result is semen. The gods offer this in the fifth fire, which is woman, and the result is a foetus, CU 5.8.2, or, as the other version puts it, a man, bulletin. June 2, 13. It is not mentioned that the offspring could be a girl, or that women also eat food. In Vedic thought, man is the paradigmatic conscious agent, below, p. 89. At the end of his life, the man is cremated, he thus returns to the fire, from which he arose, cu 5.9.2. The cremation fire brings the series up to 6, but the doctrine embodied in both passages is called the Pankanavidya knowledge of the 5 fires. Each of the 5, leaving aside the cremation fire, is described in a formulaic way, homologizing the fire itself, and each feature of it, with a feature of the natural world. Man is a fire, Gautama the lineage name, like a surname, of Uddalaka Arui. Its fuel is the open mouth, its smoke is breath, its flame is speech, its embers are sight, its sparks are hearing, Bulletin June 2, 12. But in the case of the cremation fire, homologization is redundant, the fire is fire, the fuel is fuel, and so on, Bulletin June 2, 14. It is only when we reach the fourth fire, when a man eats the food, that the passages start to speak in terms of individual existence. What is offered as faith, arises as soma, descends as rain, and is eaten as food is what makes such existence possible. When we first summarized the 2 passages, we referred to it for convenience as life. It is only after describing cremation that the passages use plural expressions to describe the different destinies of different people, or should we say men. Here, the 2 passages differ considerably, and it is only in the Chandogya version, as we have seen, that the form in which one is reborn is determined by action. Reading the Upanishads can be like overhearing incomplete conversations in which people relate what they have said to others before, or what others have said to them. In passages such as Bulletin 6.2 and CU 5.35.10, we find the same things said in slightly different ways, and sometimes one version omits what seems to be important in the other. There are several partial parallels to these 2 passages in the Brahmas and Upanishads, SB 1.6.2, Jaiminaya Brahma 1.45.6, O2.1-4, Mu 1.2.10, 11, KSU 1, PU 1.9-10, and they can shed light on points that are obscure. For instance, the Jaiminaya Brahma includes a passage about 6 fires, in each of which the gods pour an offering, yielding a product which is offered in the next fire. The first fire is the sun, in which the gods offer Amta, water. Amta is the drink of immortality, often identified with Soma, but here with water. As in the 2 Upanishad passages, the fifth fire is woman, the offering is semen, and the product is man. Thus at the fifth creation the divine waters speak with a human voice, Jaiminaya Brahma 1.45-46, Bodewitz 1973, 114-116. This answers the 5th question in the 5 fires story, which remains unanswered there. Do you know at which offering, when it is offered, water gets a human voice, rises up and speaks. Bulletin 6.2.2, CFCU 5.3.3. Another partial parallel helps us understand how the five fires passages connect the waxing and waning of the moon with the process of rebirth. They reach the moon and become food. And there the gods, as they say to King Soma, increase, decrease, eat them there. Bulletin June 2, 16. Soma is often identified with the moon, Gonda 1965, 38-70, but it is not clear here how the phases of the moon are connected with the journey of the dead towards rebirth. The connection becomes clear in another passage. All those who pass away from this world go to the moon. Because of their breaths, PRAA, it swells during the waxing phase. It brings them to birth in the waning phase. KSU 1.2. So the waxing moon is filling up with the dead, or rather their breaths, and the waning moon is discharging them into the process of rebirth. The passage continues. The moon is the door of the heavenly world. Whoever answers, it lets him through. Whoever does not answer becomes rain, and it rains him down. He is reborn in this world as a worm or a moth or a bird or a tiger or a lion or a fish or a rhinoceros or a man or something else in these places, according to his actions, according to his knowledge. KSU 1.2. Here, rebirth is the destiny of those who fail to give an answer to the moon. The answer given in the passage, the password to the heavenly world, is cryptic. But it mentions semen, moon, mother, birth, and seasons. Thus it is not unlike the process represented by the five fires, although fires are not mentioned. Those who have the secret knowledge of this process are freed from it and reach the heavenly world. Moreover, the story which provides a frame for this teaching is clearly related to the one which frames the two five fires passages. The same Brahmin is unable to answer a question about the way to another world, and seeks instruction from the man who asked it. However, the instructor is not the same, as far as we can see. He is a Brahmin. Cohen 2008, 141-142. Rebirth in the Upanishads, Yajnavalkya. A brief dialogue about rebirth and karma appears in a series of dialogues occasioned by a contest, Bulletin 3. King Janaka, in the course of a ritual for which many Brahmins have assembled, has offered a prize of 1,000 cows, each with 10 gold coins tied to her horns, to the most learned Brahmin in the assembly. The ensuing series of dialogues shows that the kind of learning called for was not the ability to recite texts, as the word, anakanadama, more literally best at repeating by rote, might imply, but the ability to think creatively about the texts, using them to construct theories about the nature of the cosmos and of personality, an ability highly valued in the Brahmas and especially the Upanishads. The great ritualist Yajnavalkya claims the prize, by coolly telling his student to drive the cows away. A Vedic student is a live-in personal servant of his teacher. Gifts of cows to Brahmins are typical of Vedic ritual, reflecting a period when cattle were the main form of wealth, but the addition of gold coins, much more than the price of a cow, reflects a transition to a money economy. The improbability of one man driving 1,000 cows suggests that the whole incident is symbolic rather than real. A similar incident occurs in SB 1.6.3, but without the coins. Yajnavalkya's rivals challenge the claim by asking him questions, and his answers reduce each in turn to silence. The second challenger, Jarakarava Artabhaga, asks a series of questions, of which the fifth is: when the speech of a dead man goes away into fire, his breath to wind, his eye to the sun, his mind to the moon, his hearing to the compass points, his body to the earth, his self, Atman, to space, his body hairs to the plants, his hair to the trees, his blood and semen are placed in water, where then does that man come to be? Bulletin March 2, 13. Jarakarava is using a recurrent idea that the parts of a person, viewed as a microcosm, are dispersed at death into the corresponding parts of the macrocosm. After this dispersal, he asks, what has become of the man? That is, when each part has lost its individuality by being merged into a part of the macrocosm, is there anything left that belongs to the individual? Yajnavalkya's answer emphasizes secrecy. Though it does not directly answer the question, it silences the questioner. Take my hand, dear Artabhaga. Only we two will know of this. What we say shouldn't be public. They went away and discussed. What they said was action, karma. What they praised was action. One becomes good by good action, evil by evil action. Then Jarakarava Artabhaga fell silent. The answer, unlike the other answers in this series of dialogues, is arrived at by discussion rather than by a statement from Yajnavalkya, who treats his interlocutor as a friend rather than an opponent. Perhaps he respects him as a fellow practitioner of the Yajurveda. Cohen 2008, 77. What remains of a person, what is not merged in its macrocosmic counterpart, is the person's actions, probably meaning his ritual actions. This recalls the idea of actions as a personal treasury in the other world, as in the funeral hymn quoted above, p. 60. One of the clearest early statements that rebirth is determined by karma forms part of a long discussion of the nature of the self, Atman, covering 2 sections of the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, Bulletin 4.3-4. This statement, however, is not clear throughout. Like much of the early prose Upanishads, it contains apparent discrepancies and contradictions, which we can suspect result from insertions and reworkings, though we have no precise evidence. See further pages 28-31. The same teacher, Yajnavalkya, is in discussion with his patron King Janaka. He has previously promised to answer the king's questions, SB 11.6.2.10, but is reluctant to part with his wisdom, Olivelli 1996, 315-316, and tries at first to fob him off with trivial answers. However, as the discussion progresses, it is established that the source of consciousness is the self, Atman, Bulletin 4.3.6. It is also referred to as the man, Purue, not in the ordinary sense, but in the sense of the man among the faculties consisting of consciousness, the light within the heart, Bulletin 4.3.7. This concept is close to the problematic entity which Western philosophers refer to as mind, but in translating from Sanskrit we conventionally use the word mind for manas, which is a faculty that processes information but is not itself conscious. This man remains conscious not only in the waking state, where he perceives worldly objects, and in dream, where he perceives objects which he has himself created out of disconnected pieces of the real world, Bulletin 4.3.9, 10, but also in dreamless sleep. In the dreamless state, the man is not unconscious, but he is conscious only of himself. The senses and other faculties, being indestructible, continue to exist, though they have no objects to operate on, Bulletin 4.3.23, 31. Whereas in dream a person may experience terrors, based on their waking experience, in dreamless sleep one is the whole world, Bulletin April 3, 20. Further, our relationships, our status, and our previous deeds have no place in the world of dreamless sleep. There, a father is not a father, a mother is not a mother, the worlds are not worlds, the gods are not gods, the Vedas are not Vedas. There, a thief is not a thief, an abortionist is not an abortionist, an outcast is not an outcast. The text uses 2 names of unclean castes, a hermit is not a hermit, an ascetic is not an ascetic. One is not followed by merit, nor followed by sin. For then one has passed beyond all sorrows of the heart. Bulletin April 3, 22. This state of objectless consciousness, Yajnavalkya says, is the world of Brahman, and therefore extremely blissful. As a way of measuring this bliss, he tells us that the bliss of the ancestors, to whom the rites for the dead are offered, is 100 times the greatest bliss attainable in this world. The bliss of the Gandharvas, a class of beings ranked above humankind but below the gods, is 100 times that, and so on through 2 grades of gods, those who have achieved divinity through actions, meaning ritual actions, and those who were born divine, to Prajapati, the creator god who established Vedic ritual, and finally to Brahman, not necessarily as presented in chapter 11, but certainly a transcendent form of being. Since each of these 6 classes of being has 100 times the bliss of the preceding, Bulletin 4.3.32, 33, the bliss of Brahman is 1 trillion times the greatest human bliss. It is this extreme bliss which is identified with the dreamless state. A very similar, though not identical, gradation of bliss is given in 2.8. Yajnavalkya then turns to death, which he treats in an analogous way to sleep. While it appears to bystanders that a dying person's faculties are failing, they are actually being gathered together by the self into its dwelling place in the heart. Bulletin 4.4.1, the heart, not the brain, is the seat of consciousness in ancient Indian thought. He becomes one. People say he doesn't see. He becomes one. People say he doesn't smell. He becomes one. People say he doesn't taste, and so on through the faculties. Most translators treat he becomes one as part of what the bystanders say, but it makes more sense if we understand it as Yajnavalkya's own positive view of what happens at death, contrasted with other people's negative one. The Sanskrit text does not indicate where the quoted speech begins. Then the self, after striking down its former body, makes itself a newer and more beautiful form, belonging to some other world, beyond death, the form of an ancestor, or of a Gandharva, or of a god, or of Prajapati, or of Brahman. Bulletin 4.4.4. So far, this passage has shown an underlying assumption that the other world, the world beyond death, must be happier than this world. When he is born and puts on a body, he becomes united with evils, and when he dies and leaves the body behind, he gets rid of evils. Bulletin 4.3.8. Accordingly, the forms which the self makes for itself after death are all blissful. But then Yajnavalkya tells the king that the next life depends on the person's actions, so it may not be blissful at all. As he acts, as he behaves, so he becomes. A doer of good becomes good, a doer of evil becomes evil. Good by good action, evil by evil action. Bulletin 4.4.5. Adding 2 further links to the chain of causation, it then appears that it is not actions themselves that determine rebirth, but desires, which lead to intentions, kretu, a technical term for the intention to perform a ritual act, which in turn lead to actions. People say, a person in this world consists of nothing but desire. As he desires, so he intends, as he intends, so he acts, as he acts, so he becomes. Then follows a verse, perhaps inserted later than the prose, which mentions attachment, an important concomitant of desire in later thought, and then says that when he reaches the end of the action he has done in this world, he returns from the other world to this world, and thus returns to action. This means that actions shape a person's destiny after death in 2 stages. The destiny is first experienced in a world beyond death, and then leads back to this world, and in this world, the person performs further actions, making the process potentially cyclical and endless, as in the classic form of karma. This statement of rebirth according to karma seems to contradict what has been said about a newer and better form after death. Bulletin 4.4.4. The contradiction can be resolved by referring back to something that was said earlier in Yajnavalkya's account of death. All beings welcome the arrival of the deceased, and hail him as Brahman, like officials who have prepared for the arrival of a king, but this applies only to one who knows this. Bulletin April 3, 37, that is, someone who knows this doctrine of the self and its various states, which Yajnavalkya has been reluctant to teach. The key to freedom from rebirth is knowledge of the true nature of the self. A different account of the key appears immediately after the description of how people return to this world and to action. This description, we are told, applies to those who desire. But the person who is free from desire, whose desire is satisfied, whose desire is the self, such a person is Brahman, and goes to Brahman. Bulletin 4.4.6. If the teaching is to be consistent, knowledge of the self and freedom from desire, which are mentioned separately as conditions for escaping rebirth and reaching extreme bliss after death, must really be the same, and this is suggested by the remainder of the passage. Freedom from desire and knowledge of the self go together in later Upanishads also, and in the Bhagavad Gita. They are essential components of what is later called yoga, below, pages 174 to 184. The ideal person, who has true knowledge, has no desires, for desires are a symptom of ignorance. Rebirth in other Upanishads. The passages we have looked at treat the topic of rebirth at some length, in a manner typical of the early prose Upanishads. They approach it cautiously, as something not generally known, while linking it to well-established topics such as the effects of actions, the paths of the dead, the need to secure a place in the other world, and the danger of repeated death. The Kaha Upanishad, perhaps the earliest of the verse Upanishads, except for the Isa, and the one which most clearly retains the link to the Brahma as typical of the early prose Upanishads, gives a brief statement of what happens to the self when it has reached death, announcing it as a secret, Q 5.6. Some embodied selves reach a womb, to become corporeal, others come to a tree trunk, according to their actions, according to their knowledge. Q 5.7. Their knowledge, literally what they have heard, Sruta, means their knowledge of the Veda. Another passage in the Kaha Upanishad contrasts the unmindful person who fails to reach the highest goal with the person who reaches it and is not born again, Q 3.7-8, below, p. 179. The highest goal is thus explicitly equated with avoidance of rebirth. Rebirth is referred to here as Samsara, the current, a word often used in later texts for repeated births and deaths, driven by actions and bringing an endless series of experiences. This is the earliest occurrence of the word in this sense. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 6.16, we find the same word Samsara coupled with moksha, which in classical Sanskrit refers to release from Samsara. But moksha does not occur in any other classical Upanishad. The term Samsara occurs again in MTU 1.4, 6.34, BHG 16.19, and frequently in later literature. In the Prasna Upanishad, in which the sage Pipalada answers 6 questions put to him by 6 other sages, he touches on rebirth very briefly in his answer to the third question. This question concerns the origin of breath, praa, how it gets into the body and how it leaves it. In his answer, Pipalada refers to a physiological theory of 5 breaths, which is found also in 2.1.7 and elsewhere, below, p. 70, Kilingali 2006, 81, though he does not explain it at all completely or clearly. He also mentions numerous channels or veins, NAI, also described in Bulletin February 1, 19. One of the 5 subsidiary breaths, the Udana, literally up breath, leads upwards by one of these NAIs, to a good world by good action, to a bad world by bad, or to the human world by both, PU 3.7. In the Muaka Upanishad, the round of rebirths is associated with ritual, which can only yield finite results. Thinking sacrifices and gifts iaparta, above, p. 60, are the best, knowing nothing better, deluded, after enjoying their good deeds on the back of the sky they enter this inferior world. The translation "this inferior world" is conjectural. Similarly Olivelli, 1996, 270. The received text reads "this world or an inferior one," but va or does not fit the meter. Those who practice asceticism and faith, in the forest, tranquil, wise, living on alms, pass on spotless through the door of the sun, where dwells the immortal man, whose self is unchanging. Mu 1.2.10, 11. The door of the sun implies a contrast with the moon, which is the door to rebirth. But rebirth is not a very common theme in the Upanishads. On the other hand, freedom, immortality, existence beyond death, are mentioned frequently. From the point of view of the classic form of the doctrine of karma, in which freedom is understood as release from rebirth. This is paradoxical. However, the Upanishads show many views of ultimate freedom, some of which are also found in older parts of the Veda, and we shall explore these views in the next chapter. 13. Knowledge and liberation in the Upanishads. Dermot Killingley. Ideas of liberation in the Upanishads and earlier. Rebirth is not the only idea to be found in the Upanishads about what happens after death. The Vedic hymns and the Brahmas contain very varied thoughts on this subject, and these are repeated and developed in the Upanishads. As we noted at the end of the last chapter, liberation is discussed much more frequently in the Upanishads than rebirth. We should not let the classic view of karma and rebirth mislead us into thinking that rebirth is necessarily what people sought to be liberated from. Further, the quest for liberation is by no means new in the Upanishads. As we saw in chapter 7, it is found in the earliest known Vedic texts, the hymns of the Veda, and in the Brahmas. The Upanishads continue a quest that was begun long before, but bring new ideas to it. Ideas of liberation are related to ideas of bondage. Bondage to the round of rebirth is one such idea, but there is also bondage to sin, to suffering, to the body, to mortality, to time, to the need to keep performing rituals. Knowledge as the key to liberation. We have seen in chapter 7 the importance placed in the Brahmas on knowledge in making ritual effective, particularly knowledge of correspondences between ritual, the macrocosm, and the microcosm. The Upanishads continue to pursue knowledge, not only of ritual but also of the cosmos, and especially of human personality. The interest in ritual, which is clear in the early prose Upanishads, diminishes in the later Upanishads, and sometimes ritual is overtly rejected. Action, including ritual action, leads to bondage, but knowledge leads to liberation. In chapter 12, we saw how the teaching on the 5 fires and the paths of the dead, Bulletin 6.2, CU 5.3 to 5.10, contrasts knowledge, which leads to a state beyond death, with action, which leads to rebirth. This contrast is a recurrent theme of the Upanishads. To understand it fully, we should remember that action, karman, in Vedic texts, and in later texts which build on Vedic ideas, means especially ritual action, above, pages 122, 123. Though the Upanishads are themselves part of the Veda, they often, though not always, reject Vedic lore as incapable of gaining the ultimate goal. This rejection is not a new theme. We can even find it among the Vedic hymns, in a long hymn which seems to be an anthology of the riddles, known as Brahmadhya, which were a feature of Vedic ritual, testing the limits of traditional knowledge. The syllable of the hymn, in the highest heaven where the gods are seated, what can he achieve with the hymns who does not know it? Only those who know it are sitting together here. RV 1.164.39. The syllable is one of many names for the transcendent source and goal which the Upanishads often call Brahman, Killingley 1986. This name arises from reflection on the role of speech in Vedic ritual, leading to speculation that beyond the thousands of syllables that make up the Veda, or any one of the Vedas, there must be a transcendent syllable from which they all have their being, just as beyond the many beings in the world there must be a transcendent being. The verse quoted above is repeated in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 4.8. The same idea is expressed in different words in the Muaka Upanishad, part of which was quoted above, p. 47. There are 2 knowledges to be known. The knowers of Brahman say, the higher and the lower. The lower is the Veda, the Yajurveda, the Samaveda, the Atharvaveda, phonetics, ritual, grammar, etymology, meter, and astrology. And the higher is the one by which the syllable is understood. Mu 1.425. Here the Veda, together with all the other branches of knowledge that are needed to become a practitioner of Vedic ritual, is lower knowledge, contrasted with the higher, transcendent knowledge of what is here called the syllable, but is elsewhere called by other names, such as being, Sat, or Atman the Self, or Brahman. In the Kaha Upanishad, this syllable is identified as the ritual utterance O, which is pronounced as a kind of cue from one priest to another, indicating that the next stage of the ritual can begin. The word which all the Vedas recite, which all ascetic practices pronounce, desiring which, people follow celibacy, Brahmacharya. I tell you that syllable in sum. It is O. Ku 2.15. The word akara syllable came to be understood as meaning also imperishable, Van Beetenen 1959, Kilingali 1986, 19, it is one of the many names of the ultimate being. We have already seen a passage in the Muaka Upanishad that sees ritual action as leading to rebirth, above, pages 130 to 131. The passage continues. After examining the worlds built on action, a Brahmin should become disgusted. What's done doesn't make what's unmade. Nasti ak takatina, a terse way of saying that since the ultimate goal is uncaused, it cannot be caused by any action. To understand it, he should go, firewood in hand, to a teacher who knows the Veda, and is intent on Brahman. Mu January 2, 12. Here, ritual is not altogether rejected. The teacher is expected to be learned in the Veda, whose purpose is ritual. The seeker is told to bring him firewood, which is itself a ritual act, expressing a readiness to serve the teacher by maintaining his ritual fire and in other ways. In older texts, it is ritual action together with knowledge, not knowledge alone, which leads to the highest goal, Tull 1989, 20. But the contrast between action and knowledge became so strong that Sakara, one of the most influential interpreters of the Upanishads, made it a principle of his theology. Sakara divides the Veda into two, the action part, Karmika, which is concerned with ritual, and the knowledge part, Jnananika, which is found in the Upanishads. While he sees ritual as a preparation for knowledge, he holds that salvation is achieved by knowledge alone and not by any action, not even by mental activity such as meditation. We have seen in chapter 12 how, according to the teaching on the five fires, the dead reach the highest goal through knowledge, and do not return. Through action they reach the world of the ancestors, go on to the moon, and stay there so long as there is a remainder, CU 5.10.4, that is, so long as their store of ritual merit lasts. When that store is exhausted, they descend as rain again, and continue the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, CU 5.10.6. An everlasting goal cannot be reached by action, but only by knowledge. As another passage in the same Upanishad puts it, as in this world a place won by action perishes, so in the other world a place won by merit perishes, CU 8.1.6. The teacher has just been talking about conquest of territory, so he seems to be thinking of how territory can be lost if the conquering people do not continue guarding and cultivating it. This example shows how anything achieved by action is finite, and the same applies to ritual action. The contrast between action and knowledge is presented dramatically in the frame story of the Kaha Upanishad, below, p. 317, which is a retelling of an older story, above, p. 61. Nachiketas, the hero of the story, confronts Yama, the god of death. Death offers him three boons, and he demands as his third and greatest boon to know the truth about what becomes of someone after death, Ku 1.20. Death tries to deflect him from this demand by offering him sons and grandsons who will live 100 years, together with wealth, long life, and other typical fruits of ritual merit, Ku 1.23-25, but Nachiketas persists. Death then congratulates him on having chosen the better option instead of the pleasanter, Ku 2.1-3, knowledge instead of ignorance, Ku 2.4, here, the ritual knowledge which enables one to achieve worldly benefits, and is therefore motivated by desire, is counted as ignorance in comparison with transcendent knowledge. The fool who does not choose as Nachiketas did falls into death's power again and again, Ku 2.6. The teaching that follows involves not only knowledge of the true nature of personality, but self-control, Ku 2.24, 3.3-13. This recalls the combination of knowledge and freedom from desire as keys to the world of Brahman in Yajnavalkya's teaching discussed in chapter 12, p. 129. Knowledge of the self is a recurrent theme in the Upanishads. This is not self-knowledge in the sense of knowing one's strengths and weaknesses, or one's inclinations. On the contrary, it is knowledge of what it means to be a conscious subject, setting aside whatever objects one might be conscious of, and setting aside whatever differentiates one from other conscious subjects. In the long dialogue of Yajnavalkya and King Janaka, which we have already examined as an early source for the idea of rebirth, pages 127 to 129, Yajnavalkya defines the self as the man among the faculties consisting of consciousness, the light within the heart, Bulletin 4.3.7. He teaches that the self is known in dreamless sleep, when that man, consisting of consciousness, is conscious neither of objects in the external world nor of the objects we create for ourselves in dreams, but only of himself. He illustrates this with a sexual image. As a man embraced by the woman he loves does not know anything outside or within, just so this man, embraced by the knowing self, does not know anything outside or within. That is his form beyond sorrow, in which he has achieved his desire. The self is his desire, he has no desire. Bulletin April 3, 21. This objectless consciousness, which is also extreme bliss, identified as the world of Brahman, Bulletin April 3, 32, is what we experience in dreamless sleep. Unfortunately, we forget this blissful experience when we wake up, or when we pass from dreamless sleep into dream. But Yajnavalkya uses similar terms to describe the person who, after death, is free from rebirth. The one who does not desire, who is without desire, free from desire, who has achieved his desire, whose desire is the self, his breaths do not depart. Being Brahman itself, he goes to Brahman. There is a verse about it: when all the desires are abandoned that were in his heart, then a mortal becomes immortal, he reaches Brahman in this world. As the slough of a snake might lie dead and discarded on an anthill, so this body lies, and bodiless deathless life is nothing but splendor, nothing but Brahman. Bulletin 4.4.6, 7. Yajnavalkya is taking the same image as was used in earlier texts to describe release from sin, and applying it to release from rebirth and mortality. The image occurs yet again in a later passage, describing a man who is freed from sin by meditating on the Supreme Personal Being, Purue, by means of the syllable O, Pu 5.5. But that passage does not mention the freedom from desire, which is so important in Yajnavalkya's teaching. As we saw in chapter 12, p. 129, Yajnavalkya sees desire, which is the cause of action, as the ultimate cause of rebirth, so freedom from desire is the way to liberation. Knowledge by identification. The meditation mentioned in Pu 5.5, which we have just mentioned, is an example of a particular form of knowledge called Upasana. Upasana is a mental identification of one thing with another, often, a feature of the macro-cosm, adhidavatam with respect to the divinities, e.g. Bulletin 2.3.3, is mentally identified with a feature of the microcosm, adhyatma with respect to oneself, e.g. Bulletin 2.3.4. The corresponding verb, upas, is often translated revere or worship or meditate on. These renderings point in the right direction, but fall short of the complete meaning. The verb upas often takes two objects, more precisely, an object and an object complement the thing one meditates on, and the thing with which one identifies it. Thus the Chandogya Upanishad begins, one should meditate on the syllable O as the Ujjhata. Cu 1.1.1, the Ujjhata is the central third section in the 5 sections of the Vedic chant, p. 259. In this sentence, the two objects of the verb upas are the sacred syllable and the Ujjhata. Since the Chandogya Upanishad belongs to the Samaveda, which comprises the knowledge learned by the specialist in ritual chanting, it starts from the chant, just as the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, which belongs to the Yajurveda, starts from the horse sacrifice. Later in the Chandogya Upanishad, Another Upasana identifies each section of the chant with a part of the macro COSM. One should upas the chant in the worlds, in 5 ways. The sound high is the earth, the prelude is fire, the ujjhata is the atmosphere, the response is the sun, the close is the sky. That is upwards. Now the other way round, the sound high is the sky, the prelude is the sun, the ujjhata is the atmosphere, the response is fire, the close is the earth. CU 2.2.1, 2. These cannot be mere statements of identity, since the second set contradicts the first, except for the middle one of the 5. They are, as the opening sentence says, instructions for a technique of meditation by identification. Such identifications are normally counterfactual by everyday standards. The passage goes on to describe the benefits of the set of upasanas. The worlds, upwards and the other way round, are conformed to the one who knows this thus, and upas the 5-fold chant in the worlds. CU 2.2.3. This implies that such a person would not face hostility in any part of the universe. Some statements of the benefits of an upasana are more definite. By identifying the 5-fold chant with 5 species of livestock, goats, sheep, cows, horses, and humans, one becomes rich in livestock, CU 2.6.1, 2. An upasana can therefore be a valuable possession, and the Upanishads tell stories of people who are reluctant to part with it. We have seen the motif of the reluctant teacher already in the story of Yajnavalkya and the king, above, p. 127, and in Death's attempt to buy off Nachiketas with worldly benefits, above, p. 136. In CU 4.1-3, the possession of an upasana is contrasted with worldly wealth. The inquirer, Genus Ruti, is a wealthy man who delights in his generosity, CU 4.1.1, while Rakva, the owner of the upasana, is by ordinary standards an unimpressive man. He is eventually found scratching himself under a cart, CU 4.1.8. Genus Ruti asks him to teach me the deity that you upas, offering him 600 cows, a necklace, and a chariot, which Rakva indignantly rejects. But Genus Ruti tries again, offering in addition his daughter as a wife, and a village, to be enjoyed as a source of revenue. Rakva is won over by the girl's face, but he takes the cows and the village as well. The upasana he teaches is twofold. In the macro COSM, he identifies the wind as the gatherer, since it gathers the fire when it goes out, gathers the sun or the moon when it sets, and gathers water when it evaporates. In the microcosm, breath is the gatherer, since it gathers the faculties of speech, sight, hearing, and mind when one sleeps, that is, those faculties become latent, but the person goes on breathing, CU 4.3.1, 3. Another story of an upasana concerns a warrior, Pratardana, who reaches the abode of the warrior god Indra by fighting and manhood, KSU 3.1. This may mean that he was killed in battle, and reaches Indra's heaven as a reward for his valor, Olivelli 1996, 370. Similarly, it is perhaps by dying that Nachiketas reaches the abode of the god of death, in the Kaha Upanishad story. But in each story the events which brought the hero to the presence of a god are passed over briefly. The focus is on what he learns from the encounter. Indra invites his guest to choose a gift, so Pratardana boldly and ingeniously asks Indra to choose for him what you consider most useful for a human being. Indra objects to this procedure, but is reluctantly obliged to teach him an upasana, upasmi as life and immortality. He who upasmi as life and immortality reaches a complete lifespan in this world. He gains immortality and imperishability in the heavenly world, Ku 3.2. This provides one answer to the question whether immortality is in this world or after death. According to Indra's teaching, it is both. Indra also tells Pratardana that this knowledge has made him, Indra, free from his sins. He is a noted sinner, as we have seen, above, pages 63 to 64. He lists half a dozen violent and treacherous acts that he has committed, boasting that in these acts not a hair of me was lost. He does not mention the killing of Vitra, but he starts with the killing of Vitra's elder brother, the three-headed son of Tva. Indra has escaped his own sins or karma, and he who knows Indra does the same. At this point in the teaching, it seems that Pratardana is being told to meditate on Indra himself, the violent warrior god. But the rest of the chapter presents ideas that are very similar to Yajnavalkya's in Bulletin 4.3-4, discussed in chapter 12. The various faculties of a person, speech, sight, hearing, thought, manipulation, locomotion, depend on breath, for you can be deprived of any of these faculties and still live, but you cannot live without breath. The supremacy of breath over the other faculties is a recurrent topic of the Upanishads. Kilingali 2006, Black 2007, 121-124. In sleep, the faculties are united with breath, and on waking they go out to their various places in the body. At death, breath departs from the body, taking the faculties with it. Q 3.3. Breath, according to this passage, is the same as intelligence or consciousness, prajna. Q 3.4, it is the self. It is the ruler of the world, it does not become greater by good action, nor less by bad action. Q 3.8, an exact repetition of Yajnavalkya's words in Bulletin April 4, 22. What began as a warrior god's boast to a fellow warrior has become a statement of the idea of a transcendent universal conscious being which is the source of all phenomena. To know it is to be free. The word upasana means etymologically sitting near, which is also the etymological meaning of Upanishad, above, p2. Further, some statements of identification, typically non-obvious or counterfactual, are referred to as Upanishads, in the Upanishads, e.g. Bulletin February 1, 20, CU 8.8.4, 8.8.5, p 262, and in the Brahma as, e.g. SB 10.4.5.1, 10.4.6.1. This word meant a type of teaching, before it came to mean a group of texts. Freedom from the world and freedom in the worlds. One passage on the liberating power of knowledge has puzzled interpreters from Signe to modern scholars. If one has been able to know it here, before the breakup of the body, then, in the creations, in the worlds, he is fit for embodiment. Q 6.4. The meaning is clear enough, except for a little difficulty in the third line. Does the phrase sarju loku mean in the creations which are in the worlds? Or in the creations, that is, in the worlds? Or is it a textual error for svarju loku in the heavenly worlds, or for sarvayu loku in all worlds? However we deal with this problem, the main problem remains, why should knowledge lead to embodiment in several worlds, instead of freedom from all embodiment in the world of Brahman? The context shows that the knowledge referred to is the highest knowledge, those who know it become immortal. Q 6.2. As one translator remarks, the stanza contradicts the general theory that perception of the Atman produces release from reincarnation immediately after death. Hume 1931, 359 footnote 1. An earlier translator conjectured that na not had been unaccountably omitted from the text, and should be restored. He translated it: if a man could not understand it before the falling asunder of the body, then he has to take body again in the worlds of creation. Muller 1884, 21. Similarly Signe, though he does not amend the text, reads a negative meaning between the lines, as it were. His commentary interprets the verse as if, while living, one can know Brahman before the dissolution of the body, one is released from Signe. If not, then one is fit to be embodied in the creations, in the worlds. The bracketed words are in Signe's paraphrase of the text, but not in the text itself. A modern interpreter proposes that embodiments in various worlds are the rewards of different stages of enlightenment, lower than the ultimate goal of freedom from embodiment. Lipner 1978. All these are attempts to interpret the verse in line with the idea that perfect knowledge wins perfect freedom, and that this freedom transcends embodiment and is beyond all worlds, except the world of Brahman. This indeed is how it is interpreted by S. A. Kara, and by other commentators for whom the Veda is superhumanly authoritative and speaks with one voice, and who follow a tradition which holds that absolute freedom is unembodied. But if we read the verse in the light of other passages, in the Upanishads and in other parts of the Veda, we may find that it means what it apparently says. This is not to say that reading it in the light of later tradition is wrong, but looking at a text in the light of ideas which were current when it was composed gives us an alternative hermeneutic approach. We can compare the Kaha Upanishad verse with other Vedic texts, which treat existence in worlds, or embodiment, or both, as a supreme achievement, rather than as a failure to reach the highest. One such text is Chandogya Upanishad chapter 7, a long dialogue, in which an inquirer called Narada, who appears in later texts as a great teacher of bhakti, devotion to a personal god, comes for instruction to Sanat-Kumara, whose name means he is both old and young. He seeks liberation, something that transcends the imperfect world in which he finds himself, and he has found that it is beyond the reach of his Vedic learning. For the rest of the chapter, Sanat-Kumara takes Narada through a progressive series of teachings. They follow a repetitive pattern throughout the first half of the chapter, a series of meditations by identification, vipassana. In each stage of the teaching, some aspect of the cosmos or of personality is to be meditated on as Brahman, and this meditation will lead to freedom, within the limits of that aspect. Narada first learns that the Vedas are name, that is, they consist of words, and is then taught to meditate on name as Brahman. He will then have freedom to roam at will as far as name goes. This is not enough for Narada, so he asks if there is anything greater than name, CU 7.1.5. So Sanat-Kumara introduces speech, and teaches him to identify it with Brahman, leading to freedom to roam at will as far as speech goes, CU 7.2.2. The dialogue follows the same pattern by moving on from speech to mind, intention, thought, meditation, understanding, strength, food, water, heat, space, memory, and hope. By meditating on each of these as Brahman, one gains freedom within its limits. For instance, he who identifies hope with Brahman will be free to roam at will as far as hope goes, CU 7.15. At this point the pattern changes. Greater than hope is breath, PRAA, on which all life depends, but this time, Narada does not ask what is greater than breath. Perhaps he thinks that freedom to roam as far as breath goes is a satisfactory reward which does not require further search. However, Sanat-Kumara continues his teaching with another series: breath depends on truth, truth on understanding, and so on through thought, faith, production, action, well-being, fullness. Each item in the series depends on the next, and fullness, the final item on which all the others depend, is equated with the self, Atman. The self, says Sanat-Kumara, extends in all directions, downward and upward, westward and eastward, southward and northward. The whole world is nothing but the self. This notion of the infinitude of the self leads back to the theme of freedom to roam at will. He who sees like this, who thinks like this, who understands like this, who delights in the self, plays with the self, couples with the self, enjoys the self, is autonomous. He has freedom to roam at will in all worlds. And those who know anything other than this are heteronomous and have perishable worlds. They are not free to roam at will in all worlds, or, they move in all worlds against their will. CU 7.25.2. The phrase freedom to roam at will in all worlds recurs in CU 8.1.6, 8.4.3, 8.5.4. The phrases delights in the self, plays with the self, couples with the self, enjoys the self evoke the same sexual imagery as we found in Bulletin April 3, 21. But whereas in that passage liberation consisted of the absence of any sensation outside the self, the freedom presented here suggests a superabundance of pleasurable sensations. The same superabundance is celebrated in a remarkable chapter which presents food as the foundation of existence. Though the knowledge taught in the passage is reached through ascetic practice, which usually involves fasting, it includes an injunction to make oneself plenty of food, 2:3.9. Parts of it, together with parts of the previous chapter, 2:2.2, could be read as a materialistic statement that life and mind result from the body which is maintained by food, and a repeated passage describes the rewards of knowledge mainly in material terms. He becomes a possessor of food, an eater of food. He becomes great with offspring, with livestock, with splendor of sacred knowledge, great with glory. 2:3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9. The passage is not quite consistent with materialism, since food is to be meditated on by identifying it with Brahman, 2:3.10.4. However, the freedom which is the reward of such meditation is material. Whoever knows this, when he departs from this world, goes on roaming through these worlds, eating whatever food he wants, taking whatever appearance he wants. 2:3.10.4, 5. Again, liberating knowledge leads to freedom in the worlds, not freedom from them. A form of freedom in the worlds is also the reward of knowledge in a Brahma passage, though there the knowledge is not of food but of breath, and its macrocosmic counterpart wind. And when he who knows this passes away from this world, he passes into the fire by his speech, into the sun by his eye, into the moon by his mind, into the directions by his ear, and into the wind by his breath, and, being composed of these, he becomes whichever of these deities he chooses, and is at rest. SB 10.3.3.8. Another Brahma passage describing a sage who gained freedom in the world says, "All these worlds are heaven and earth. He moved at will through these, in the morning he was in the assembly of the gods, in the afternoon in that of men." Jaiminaya Brahma 3.270. These passages speak of a kind of liberation which is not freedom from embodiment or from worlds, but freedom from the constraints which our bodies and this world impose on us. Another text on disembodied freedom in the worlds is the teaching given to Indra by the creator god Prajapati, cu. 8.7 to 8.12. This has much in common with Yajnavalkya's teaching on the states of the self, Bulletin 4.3, discussed in chapter 12, above, pages 127 to 128, but its account of the last state is strikingly different. The first two states in both passages are our ordinary waking world and the world of dream. The third is dreamless sleep. In Yajnavalkya's teaching, this is the highest state, where the self does not see or hear because there is nothing besides itself for it to see or hear, and so on. Bulletin April 3, 23 to April 3, 31. It is, we may say, free from this world and from all worlds, because they do not exist for it as objects of sensation or action. But in Prajapati's teaching, this is not the ultimate state, indeed, it is no better than annihilation, cu 8.11.1, 2. Beyond it is a fourth state, which is full of sensations and actions, though they are not constrained by the body through which we perceive and act in our waking state. Wind is bodiless. Cloud, lightning, and thunder are bodiless. Just as these rise up from the space beyond, reach the highest light and assume their own form, in the same way a man rises serene from this body, reaches the highest light and assumes his own form. He is the supreme man. There he goes around laughing, playing, having fun with women or chariots or friends, not remembering this excrescence which is the body. The mind, manas, is his divine sense of sight. He has fun seeing the pleasures, kama, that are in the world of Brahman with this divine sense of sight. He who finds and understands the self gains all worlds and all pleasures, kama. Cu 8.12.2, 6. This state, which has all the advantages of embodiment without its disadvantages, is quite different from the fourth state taught in a later Upanishad, which is the unthinkable essence of the self, beyond any kind of perception or action, Mao 7. The Upanishads can envisage ultimate liberation as a continuation of the bodily pleasures we enjoy in this world. Knowledge beyond words. Though the Upanishads, especially the early ones, sometimes talk at great length in the manner of the Brahma as, they also emphasize that the knowledge that leads to liberation cannot be expressed in words. Speaking of the unborn self, Yajnavalkya says, having known it, a wise Brahmin should practice wisdom. He should not ponder many words, for that tires the voice. Bulletin April 4, 21. We have seen how this ultimate being can be referred to as the syllable, pages 134 to 135, sometimes identified as the syllable O which, though formed with the vocal organs, is beyond language. The capacity of language to point to something beyond itself is the subject of the next chapter. In chapter 16, we see how the search for liberation shifted from knowledge of the Atman to knowledge of God. 14. The Upanishads Episteme. Janardhan Gainari. The Upanishads are a polymorphous collection of anecdotes, parables, and dialogues. The earliest date from around or before the 6th century BCE, later ones written for many centuries afterwards. The two oldest Upanishads, the Brihadaranyaka and Chandogya, were both composed before the time of the Buddha. They are symbolic, evocative, and inspirational, plastic in meaning and, as with all canonical scriptures, hermeneutically pliable. Their function is to stimulate and to challenge, but they should not be taken as models of close conceptual analysis or theoretical system building. There is, nevertheless, a broad theme and the elements of a common vision in the Upanishads. The fundamental idea of the Upanishads is that there are hidden connections between things, and that knowing what these connections are is a profound source of insight. Indeed, the term Upanishad means a hidden connection, or possibly a secret teaching. As Joel Barreton puts it very well, each Upanishadic teaching creates an integrative vision, a view of the whole which draws together the separate elements of the world and of human experience and compresses them into a single form. To one who has this larger vision of things, the world is not a set of diverse and disorganized objects and living beings, but rather forms a totality with a distinct shape and character. Barreton 1990, 118. This order-inducing totality is what I will term the Upanishadic episteme. Remember how Michel Foucault begins The Order of Things, Foucault 1970. He refers, and is perhaps the first contemporary writer to do so, to a short essay written by Jorge Luis Borges in 1942, the essay called John Wilkins' Analytical Language, Borges 1999, 231, in which Borges introduces what he describes as a certain Chinese dictionary. Entitled The Celestial Emporium of Benevolent Knowledge. Of The Order of Things, Foucault comments that this book first arose out of a passage in Borges, out of the laughter that, as I read the passage, shattered all the familiar landmarks of my thought, breaking up all the ordered surfaces and all the planes with which we are accustomed to tame the wild profusion of existing things. This passage quotes a certain Chinese encyclopedia in which it is written that animals can be divided into a. Those belonging to the emperor, b. Those that are embalmed, c. Those that are tame, d. Suckling pigs, e. Sirens, f. Imaginary animals, g. Wild dogs, h. Those included in the present classification, I. Those that are crazy acting, j. Those that are uncountable, k. Those painted with a fine brush made of camel hair, l. Miscellaneous, m. Those which have just broken a vase, n. Those which, from a distance, look like flies. In the wonderment of this taxonomy, the thing we apprehend in one great leap, the thing that, by means of the fable, is demonstrated as the exotic charm of another system of thought, is the limitation of our own, the stark impossibility of thinking that. Foucault 1970, 15. Why is this taxonomy from a certain Chinese encyclopedia, no doubt an invention of Borges himself, impossible? Is it that it is alien and strange, belonging to another system of thought, one that organizes the things of the world in ways quite foreign and alien to us? Is it that this scheme of classification groups together objects where we see no resemblance, and divides objects where we see no relevant distinction? A system of thought is an ordering of things under relations of resemblance, a fact already known to the ancients, as Brian Smith has shown in his brilliant study of Vedic thought, Smith 1989, and the relations of resemblance underpinning the Chinese taxonomy are so different from the relations that underpin our own classifications that we find it impossible to understand. Or is there a more fundamental reason why this celestial emporium represents an impossibility? Foucault comments that this taxonomy has a monstrous quality, 1970, 16. It is monstrous because there is no single relation of resemblance, no common site, for all the categories in the list. Each category presupposes a different way of classifying objects, thus, Foucault. What transgresses the boundaries of all possible thought is simply that alphabetical series, A, B, C, D, which links each of those categories to all the others, 1970, 16. The moral Foucault draws is that underneath any possible system of thought is what he calls a table or a primary grid. The primary grid fixes a domain of object sites and a set of possible orderings. Think of it as like the chessboard, which defines both the possible piece positions and the possible types of move, along a diagonal, along a file, etc. This primary grid is the hidden network that determines the way things confront one another. It is the episteme, by episteme we mean, the total set of relations that unite, at a given period, the discursive practices that give rise to epistemological figures, sciences, and possibly formalized systems, 1972, 191. The episteme prescribes what can be known, experienced, or spoken of. It is the condition for the possibility of knowledge, thought, and language. Why so? Because the episteme qua grid constitutes the domain of possible objects of knowledge. Foucault again. In these fields of initial differentiation, in the distances, the discontinuities, and the thresholds that appear within it, discourse finds a way of limiting its domain, of defining what it is talking about, of giving it the status of an object, and therefore of making it manifest, nameable, and describable. 1972, 41. Foucault thus draws a distinction between two meanings of the English term knowledge. There is the explicit knowledge that it is possible to have within a particular system of thought, this is what he takes the French connaissance to denote. Then there is the pre-knowledge, he uses the French term savoir, that is the basis or precondition for such explicit knowledge. Think of it as like one's implicit or tacit knowledge, savoir, of the rules of grammar for a language, the sentences of which one knows, connaissance, the meaning. Foucault also calls this the positive unconscious of knowledge. Notice that the primary grid is not itself a possible object of connaissance, any more than the chessboard is a possible piece. The chessboard is the set of possible piece places, and so does not itself have a place. The episteme determines the set of possible objects of explicit knowledge, and so is not itself a possible object of explicit knowledge. What one may have is pre-knowledge of the grid, insofar as it provides the objects for our explicit knowledge. Likewise, since the episteme determines what is expressible within a discourse, it is not itself expressible within that discourse, it is not possible for us to describe our own archive equals episteme, since it is from within these rules that we speak, 1972, 130. Foucault's archaeological method, Foucault 1972, excavates the primary grid that is buried beneath a system of thought. Foucauldian archaeology is the method by which the pre-knowledge, savoir, of a past or alien epoch is made into an object of explicit knowledge, connaissance, for us now. What I propose to investigate is whether we might turn the archaeological method upon the Upanishads and discover the positive unconscious of ancient Indian thought. The integrative vision of the Upanishads is the Upanishadic system of thought, the totality of connaissance, and what underpins it, the episteme, has the label Brahman. As Brereton continues, the Upanishads create an integrative vision by identifying a single, comprehensive, and fundamental principle which shapes the world. For later followers of the Vedanta, the Brahman has a particular definition and a specific character, but for the Upanishads, the Brahman remains an open concept. It is simply the designation given to whatever principle or power a sage believes to lie behind the world and to make the world explicable. It is the reality sought by the householder who asks a sage, through knowing what, sir, does this whole world become known, mu aka 1.13. 1990, 118. There is perhaps an echo of the distinction between connaissance and savoir in the Upanishads use of the terms vijnana and prajna. Two sorts of hidden connection, bandhu, are prominent in the Upanishads. Both can clearly be seen in the oldest of the Upanishads, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. The first is the use of the ritual space as template. The idea is that the world as a whole is ordered in the same arrangement as the sacrificial object. This is supposed to explain the efficacy of sacrificial rites. By means of ritual, human beings can effect a reordering and even a repair of the world. That is because the cosmos stands in an isomorphic relation with the objects that are in the ritual domain. The most prominent example occurs at the beginning of this Upanishad, connecting the cosmos itself with the sacrificial horse. All translations are from Olivelli 1996. The head of the sacrificial horse, clearly, is the dawn, its sight is the sun, its breath is the wind, and its gaping mouth is the fire common to all men. The body of the sacrificial horse is the year, its back is the sky, its abdomen is the intermediate region, its underbelly is the earth, its flanks are the quarters, its joints are the months and fortnights, its feet are the days and nights, its bones are the stars, its flesh is the clouds, its stomach contents are the sand, its intestines are the rivers, its liver and lungs are the hills, its body hairs are the plants and trees, its forequarter is the rising sun, and its hind quarter is the setting sun. Bulletin 1.1. The second, related, idea is the idea that the human body is a sort of cosmological map. Here is an example from the Brihadaranyaka, Bulletin 2.5. Speech fire sight the sun breath the wind mind the moon hearing the quarters body earth. Self space hair plants blood, semen water. This taxonomy is certainly very strange and alien, but it is not monstrous. There is an underlying grid of correspondences between bodily parts and vital functions, on the one hand, and the primary elements and celestial bodies on the other. Something familiar is used as a map or template, to understand what is unfamiliar and unknown. As the Upanishads sage Uddalaka Arui puts it in Chandogya Upanishad, you must surely have asked about that rule of substitution by which one hears what has not been heard before, thinks of what has not been thought of before, and perceives what has not been perceived before, CU 6.1.3. Kaha Upanishad, Q3, introduces another network of correlations, this time between a person, self, senses, body, and a charioteer reining a chariot pulled by horses. Nor is there anything monstrous in the nevertheless surprising list of transitional appearances: mist, smoke, sun, wind, fire, fireflies, lightning, crystal, moon. These are the apparitions that, within yogic practice, precede and pave the way to the full manifestation of Brahman. Svetasvatarayu 2.11. Foucault defines the episteme of an epoch as whatever it is that fixes what can be thought, known, or spoken of, and what, by that same fact, cannot be known or described from within the epoch. This primary grid is precisely the role of the concept of Brahman in the Upanishads, the unifying cosmic principle, something that is made very clear in the Kena Upanishad. That which is the hearing behind hearing, the thinking behind thinking, the speech behind speech, the sight behind sight, it is also the breathing behind breathing. Freed completely from these, the wise become immortal, when they depart from this world. Q 1.2. Which one cannot see with one's sight, by which one sees the sight itself, learn that that alone is Brahman, and not what they here venerate. Q 1.6. We find here again the same taxonomy of breath, speech, hearing, sight, and thought. We find here too the idea that Brahman is inexpressible because it is that in virtue of which we speak, and that Brahman is unthinkable because it is that in virtue of which we think. As the sage Yajnavalkya is keen to emphasize, there is, In Foucault's terminology, no connaissance of Brahman. You can't see the seer who does the seeing, you can't hear the hearer who does the hearing, you can't think of the thinker who does the thinking, and you can't perceive the perceiver who does the perceiving. Bulletin 3.4.2. According to Yajnavalkya, savoir is indeed to be had, but only in a state of dreamless sleep. Bulletin April 3, 21. Yet that view is not universally shared, and in the Mayakya Upanishad, for example, one must look beyond the empty content of dreamless sleep to what is called only the fourth, turiya, state, a state of consciousness underneath and behind waking, dreaming, and dreamlessness. The final dramatic move in Upanishadic thought is to identify Brahman, this primary grid, with one's true self, the Atman, in which are established the various groups of five, together with space. I take that to be the self, I who have the knowledge, I who am immortal, I take that to be the Brahman, the immortal. Bulletin April 4, 17. Like the primary grid, this is what determines what is known and what isn't, this self of yours who is present within, he is the inner controller. Bulletin 3.7. As Signe Cohen observes, the sacrifice becomes a metaphor for the universe in late Vedic thought, and by extension, the hidden power behind the sacrifice is also seen as the hidden force behind the universe itself. Brahman, Cohen 2008, 47. Perhaps what we should understand is that the order of things, the division of things into classifications in accordance with an underlying network of correspondences, the primary grid, is itself in a correspondence with the order of our mental worlds. If self and world are organized along fundamentally analogous lines, then self-control and self-understanding become methods for controlling and understanding the world. Sir, teach me the hidden connection. You have been taught the hidden connection, indeed, we have taught you the hidden connection relating to Brahman itself. Of this hidden connection, austerity, self-control, and rights are the foundation, the Vedas are all the limbs, and truth is the abode. Q 4.7. There is a broad theme and the elements of a common vision in the Upanishads. It is the belief in a unified explanation of the world and of our experience. It is the belief in an all-encompassing complete conception. The peculiar twist which the Upanishads give to this is that the single reality behind the multiple aspects of the world is also the reality of the individual subject. The Upanishads seem to tell us that there is no hope of forming a unified conception of the world while leaving out the self, that a conception of the nature of the self is the key to a conception of the nature of the world. Wittgenstein's remark that the spirit of the snake is your spirit, for it is only from yourself that you are acquainted with spirit at all, Notebooks, 85e, has been claimed by some to reveal a distinct reverberation of this Upanishadic insight. In the Chandogya dialogue, the sage Uddalaka promises his son Svetakata the knowledge that will account for everything, the knowledge of the totality. He tells him to fetch the fruit of a banyan tree, to cut it open and find the seed, and then to cut open the seed. Svetakata finds nothing there, but Uddalaka tells him that within the seed is the finest essence on account of which the banyan tree stands here now, the essence that constitutes the self of this whole world, that is the truth, that is the self, CU 6.12. A single essence, an essence within an essence, unifies, integrates, and explains the whole. And it is a crucial Upanishadic doctrine that the self has five sheaths: food, breath, mind, intellect, and bliss, five levels of description yielding progressively deeper notions of the person, drawing us gradually away from superficial appearances towards a deep understanding of the place of the subjective in an objective view. The Upanishads are allegories, fables, dialogues, and parables. They admit different interpretations and different systematizations. There is a philosophical common theme, the possibility of an integrative vision, expressed through paradigm, metaphor, and imagery. They speak of the hidden connections that relate the three spaces, of ritual, of cosmos, and of human self, and they refer to the primary grid that makes knowledge of those hidden connections possible, to which they give the name Brahman. As such, Brahman is the Upanishadic episteme, something underneath all knowledge, and indeed, all consciousness, something hardly knowable within the Upanishads system of thought itself, and yet something which makes Upanishads knowledge possible. 15 Mantras and Sacred Language. Signe Cohen. The Upanishads are permeated by speculations about the mystical efficacy of language and ritual speech. Numerous mantras, or sacred utterances, are found sprinkled throughout the Upanishads texts, both the well-known and more obscure ones such as Hi or Hu. Language is, in the Upanishads, not just a tool to describe the world, but an integral part of the cosmos itself. When the Taittiriya Upanishad claims that this whole world is one, this tells us something significant about the Upanishads worldview. A powerful sound can capture the essence of the entire cosmos. Sacred language and the truth of false etymologies. The Taittiriya Upanishad uses the linguistic concept of sandhi, euphonic combination of sounds, as a cosmic metaphor. It is like this as far as the worlds are concerned: the first word is the earth, the next word is the sky, and space is the sandhi between them, and wind is that which joins them together. This is how it is with the worlds. It is like this as far as the lights are concerned: the first word is the fire, the next word is the sun, and water is the sandhi between them, and lightning is that which joins them together. This is how it is with the lights. It is like this as far as knowledge is concerned: the first word is the teacher, the next word is the student, and knowledge is the sandhi between them, and teaching is that which joins them together. This is how it is with knowledge. It is like this as far as offspring is concerned: the first word is the mother, the next word is the father, and the child is the sandhi between them, and procreation is that which joins them together. This is how it is with offspring. It is like this as far as the body is concerned: the first word is the lower jaw, the next word is the upper jaw, and speech is the sandhi between them, and the tongue is that which joins them together. This is how it is with the body. 2. Here, the universe itself, parents and children, teachers and students, are all part of the cosmic language. The identification of language and the universe also helps to explain the mystical etymologies so frequently encountered in the Upanishads. We can see this in the following examples. Then Death decided, "Let me give myself a body." So he recited, and as he recited, water came from him. And he thought, while I was reciting, ark, water, ka, came for me. This is what gives name to and reveals recitation, arka. For water surely comes for him who knows the name and nature of recitation. Therefore, recitation is water. 3. The saman, song, is speech. It is both she, sa, and he ama, and this gives name to and reveals the nature of the saman. Or maybe it is called saman because it is the same, sama, size as a fly or a mosquito, or an elephant, or the three worlds, or the whole universe. 4. The first being was called man, Purve, because before, Purva, all of this he burnt, all evil. 5. One should worship the syllables of the Ujjhata, high chant ud, gi, and tha. The syllable ud is the breath, for people rise up, udista, through breath. The syllable gi is speech, for words are called gur, speech. The syllable tha is food, for the world is based, shita, on food. 6. And the sun is mahas, for all the worlds are made happy, ma, by the sun. 7. But all he saw was that man, Brahman, the highest, and he said, "This, item, is what I have seen, adarsam, dot." And therefore he is called Idandra. His name is Idandra, but even though he is Idandra, people mysteriously call him Indra, for the gods seem to love the mysterious. 8. The etymologies for common, or uncommon, Sanskrit words suggested in these passages are, from a modern linguistic perspective, completely wrong. The words connected by Upanishads etymologies rarely have any historical connection with one another, they simply happen to sound alike. But since the Upanishads cosmos is ultimately linguistic, These phonetic similarities suggest deep cosmic connections to the Upanishads thinkers. It would be naive and presumptuous on our part to assume that the ancient Indians were simply ignorant of the true origins of Sanskrit words. The ancient Sanskrit grammatical literature suggests that, in general, educated Sanskrit speakers knew perfectly well how to derive a noun from a verbal root. But the mystical Upanishads etymologies serve a completely different purpose than etymological explanations in modern linguistics. The Upanishads authors had a very different agenda from modern etymologers. They are less interested in the historical origins of a word than in its cosmic significance. The Upanishads authors probably knew perfectly well that the name Indra is not derived from idam, this, and adarsam, saw. But their purpose was not to arrive at historically accurate etymological explanations, but rather to express esoteric truths about the universe. The false etymologies of the Upanishads are better regarded as linguistic mysticism than as bad historical linguistics. In many ways, the Upanishads etymologies are conceptually related to mantras. Like mantras, the false etymologies create connections between the world of language and the reality that lies beyond language. The limitations of language. Although the oldest among the classical Upanishads still identify language with the cosmos itself, speculations simultaneously begin to arise about the possibility that something may exist that is beyond the reach of language. That which one cannot express by speech, by which speech itself is expressed, know that only that is Brahman, and not that which they worship here. 9. In the Kena Upanishad, Brahman is the origin of language, but ultimately itself beyond language. The idea that Atman Brahman is ineffable is expressed in the famous Upanishads phrase, niti niti, not this, not that. This Atman is neither this nor that, niti niti. It is ungraspable, for it cannot be grasped. It is immortal, for it does not die. 10. The limitations imposed by language are, however, overcome by means of the non-linguistic utterances of the Upanishads mantras. Language beyond language, mantras in the Upanishads. Some scholars have explained mantras as non-linguistic utterances, others as linguistic units or ritual speech acts. A spectrum of opinions regarding this question are represented in the edited volume Understanding Mantras. 11. To clarify this issue, we should note that the term mantra is used in Indian literature to mean several different things. 12. A mantra can be a Vedic verse, used in a ritual context. In this case, a mantra has a clearly identifiable lexical meaning, even if that meaning may later be forgotten. This meaning, prevalent in later usage, is of less interest to us here. A mantra may also be a brief exclamation used in a ritual sense, such as svaha, hail or blessing, and the threefold vyati, utterance, of bhur, bhuva, sva. These mantras possess a lexical meaning, but also a mystical power beyond the semantic meaning of the word. Morjarity defines mantras as utterances of great power, perfect formulations capable of bridging earthly and divine realms. 13. The semantic meaning of bhur, bhuva, sva is clearly earth, atmosphere, and heaven, and yet the utterance takes on a mystical significance that far transcends the literal meaning. The Chandogya Upanishad suggests that bhur, bhuva, sva represent the essence of the Vedas, extracted by the creator god Prajapati himself from the holy texts. 14. And lastly, a mantra can be a religiously significant utterance without any apparent lexical meaning, such as O. In this discussion we will be mainly concerned with mantras of the second and third type. Stahl has shown that even mantras with an identifiable meaning, such as Om Namah Shivaya, homage to Shiva, may be treated as mystical phrases without semantic meaning when Hindu rituals are exported to other places, such as Bali. 15. We may observe something similar in the worldwide Christian use of the Hebrew term Amen. This term is usually not translated, and even those who are aware of its semantic meaning, so be it, would be reluctant to use the translation rather than the untranslated word. Like Hindu mantras, the Amen loses some power in translation. In the following discussion, we will focus on mantras in the sense of mystical utterances without a lexical meaning, or utterances with a meaning that transcends the literal meaning. The oldest Upanishads contain several words and phrases without known semantic meaning. Among these cryptic words are in Bihadharayaka Upanishad 5.2, made famous in the West through T.S. Eliot's poem The Waste Land, Viram in Bihadharayaka Upanishad 5.12, and Tajalan 16 in Chandogya Upanishad 3.14.1. These non-semantic words carry esoteric meanings that can be at least partially understood by those to whom they are explained. Over time, these spontaneous occurrences of non-semantic words disappear from sacred texts, and are replaced by better-known standard mantras, such as O. The earliest mantras that can be clearly identified as such appear in late Vedic ritual literature. There are also a few words in the Gveda that have no known semantic meaning, such as the many hapax legomena in the hymn Gveda 10.106, 17, but these words may simply be loan words from an unknown language whose meaning is now lost to us, rather than mystical utterances that were not meant to have a semantic meaning. In the Brahmas and the Upanishads, however, we first encounter mantras in the sense of powerful utterances without a clear meaning. In an intriguing article, Fritz Stahl has compared Sanskrit mantras to bird songs. He suggests that mantras are utterly devoid of semantic meaning, and that they are older than language, an evolutionary remnant of earlier, non-linguistic utterances, the vestiges of something different from language. 18 One would expect, however, if that were the case, to find mantras in all cultures, not just in South Asia. Stahl has attempted to show that mantra-like utterances are indeed found in other cultures as well, but most other cultures do not have anything quite comparable to the Sanskrit mantras. It seems reasonable, therefore, to regard mantras as a South Asian development. But Stahl has an excellent point when he draws parallels between animal sounds and mantras. The Chandogya Upanishad, a text particularly concerned with mantras, suggests they can exist among the animals. This does not necessarily mean that mantras are developed from animal sounds, but rather, that the Chandogya Upanishad recognizes the existence of significant, but non-linguistic utterances among animals. This view fits quite well with the Chandogya Upanishad's emphasis on mystical wisdom located outside the Vedic tradition, but accessible to those who are capable of listening. O, the immortal syllable. The mantra encountered most often in the Upanishads is O. The syllable O is absent from the Gveda, but is referred to as the Prava, reverberation, a name later often used for it, in the Taittiriya Samhita. 19 Here it signifies the sound that the hot priest makes at the end of a verse. It seems likely, therefore, that O originated in the recitation of Vedic verses, as a hummed nasalization at the end of a verse. It is in the Aitreya Brahma at 20 that O first assumed a cosmic significance. Here, it is identified with heaven and the sun and said to consist of 3 parts. Morjarity has shown that the oldest occurrences of the syllable O are in the Samaveda, and that it becomes a part of a soteriology of song in the Jaiminiya branch of the Samaveda. 21 By the time of the Upanishads, O has become the most popular of all mantras. The syllable O is also known as the Akara, the syllable / the imperishable. The word Akara, syllable, can conveniently be broken up into the negative prefix A and Kara, perishable, which invites religious speculations into the possibility that a sacred syllable may be a doorway to immortality. The syllable among the Gveda verses. The syllable on which all the gods rest in the highest heaven. When a person does not know it, what use is a Gveda verse? Sitting here together are the people who know it. 22. Mantras represent a cosmic non-linguistic language that creates a connection to the reality that lies beyond language. Brahman is, for example, said to be indescribable, and yet identical to the sacred non-linguistic syllable O. 23. The Kaha Upanishad suggests that O is the essence of all the Vedas. That word that all the Vedas reveal. The word that all austerities speak of. That which people desire when they live ascetic lives. I will tell you that word briefly, O. 24. The Kaha Upanishad, 25. Like the Taittiriya Upanishad, 26 identifies O with Brahman itself, while the Upanishads divides the syllable up into four parts and uses the fourfold O as the starting point for elaborating on the idea of the four states of the Atman: wakefulness, sleep, dreamless sleep, and a mystical state beyond all these. The fourth state, associated with the deepest possible insight into reality, is here identified with the syllable O in its entirety. 27. The Atman itself is O, claims the Upanishad. Anyone who knows this enters into the Atman by the Atman. 28. The Upanishad also claims that the syllable O is a tool for salvation. It will help steer the Atman into its unity with Brahman. O is the bow, the arrow is Atman, and Brahman the target. 29. Mantras and animal sounds. In the Samaveda Upanishads, textual authority is occasionally located outside the Vedic tradition itself, in the speech of animals, or the crackling of the fire, or in the words of a beggar sleeping under a bridge. There is frequent mention of words with no known semantic meaning in the Chandogya Upanishad. The most well-known of these is O, but others such as Hi and Hu, in the Chandogya Upanishad particularly connected with animals, or the more unknown Jalan 30 are also mentioned. In addition, the Chandogya Upanishad contains a surprisingly large number of references to animals and the sounds they make. I choose the roaring way of singing the saman, the singing that is like the roar of an animal. 31. In one passage, we hear about the ujjata, high chant, of the dogs. And now the ujjata of the dogs, one day Bakadalbhya, or alternatively, Glava Maitreya, went to perform his Vedic recitation, and a white dog appeared in front of him. Other dogs gathered around the white one, and they said to him, "Please, sir, sing and get us some food. We are very hungry." And he said to them, "Come back in the morning and meet me right here." Bakadalbhya, or alternatively, Glava Maitreya, kept watch. The dogs then came in, sliding furtively in just like priests slide furtively in, and they held each other's backs and chanted the hymn called Bahipavamana. They all sat down together and made the sound Hu. They chanted, "Oh, let's eat. Oh, let's drink. Oh, may the gods Varue, Prajapti and Savat bring food here. Lord of food, bring food here. Bring it, oh. 32. At first sight, this may seem to be a satirical passage, poking fun at Hindu priests by comparing them to howling dogs. But seen in conjunction with the many passages in the Chandogya Upanishad connecting ritual chants and animal sounds, there appears to be more to this passage than mere satire. Animals are frequent bearers of wisdom in the Chandogya Upanishad. So a teacher initiated the boy and chose 400 thin and weak cows and said, "My dear, watch these." When he drove them away, Satyakama said, "I will not return without 1,000. He lived elsewhere for some years, and when the cows had become 1,000, the following happened. The bull called to him, "Satyakama." He said, "Yes, sir." The bull said, "My dear, we have become 1,000. Take us back to the teacher's house, and I will tell you about 1/4 of Brahman." "Please tell me, sir." The bull told him, 1/16 part of it is the east, 1/16 is the west, 1/16 is the south, and 1/16 is the north. 33. Satyakama is later instructed further by the fire, a goose, and a water bird. 34. 3 of his 4 teachers are animals, and apparently fully capable of transmitting the truth about Brahman. The Chandogya Upanishad seems intrigued by animal sounds, perhaps because animal utterances appear to have some significance, and yet lack semantic meaning, which makes animal sounds similar to mantras. 16. The Upanishads and the emergence of the ism. Dermot Kilingali. The verse Upanishads. So far, we have given most attention to the earlier and mostly longer Upanishads, the Bihadharayaka, the Chandogya, the Taittiriya, the Aitareya, and the Kauataki. These are the ones that have most affinity with the Brahma as, they are mainly in prose, they are discursive and partly narrative, they report the dialogues and authoritative discourses of Brahmin men, and sometimes of women, kings, gods, and more unconventional authorities, such as men of unknown parentage, animals, birds, or fires, and they often take ritual matters as their starting point. The discourses, and especially the dialogues, often start from one view, typically a common or obvious one, or one held by an apparently authoritative teacher, and lead progressively to an unusual or esoteric one. They often follow a repeating pattern. For instance, in CU 8.7-12, Prajapati leads Indra by stages from a superficial view of the self as the visible, external person to a view of the self as independent of the body, and phrases are repeated from one stage to another. In this and other dialogues, a named individual is gradually taught by another named individual, and the character of each of these individuals is relevant to the argument. Prajapati talks as he does because he is enlightened, and Indra responds as he does because, being a god, he looks beyond the direct and superficial, unlike the demons. Sometimes the argument includes a demonstration or experiment, like Ajatasatru's waking a sleeping man to show that the self is present even in sleep, Bulletin 2.1.15-17, or Arui's experiment showing that the mind needs food, CU 6.7, or his demonstrations using seeds, 6.12, and salt, 6.13. Such dialogues between named individuals, framed in narratives, and often using a copy and paste, search and replace mode of composition, later became a feature of the Buddhist textual tradition, but in the Upanishads they became less frequent. Sometimes these early prose Upanishads include passages of verse, often introduced with a phrase such as "there is a stanza" or "there are some stanzas about this," which indicates that the verse passage is taken from another source. Sometimes we can find the same or a very similar stanza in another Upanishad, either may have quoted it from the other, or both may have taken it from a now unknown source, perhaps a floating body of stanzas current among the learned circles which produced the Upanishads. Notable among these passages are 8 stanzas comparing a man to a tree, Bulletin March 9, 28, with which Yajnavalkya concludes his confrontation with rival Brahmins, and 14 stanzas, Bulletin 4.4.8, 21, included in Yajnavalkya's discourse to Janaka on the self. Each of these 2 passages looks like a little verse Upanishad inserted from another source. Contrasted with these early prose Upanishads are 3 Upanishads, the Kaha, Muaka and Svetasvatara Upanishads, which are in verse, except that the Kaha starts with a short prose passage, the Muaka has short prose passages near the beginning and end, and the Svetasvatara begins with 2 words of prose. While these 3 differ considerably in their ideas and style of argument, they show similarities of form. Each consists of 6 chapters of around a dozen or 20 stanzas, the shortest 9, the longest 29. They also have a number of stanzas in common. Besides these 3, there is the Isa Upanishad, the shortest and probably oldest of the verse Upanishads, not much longer than some of the verse passages in the prose Upanishads. The Kena Upanishad is on the borderline as to form, since it has 2 chapters of verse followed by 2 of prose. Chronologically, however, it would be simplistic to place it between a supposed period of prose Upanishads and one of verse Upanishads. It may be later than the Upanishads that are mainly in verse, and there is no reason to suppose that its prose chapters are earlier than its verse ones. Cohen 2008, 251, 287. The Prasna Upanishad consists of 6 chapters, like the Kaha, Muaka, and Svetasvatara, and contains extensive verse passages, but it is essentially a prose Upanishad. It too is a borderline case. We thus have 6 texts which we can consider together as the middle period Upanishads, the Isa, the Kena and Prasna, the Kaha, Muaka, and Svetasvatara. We must remember that we have no sure evidence of the order of their composition, let alone dates, and that our classification is an arbitrary one, constructed to facilitate our description. Whereas the Vedic hymns use a variety of stanza forms, not only of 4 lines but of 3 or 5, and with lines ranging in length from 5 to 12 syllables, the Upanishads use only 2, one of 4 times 8 syllables, and one of 4 times 11. Each allows some variation, which sometimes makes it uncertain whether a passage is verse or prose, but the variety of stanza forms has been greatly reduced. This is true of the verse passages in the prose Upanishads, as well as of the verse Upanishads. Further, for each of these two stanza forms, the range of acceptable metrical variance is progressively reduced in the course of time, from the period of the oldest hymns to that of the later Upanishads. Metrical form can thus be used as evidence for the relative antiquity of Upanishadic passages, Cohen 2008, 25-30. The details of the technique are beyond the scope of this book, but, roughly speaking, the more rigid the meter, the later the composition of the stanza, except that some metrical irregularities show that a word has been omitted or inserted. The Middle Period Upanishads. The Middle Period Upanishads draw on a stock of floating stanzas which must have been already current when the early prose Upanishads were completed, as some of them appear there. Since some of these stanzas have parallels in the hymns of the Gveda and Atharva Veda, they were composed or repeated by people familiar with the older literature, most probably priests, perhaps those who took the role of Brahman, requiring knowledge of the three Vedas, above, p. 48. Looking in the opposite direction, there is a clear affinity between the Middle Period Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, which has many stanzas in common with them, as well as ideas about God, the world, personality, and yoga. As suggested above, it would be simplistic to think of the Middle Period Upanishads as composed later than the early prose ones. For one thing, the Isa Upanishad is included in the Samhita of the White Yajurveda, which consists essentially of mantras. This places it at an older level in the structure of Vedic literature than even the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which is part of the Brahma of the White Yajurveda. It belongs to ancient Vedic poetry, Renu 1956, 273, the same could be said of the verse passages in the early prose Upanishads, and of some stanzas in the verse Upanishads. The Kena Upanishad is, like the Brihadaranyaka, part of a Brahma, the Jaiminaya Upanishad Brahma of the Samaveda. Nevertheless, it is convenient to consider the early prose Upanishads and the Middle Period Upanishads as two groups differentiated, despite considerable overlap, by both their literary form and their ideas. Among the ideas typical of the latter group, though not found everywhere in it, is that liberation depends on devotion to, and perhaps on the will of, a personal being, rather than on the knowledge of one's own inner self or Atman, or of an impersonal or suprapersonal Brahman, which is usually found in the former group. This is what we refer to as the ism. Trying to arrange the Upanishads in chronological order according to a reconstructed history of ideas risks subjective judgments and circular arguments, but the hypothesis that the ism gained currency later than the idea of an Atman or impersonal Brahman is partly corroborated by the formal differences between the early prose Upanishads and the Middle Period Upanishads. In contrast to the early prose Upanishads, the Middle Period Upanishads typically present their ideas without discussion or effort to persuade, and usually without reference to rival views, though they sometimes give brief arguments, and even dialogues, Q 1.9 to 2.18, KU 3.1, 4.1, PU. They also dispense with demonstrations, except for the striking demonstration of the power of Brahman and the powerlessness of even the gods in KU 3. Unlike the demonstrations and experiments mentioned above, this one is not repeatable, and does not belong to the ordinary world. Besides, the Kena Upanishad is, as we said, a borderline case. The Middle Period Upanishads seem to address people who will accept their views without needing to be convinced, and even without explanation of their obscurities. This is especially true of the Svetasvatara Upanishad, which includes cryptic passages such as the description of a symbolic wheel, Su 1.4, which makes no sense without a list of terms which is not provided. The same applies to Pu 1.11. The impression that it is addressed to a circle that is ready to accept the teacher's views, and knows his terminology, is corroborated in the closing stanzas, Su 6.21 to 23, which say it is a secret which must only be revealed to appropriate persons. In their verse form, their brevity, their lack of concern to persuade, and their reliance on the hearer's knowledge, These Upanishads hark back to the Vedic hymns, rather than the Brahma, as some of their phrases, and even whole stanzas, are taken from the hymns. The Isa, Kaha, and Svetasvatara Upanishads belong to the Yajurveda, the Kena to the Samaveda, and the Prasna and Muaka to the Atharvaveda. But whereas the early prose Upanishads, especially the Bihadharayaka with its opening praise of the sacrificial horse, and the Chandogya with its references to Samavedic chant, are clearly connected with the ritual traditions to which they are affiliated, the middle period Upanishads are less so, and generally show less interest in ritual. They do not prescribe rituals, except very briefly. The passage about a ritual to reach heaven, Q 1.12-19, is exceptional, and is only a preparation for the contrasting passage in which Nacicetas insists on his demand for knowledge, Q 1.20-29, and, without saying ritual is worthless, makes it clear that it is not enough for him. The passage in praise of ritual in the Muaka Upanishad, Mu 1.2.1, is followed by one disparaging ritual, Mu 1.7-12. This may represent an argument in which the former view is rejected. Olivelli 1996, 396, note on Mu 1.1.8. These passages may be dialogues, but they do not identify the speakers as the early prose Upanishads do. God. One of the features that distinguish the middle period Upanishads from the early prose Upanishads is their tendency to speak of a transcendent being which is not only the source of all consciousness, but a personal being, an object of worship and a source of grace which can help the seeker of liberation, what we can reasonably call God, bearing in mind that it may not be precisely what we mean by that name in whatever tradition we may have inherited or rejected. Liberation, in at least some passages of these Upanishads, is to be found not by knowing one's innermost self, as Yajnavalkya and others taught, but by knowing a being that is fundamentally other than oneself. The ism is present in parts of the Isa, Kaha, and Muaka Upanishads, but most of all in the Svetasvatara Upanishad. Similarly, the Kena Upanishad says that the being to be known is fundamentally other than Brahman as it is usually understood, Ku 1.4-8. In that passage, neuter pronouns are used, but in the first stanza, the being which drives mind, breath, speech, sight, and hearing, a pentat of which we shall say more in the next chapter, is called a god, deva, a masculine noun. Among the middle period Upanishads, the ism is absent only from the Prasna Upanishad. God is referred to by various words which are used also in the earlier Upanishads, Atman self, deva a god, usually one of many gods, but sometimes used for the supreme god, Puru a man. These are grammatically masculine nouns, and sometimes God is simply called he. God can also be called Brahman, which is usually a neuter noun, though it is occasionally masculine, or being, Sat, also neuter, or simply it. The Svetasvatara Upanishad in several places uses the name of the Vedic god Rudra, a god who has only 3 hymns to himself in the Gvida Samhita, and appears in the Brahma as a dreaded outsider, lord of cattle but also destroyer of cattle. For centuries Rudra, also called Shiva the propitious, or Mahadeva the great god, has been worshipped as supreme god by many Hindus, while others give the same status to Sikhu, another god who has only a small place in the Gvida Samhita, but becomes prominent in later texts. The Svetasvatara Upanishad may have contributed to the popularity of Rudra/Shiva, or it may have responded to an already existing popularity. The Mahanaraya Upanishad does the same for Sikhu, also called Naraya, though it sometimes names Rudra. The Maitreya Upanishad names Rudra, Brahma, and Sikhu, a triad well known in post-Vedic texts, associating them respectively with the 3 gu as Tamas, Rajas, and Sattva, MTU 5.2, but this is in one of the later layers of this multi-layered text, Van Beetenen 1962, 82-83, Cohen 2008, 264. God is also referred to in the middle period Upanishads as Is, Isa, Isana, or Isvara, a group of related words usually translated Lord. These words do not appear in this sense in the early prose Upanishads, though Isana occurs in a list of gods, Buletin January 4, 11, and Isvara occurs with a different meaning, capable of, able to do. In the hymns of the Gvida, Isana is frequently applied to gods, as a participle, meaning ruling, having power, in a context which specifies what the god has power over, horses, riches, the world, the gods, or whatever. Gonda 1965, 140-141. In a hymn we have already referred to, pages 65, 67, 82, 89, the primal man is described as having power over immortality, RV 10.90.2. But in the Atharva Veda Isana occurs as a name, in a context which implies that he is Lord of the gods, AV 15.14.10, Gonda 1965, 142. The little verse Upanishad included in Yajnavalkya's discourse on the self includes a stanza calling the self a god, Deva, and Lord, Isana, of what has been and what is to be. Buletin April 4, 15. The second half of the stanza is repeated in Ku 4.12. In the prose which follows, the self is repeatedly described as controlling all beings, using Isana and Isvara among other nouns denoting a ruler or protector. Buletin April 4, 22. A similar passage uses the word Isa, KSU 3.8. Thus the idea of ultimate reality as a personal ruler, rather than either an impersonal absolute being or Brahman, or the innermost Atman, is found already in some passages of the early prose Upanishads. The earliest occurrence of the noun is Lord in the Upanishads, if our sketch of their relative chronology has any validity, is as the first word in the Isa Upanishad. This short text, of only 18 stanzas, takes its name from its initial word. The opening stanza is terse and difficult. Throughout this Upanishad we seem to be eavesdropping on something that must have made sense to the group for which it was composed, but which would have been a puzzle even to others within the Vedic tradition, to say nothing of ourselves who are trying to understand it from the outside, whether we are beginners or advanced Sanskritists. But its very brevity makes a point. Is here is not called the Lord of something, not even of the gods or of immortality or of everything, he is just is. This absolute use of the word is, and also of Isa, which is almost the same word, is characteristic of the middle period Upanishads. The second word of the Isa Upanishad is ambiguous. It could mean wearable, to be put on as a garment, or habitable, to be inhabited, or even to be pervaded as with a perfume. Roebuck 2003, 390. Next comes the subject of the sentence, this whole world. So the Upanishad opens with a statement that the world is to be worn, or inhabited, or pervaded, by God. Thereafter, is not expressly mentioned, unless the masculine forms in stanza 8 refer to him. Elsewhere there are neuter expressions for the paradoxical one which is motionless and outruns the others, is far and near, within and outside, IU 4-5, and there are references to the Atman. We shall leave this difficult but haunting text to chapter 28, and look at clearer, though still difficult, accounts of the Lord. 2. One bound, one free. The Lord, appears again in Mu 3.1.1, 2. These two somewhat cryptic stanzas are repeated in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, preceded by another cryptic stanza. Using different imagery, each of these three stanzas speaks of two beings who stand in different relations to a third. Here are the three stanzas as they appear in the Svetasvatara Upanishad. One unborn female, red, white and black, producing many offspring of like appearance, for one unborn male lies with her, enjoying, another leaves her when she has had her pleasure. So 4.5. Most translators say it is the second male that has had pleasure, but the grammar shows it is the female. Roebuck 2003, 455. Two birds, companions and friends, cling to the same tree. Of them, one eats the sweet fig, the other looks on without eating. On the same tree a man grieves, sunk down, deluded by her who is not Lord. When he sees the satisfied other, the Lord, and his greatness, his grief is gone. So 4.6 to 7 equals mu 3.1.1, 2. This is an example of the way Vedic literature recycles itself. The middle stanza is taken from RV 1.164.20. The tree is not an ordinary fig tree, but another member of the ficus genus, the Asvatha, Pipala, people, or sacred fig, which appears many times in Vedic and later literature, Emino 1949. Whatever this stanza meant in its earlier context, Johnson 1976, in the Upanishad it is paralleled, and partly explained, by the first and third stanzas. Each of the three beings is described in the first stanza as unborn. This word has been used before, in Bulletin April 4, 20, April 4, 22 it describes the Atman, and in Q 2.18 it perhaps describes the Atman, Q 2.20, or perhaps the sacred syllable, 2.16. Elsewhere in the Svetasvatara Upanishad it describes God, Q 2.15. But there is a pun which is probably intended in the above context, if not in the ones just mentioned. The masculine and feminine forms of the adjective Aya unborn are the same as the words for a male and a female goat. This makes the image more picturesque, although lies with is inappropriate for goats. The she-goat's three colors, red, white, and black, appear in a creation myth as the colors of heat, water, and food, which are the origin of all phenomena, CU 6.2-4, in the Sakya system, whose origins can partly be traced in the Middle Period Upanishads, below, pages 176 to 177, 179 to 182, they are the colors of the three strands, Gue, of which all phenomena consist. The she-goat thus contains within her all the variety of the world, and this variety is reproduced in her young, who are the phenomena. The male who is enjoying her is the individual who experiences the world. Who then is the other male who has given her pleasure, and thus engendered her young? In the third stanza above, so 4.7 equals mu 3.1.2, the satisfied other is identified as the Lord, so we can identify the other male in the first stanza as the Lord also. Taking these three images together, the two unborn ones or goats, the two birds in the tree, the man in the tree and the Lord, we can see a picture of the human condition which draws on older ideas but gives them a new shift. The sacred fig tree is the foundation of all the worlds, Q 6.1, the eating of fruit is a standard metaphor for the experiences which result from our actions. We enjoy the fruit, but our situation is one of bondage, as the third verse shows, and as we have seen in chapters 7 and 13. We can escape from this bondage, it adds, by seeing the Lord. In the Mu aka Upanishad, the next stanza makes the same point. When the seer sees the gold-colored maker, the Lord, the man, the womb of Brahman, then he knows, he shakes off good and evil, is spotless, and reaches supreme equality. Mu 3.1.3. The Lord, represented by the bird who looks on without eating, the satisfied other, and the he-goat who has left the she-goat, has played his part in creation, but unlike Prajapati in the older creation myths, above, p. 68, he is not emptied or shattered. Further, unlike the Atman taught in the early prose Upanishads, he is different from the bound individual, represented by the male who lies with the female, the bird that eats the fruit, and the man sunk in grief on the tree. The Kaha Upanishad has a partial parallel to the image of the two birds, describing two beings who drink truth in the world of good actions, who have entered the cave and the highest beyond, they are darkness and light. The stanza is obscure, but the parallelism helps us to understand them as the individual self and the Lord. The world of good actions is the place or condition in which a person receives the fruit of their well-performed ritual acts, Mu 1.2.1. The cave, or hidden place, is where the Atman resides, Q 2.20, it thus means the heart, which is the usual location of the Atman, Cu 3.14.3, Bulletin 4.4.1. The self and the Lord are both said to be in the cave of the heart and also in the beyond. 2.1 is similar. This is consistent with Yajnavalkya's description of the self as the immortal inner controller within all things, Bulletin 3.7.3, 23. It is harder to explain why they are both said to drink, unlike the two birds, of whom one eats and the other does not. Perhaps the differentiation between the self and the Lord is not as strong in the Upanishad as in the Svetasvatara. Elsewhere in the Kaha, the honey-eating Atman is said to be Lord of what has been and is to be, Ku 4.5, this is repeated in two further stanzas, referring to the Atman as the thumb-sized man, Ku 4.12, 4.13. Yajnavalkya has already called the Atman Lord of what has been and is to be in a very similar stanza, Bulletin April 4, 15. Prakti, Maya, the triad. We can look further at the unborn female of the first stanza. Sexual creation myths are not new, there is an evident, though cryptic, sexual narrative in RV 10.129.4, 5, a clearer one in Bulletin 1.4.3, 4, and several Brahma myths in which Prajapati lusts after his daughter. The third stanza also mentions a female being, her who is not Lord. In the middle stanza her place is taken by the tree with its fruit. The female figure has an apparently independent existence alongside the unbound Lord and the bound individual, as does the tree. She is also readily identified with two terms found in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, both of which are grammatically feminine, Prakti nature and Maya artifice. Prakti does not occur in the earlier Upanishads, but is frequent later, denoting the material from which everything we experience is formed, the components of our personality as well as the objects of our senses. The translation nature is conventional and appropriate, especially since Prakti can refer to a person's individual nature or character. Etymologically, Maya is the power to make things, Meyerhofer 1956-1980, Volume 2, p. 624, in the Gvidic hymns it is a power possessed by gods and other beings which enables them to produce supernormal effects. RV 6.47.18, quoted in Bulletin February 5, 19, mentions the Maya-s of Indra, by which he takes on many forms. This is the only occurrence of the word in the early prose Upanishads. It can be associated with deceit. The world of Brahman belongs to those who are without crookedness, untruth, or Maya, Pu 1.16. Later, in Advaita Vedanta, it refers to the power of false knowledge to produce the appearance of a diverse world, in contrast to true knowledge of the unity of Brahman. Accordingly, Maya is sometimes translated illusion, but artifice, Roebuck 2003, 297, 306, may be a more appropriate translation, conveying the power to make things, its usual meaning in earlier English, but also having sinister connotations. Craft is another possible translation. One should know that nature, Prakti, is the artifice, Maya, and the Great Lord is the artificer, Mayan. Su 4.10. The three unborn beings, or goats, the two birds and the tree, and the two men and the tree, all represent a triad which is one of the two recurring themes of the Svetasvatara Upanishad. It is mentioned first in Su 1.7, the highest Brahman, however, has been extolled thus, there is a triad in it, oneself, the foundation and the imperishable, Olivelli 1996, 253, 386. The next stanza explains. This complex is the perishable and the imperishable, the manifest and the unmanifest, the Lord carries the whole. And the Atman, which is not Lord, is bound, by being an experiencer. On knowing God it is released from all nooses. Su 1.8. The next stanza uses the same image of the three unborn ones or goats as Su 4.5 discussed above. One male is the Lord who knows, the other is powerless and ignorant, and the female is joined to the experiencer and the objects of experience, Su 1.9. That is, Prakti provides the sense objects which we perceive in the world, and the senses with which we perceive them. The last sentence of Su 1.8 is the Upanishad's other recurring theme. It is repeated verbatim at the end of stanzas 2.15, 4.16, 5.13, 6.13, and similar statements are made at the end of many other stanzas, and at the beginning of Su 1.11, so the promise of liberation by knowing or seeing God runs through the Upanishad like a refrain. Those who know God are freed from nooses, or cut the nooses of death, Su 4.15, or become immortal, Su 3.1, 3.10, 4.17, or get rid of sorrow, Su 3.20, 4.7, or reach peace, Su 4.11, 4.14. Since this Upanishad is characterized by quotations from, and echoes of, the Vedic hymns, the image of the noose recalls the nooses of Varua, above, pages 62 to 63. Seeing the Atman is similarly associated with freedom from sorrow in Ku 2.20, discussed below. But in contrast to Ku 4.5 and 4.12 to 13, above, the teachings of Yajnavalkya discussed in chapter 12, pages 127 to 129, and those of Indra, Sanatkumara or Prajapati discussed in chapter 13, pages 139, 141 to 142, 143, the Svetasvatara Upanishad does not say that the self which is the source of our consciousness is the ruler of the world, or that it is essentially blissful. On the contrary, it emphasizes its powerlessness and its subjection to suffering. In a typically condensed argument inquiring what is the universal cause, it states, the self is not Lord, because of pleasure and pain, Su 1.2. That is, the self cannot be the cause of the world, because the pleasure and pain it experiences are beyond its control. God's self-revelation. In the second half of the Kena Upanishad, Brahman itself appears as a character in a story which shows its power over the gods. Brahman, grammatically neuter throughout the story, despite behaving as a person, had obtained victory for them, presumably in one of their struggles against the demons, Asura, which are a feature of the Brahma as. The gods boasted of the victory as their own, so to teach them a lesson, Brahman appeared before them. The story does not narrate how Brahman, which is essentially formless, appeared, or what it looked like, but the gods, not knowing what it was, called it a yake, a word which usually means a kind of earth spirit, but which is applied to Brahman in Bulletin 5.4. The god of fire went to see what it was. Brahman put a blade of grass in front of him, but he could not burn it. Then the god of wind went, and he could not blow away the blade of grass. Finally Indra went, but Brahman vanished. In its place he found a beautiful woman, who told him the strange being was Brahman, Ku 3.12. So Indra is superior to the other gods, because he was the first to know that it was Brahman, Ku 4.3. Indra is similarly distinguished as the one who learns knowledge of the Atman from Prajapati, Cu 8.7 to 12, and teaches it to Pratardana, Ksu 3. The woman is named as Uma, daughter of Himalaya. The Upanishad does not explain further, but in later mythology Uma, also known as Parvati, daughter of the mountain, is the wife of Rudra/Shiva. This story shows Brahman revealing itself, albeit in a cryptic though spectacular way. The idea that God reveals himself is found elsewhere in the Middle Period Upanishads. IU 15, in a passage which also appears as Bulletin 5.15, prays for truth to reveal itself. The idea appears at greater length in this stanza. This Atman is not obtained by discourse, nor by intelligence, nor by much learning. He is obtained by the one he chooses. To him this Atman reveals his form. Ku 2.23 equals mu 3.2.3. Another stanza conveys the same idea. Smaller than the small, greater than the great, the self is placed in the hidden place of a creature. One who is without desire is rid of sorrow, and sees the greatness of the self, by the grace of the disposer. Ku 2.20. This stanza is repeated in Su 3.20, with some variations. The greatness of the self is changed to the greatness, the Lord, adapting the phrase to the Svetasvatara Upanishad's version of the ism by distinguishing the Lord, the sight of whom brings freedom from sorrow, from the suffering self. Also, it is not the individual that is without desire, but God, who has no desires because he has no needs, a theme developed further in BHG 3.22, 4.13. But what interests us most is the mention of grace. In later Hindu theology, the word prasada, clarity, serenity, grace, favor, refers to the grace which a god grants to worshippers, enabling them to approach and know him. It may be more familiar in the sense of food that has been offered to an image and is then distributed. The deity grants favor to the worshippers by allowing them to eat the food. In the Kaha and Svetasvatara Upanishads, the phrase "by the grace of the disposer," Dita Prasadat, seems to present an early instance of the doctrine of grace. God chooses certain people, allowing them to see him and so win liberation. The statement occurs also in the Mahanarya Upanishad, 8.3. But there is uncertainty about the phrase. Some manuscripts omit two dots, looking like a colon, smiley face, which changes the meaning to "by serenity of the components of personality," Dita Prasadat. This would make liberation dependent on the seeker's state of mind, not on the grace of God. The word Dita component occurs in the classical Upanishads, CU 6.5.1, 6.5.2, 6.5.3, but not in the sense of a component of personality which it has later. On the other hand, Dat, disposer, does occur. It refers to a deity who controls events in the world, invoked for success in begetting a child, Bulletin June 4, 21, or recruiting students, 2.1.4.3, so the meaning "by the grace of the disposer" is probably correct. Theism beyond the Upanishads. Hindu theism has many forms, but several of them derive ideas from the middle period Upanishads. The key term bhakti, devotion, appears first in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, which concludes by saying that devotion to God, Deva, and to the teacher, Guru, as to God, are necessary for understanding its doctrine, Su 6.23. Bhakti is frequently mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita, which has many ideas and phrases, and even whole stanzas, in common with the verse Upanishads. The triad of God, the individual self and nature, is important in the Vaishnava theology of Ramanuj. The same triad appears in Saivism as Pati, the Lord, Pasu, the beast, meaning the individual in bondage, and Pasa, the noose, in which the individual is held. In the early 19th century, when Rammohan Roy sought to combine Hindu and European thought in a form of rational theism based on Sanskrit textual authority, it was the Isa, Kina, Kaha and Muaka Upanishads that he chose to translate into Bengali and English. A century later, M. K. Gandhi regarded the Isa Upanishad as the essence of Hinduism, chapter 20. God, Isvara, is a distinctive feature of the yoga system. Though he appears there not as creator or universal cause, but as the timeless first teacher of yoga and supreme object of devotion, Witcher 1998, 83, he has a clear antecedent in the Lord of the Middle Period Upanishads. Yoga is mentioned in Su 6.13, together with Sakya, a term which is closely associated with yoga in the Bhagavad Gita, a key text of Theism. Both these are necessary means of knowing God, and thus being released from all nooses. 17. The Upanishads and Yoga. Dermot Killingley. Yoga in the Upanishads. Besides Theism, the Upanishads of the Middle Period show an interest in yoga. The word yoga is used in the Kaha and Svetasvatara Upanishads, as well as other words which are technical terms of the yoga system. There are traces of yoga also in the Muaka Upanishad. A more developed form of yoga appears in the later portions of the Maitreya Upanishad, a text combining material from several periods. The later Yoga Upanishads, chapter 41, show a more developed form still. Since the Kaha, Svetasvatara, and Maitreya Upanishads belong to the Black Yajurveda, yoga may have been fostered within that tradition. As we shall see, early passages that we can recognize as yoga link it to application of the mind to a ritual task. Further, in one of the passages on yoga in the Mahabharata, the teacher is named as Yajnavalkya, the great ritualist and Upanishadic thinker of the Black Yajurveda, MBH 12.298-306, below, pages 193 to 196, Cohen 2008, 51. He appears in conversation with King Janaka, as he does in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad and also in the Satapatha Brahma. However much his ideas may differ in these three sources, the anonymous authors evidently attributed them to the same man. While the Muaka Upanishad belongs to the Atharvaveda, it shares some material with the Kaha and Svetasvatara Upanishads, as we have seen in chapter 16, indicating that advanced exponents of the Atharvaveda had some contact with those of the Black Yajurveda. The word yoga also appears in 2.4, but this is a word of many meanings, below, p. 177. If it refers to yoga in the usual sense, Witcher 1998, 17, Roebuck 2003, 216, it is a very early and isolated occurrence. The context makes it more likely that it means performance, Olivelli 1996, 186, or perhaps the application of the mind. Varieties of yoga. There are so many forms of yoga that we need to be clear about what we mean by the term when we use it in different contexts. There is modern yoga, of which modern postural yoga, as taught in many yoga classes, is the most popular form, de Michaelis 2004, 1-6, 187-189. Modern yoga is a product of the 20th century. It was pioneered by Swami Vivekananda's talks in the eastern USA from 1895 onwards. These were hardly what would now be called yoga classes, but they encouraged Westerners to think of yoga as something they could practice themselves, rather than as an exotic or esoteric activity of the other. Kilingali 2014. Modern yoga contains traditional Hindu material packaged for export. That is not to say that it is inauthentic, but that its proponents, mainly in the 20th century, took traditional ideas and methods and consciously adapted them to modern expectations, ways of thinking, modes of transport and communication, and forms of organization. Further, while modern yoga is taught all over the world, including India, its principal language is English, de Michaelis 2004, 8n. It has become so successful that people can use the word yoga in English without knowing that it is Sanskrit or even Indian in origin. The Indian teachers who initiated modern yoga drew on ideas and practices that can be traced back to the ancient textbook of yoga, the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, and cited it as their authority. Its author is traditionally identified with an important grammarian called Patanjali. However, the grammarian is usually dated to the 1st or 2nd century CE, and the Yoga Sutra to the 2nd or 3rd century CE, as with Yajnavalkya, above, p. 174, the identification is improbable. Like the ritual sutras mentioned in chapter 6, or the Vedanta Sutra, or the grammatical sutras of Paini, the Yoga Sutra is a set of brief rules which make little sense without a commentary. The oldest commentary is the Yoga Bhaja, Yoga Commentary, composed in the 5th or 6th century CE and attributed to Vyasa. He is traditionally identified with Vyasa, the compiler of the Mahabharata, who is a mythical rather than a historical figure. Several subcommentaries on Vyasa's commentary were composed at different times, down to the 20th century, which are 1998, 320-322. While there have been recent attempts to interpret the Yoga Sutra independently of Vyasa, he is traditionally accepted as the authority for understanding the sutras. The tradition based on the Yoga Sutra, as interpreted by Vyasa, is termed classical yoga or Patanjala yoga. Like other schools of Indian philosophy, it is variously interpreted by its followers, and since it depends perhaps more than most such schools on practice and experience, its variety is not fully reflected in the sub-commentaries and other textual accounts. While yoga is a darsana or system of thought, based on the Yoga Sutra and its successive commentaries much as Vedanta is based on the Vedanta Sutra, it is also much more, since many items of its terminology, theory, and practice are also used in various branches of Vedanta, and also in Tantrism, Jainism, Buddhism, and other traditions. As with other sets of sutras or rules, the text indicates that the author drew on an existing body of ideas. Once a Sanskrit text has been accepted as the foundation of a system, its predecessors commonly fall into oblivion. Earlier authors and their views may be mentioned in the foundation text, either by name or as some or others, but their works are not preserved. This is true of the Yoga Sutra. However, we do have samples of earlier thought on yoga, presented briefly in some of the Upanishads, and at greater length and in more developed form in parts of the Mahabharata. While the Mahabharata is essentially a heroic epic, its core story occupies only about a fifth of the whole. The remainder consists of stories told by one character to another, including the story of how the core story came to be told, and numerous didactic passages in which characters expound and discuss dynastic history, ethics, ritual, pilgrimage, cosmology, and many other subjects, including yoga. The best known passage of this kind is the Bhagavad Gita. Yoga is a central part of its teaching, and it has much in common with the middle period Upanishads, as we have seen. There is also the long discourse on yoga called the Mokkha-dharma, MBH 12.168-353, which includes the teaching given by Yajnavalkya to Janaka, already mentioned. The relation between the Mahabharata, and especially the Bhagavad Gita, and the Upanishads will be discussed in chapters 18 and 19. The Mahabharata and the Upanishads represent early yoga, that is, yoga as it existed before it was systematized in the Yoga Sutra. Since the Yoga Sutra includes ideas that are also found in early Buddhist and Jain sources, which are 1998, 47, 325-326 and 40, these sources can also be considered as representing early yoga. What early yoga, classical yoga, and modern yoga have in common, besides the word yoga, is a concern to rid our consciousness of its tendency to wander among many objects, and to make it one-pointed. In classical yoga the ultimate goal is stated to be aloneness, Kaivalya, Yoga Sutra 2.25, which are 1998, 275-285. In some forms of modern yoga it is personal well-being. In early yoga, the goal is variously described. The Bhagavad Gita speaks of reaching God, BHG 18.68, or even entering God, BHG 18.55. The Kaha Upanishad speaks of reaching the place from which there is no rebirth, Ku 3.8-9. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad the goal is to be freed from all nooses by knowing God, Su 2.15. The goal is reached through control of the faculties, Indriya, the five senses, and the faculties of action such as speech and locomotion. These are explained and discussed below, pages 179-182. The means for doing this include breath control, posture, and mental practices such as meditation. Some scholars translate Indriya as organ, but faculty is preferable, because the texts sometimes distinguish the Indriyas from the organs in which they are located, Kilingali 2006, 80. Some call all the Indriyas senses, and the action faculties conative senses, doing unnecessary violence to English usage. Since yoga in all its forms is a way of controlling the personality, it involves a theory of how personality is structured. In classical yoga, the theory is outlined in Yoga Sutra 2.19, and expounded or modified in Vyasa's commentary on the sutra, which are 1998, 65-66. With some differences, partly terminological, the same theory is set out in classical Sakya, which was systematized in the Sakya Karika of Isvaraka, around the 4th century CE. It is also accepted in Vedanta. Before these classical formulations, both yoga and Sakya existed in various forms. Many of them are found in the Mahabharata, and there are traces of them in the Upanishads. At that stage, they were not defined bodies of doctrine so much as traditions of teaching and practice which varied from teacher to teacher. Indeed, even after the definitive texts were composed, teachers were free to write commentaries embodying widely different interpretations. It was debatable whether Sakya and yoga were two or one, BHG 5.4, in the Mahabharata they are paired as theory and practice rather than as distinct schools, Edgerton 1924. The name Sakya, derived from Sakya number, may refer to this tradition's reliance on enumeration, or more generally on reason. The word yoga is a common one, used in many contexts besides the one we are considering here. Not every text which uses the word yoga is about yoga. Its most general meaning is connection. In astronomy it can mean a constellation or a conjunction, in grammar the connection between words in a sentence, or in arithmetic addition. It can also mean acquisition. It is closely related in form to a verb, represented by the root yaje, which means to join, to connect. Each Sanskrit verb has dozens of inflectional forms. The root is a device invented by the ancient grammarians to refer to all these forms, and to related verbal nouns as well. The root yaje is cognate with the English words join, junction, yoke, and also, through Greek, with zygote, syzygy, zeugma. Etymology does not determine the meaning of a word, but Sanskrit nouns formed in the same way as yoga are usually closely related in meaning with the formally related verb, so the ways in which the verb is used can elucidate the meaning of the noun. The verb yaje can mean to apply, to put to use, to make ready or equip, and especially to harness horses or to fit an arrow to a bow, and these meanings help us to understand the word yoga in the Upanishads. The verb occurs often in the Vedic hymns and Brahma as with reference to harnessing horses. These were important in Vedic culture, and horse-drawn chariots were used in warfare and in races, which had a place in some rituals. In an extension of meaning which is relevant to yoga, yaje can also refer to harnessing or applying the mind, manas, to a ritual task, SB 6.3.1.12, 16. The American Sanskritist Franklin Edgerton regularly translated yoga as discipline in his translation of the Bhagavad Gita, Edgerton 1952. Among other advantages, this can be a verb as well as a noun, so it can translate the verb yaje, as can control. It can also refer either to a process or to a state which is achieved by that process, as yoga can. Yoga as control of faculties, Kaha Upanishad 3.3-9. The earliest clear account of yoga in the Upanishads does not use the noun yoga, but it does use the verb yaje, in an extended simile or parable which uses several key terms of yoga. The Atman is represented as riding in a two-man chariot, driven by a charioteer. If properly controlled, yaje, it will bring the Atman to its ultimate goal, which is beyond rebirth, Ku 3.8. We can set out the simile in tabular form. In the references on the right, the letters A, B, C, D refer to the four quarters or lines of each stanza. Rider equals Atman, Ku 3.3a. Chariot equals body, Ku 3.3b. Charioteer equals intellect, Buddhi, Ku 3.3c. Reins equals mind, Manas, Ku 3.3d. Horses equals faculties, Indriya, Ku 3.4a. Ground equals objects of faculties, 6aya, Ku 3.4b. Leaving aside the chariot or body, and the ground or objects, we have a chain of command. The rider, the Atman, is at the top of the chain. It is for his benefit that the whole equipage exists. But he depends on the skill of the charioteer, the intellect. In ancient Indian warfare, choice of a charioteer is crucial to the warrior's success or survival. The warrior is in command, but needs not only the horsemanship but often the advice of the charioteer. In the Bhagavad Gita, the warrior Arjuna tells his charioteer Ka to stop the chariot, BHG 1.21, but then turns to him for advice, BHG 2.4-8, thus prompting the teaching which is the core of the poem. The charioteer handles the reins, which are the mind, manas, as we have noted already, p. 127, this word refers to a component of personality that is not itself conscious, it only processes the information received from the faculties of sense, and coordinates the faculties of action. It is thus represented by the reins, which are the means of controlling the horses. These are the faculties with which we perceive, move about in, and act on the world around us. Without this control, the horses would either not move or move erratically, but the rider, charioteer, and chariot need their motive power. The chariot is the physical body, without which the Atman would not have a presence in the world. The ground on which the chariot runs, evidently a racecourse, is the whole perceptible world that surrounds us, and on which our faculties operate. It includes all the things that would make the horses shy, stumble, or bolt if not properly controlled. Q 3.4 CD adds that the Atman, being connected with the faculties and mind, Gonda 1977, 65, is termed the experiencer or consumer, Bhak the one that experiences or eats the fruits of our deeds. This is a key term of yoga and other classical thought. In classical yoga, it is similarly used for the self in relation to the objects which it experiences, Yoga Sutrabhaya 2.6. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad it is a member of the triad of self, the consumer, nature, who provides the consumables, and God, Su 1.9, 1.12, above, pages 168 to 170, and in the Maitreya Upanishad it is the Purava who consumes the food belonging to nature, Prakti MTU 6.10. The Upanishad continues the simile by contrasting the rider who fails to reach the winning post with the one who reaches it, Q 3.5 to 9. The unsuccessful one's mind is uncontrolled, control here translates yajay, and his faculties do not obey him, as bad horses fail to obey the charioteer. The successful one's mind is controlled, and his faculties obey him like good horses. To explain what the race represents in the simile, the winning post is called the place from which he is not reborn, the one who fails to reach it follows the round of rebirths, and the succession of, mostly unpleasant, experiences that attend it, referred to here for the first time as S.A. Sarah, p. 130. This passage equates liberation with escape from rebirth, above, pages 126, 129, 131, in contrast to older ideas of free embodiment, above, pages 140 to 143. The winning post is also called the highest footstep of 6U, Q 3.9d, an older idea of the ultimate goal than that of freedom from rebirth. 6U's 3 strides are mentioned in the Vedic hymns, especially his highest step, sometimes identified with the world of the ancestors. The following stanza describes it as the goal, and also the source of cosmic nourishment. May I reach that dear place, where godly men rejoice. For that is the bond of the wide strider. The source of honey in 6U's highest step. RV 1.154.5. In the Brahma as, 6U is identified with the sacrifice, he won the whole world for the gods in 3 strides, stepping on earth, atmosphere, and sky, SB 1.9.3.9, 3.6.3.3. The 3 strides are reenacted by the Yajamana, above, p.66, SB 1.9.3.8. Having reached the highest step of 6U, Q 3.9, the Upanishad continues discussing the faculties, but does not mention the chariot, or use any form of the root yajay. The control of horses reappears in Sutta, in a passage which deals explicitly with yoga. Before turning to that passage, we will look further at the simile of the chariot. The structure of personality. The simile outlines a theory of the structure of personality, and how it interacts with its surroundings. The chain of command in the chariot represents the structure as a hierarchy, Atman at the top, then intellect, Buddhi, which is the decision-making faculty, then mind, Manas, and the faculties at the bottom. The hierarchy is repeated in Q 3.10, except that the objects are added above the faculties, which would not fit the chariot simile, and the Atman is called the Great Atman, a phrase occurring in Bulletin April 4, 20, April 4, 22, Q 2.22, 4.4, referring to the unborn Atman. The hierarchy is continued upwards in Q 3.11, culminating in Purava man. This use of the word recalls RV 10.90 and variants of it in the Brahma as, above, pages 67 to 68, and also anticipates its use in classical Sakya referring to the individual conscious being. Here, between the great Atman and the ultimate Purusha stands the unmanifest. In classical Sakya this refers to nature, prakrti, in its inactive state, but here it is an aspect of the Purusha, above the great Atman, which is his first manifestation. A third version of the hierarchy, emphasizing the need to control, appears in Q 3.13, where speech stands for all the faculties, and buddhi is replaced with a word of similar meaning, vijnana, intelligence. A fourth version, Q 6.78, which uses sattva for buddhi, as does the Mach Adharma, MBH 12.203.33, below, pages 193 to 195, Van Beetenen 1957, 95 to 103, goes on to describe the highest state as successive stilling of the senses, mind, and intellect, Q 6.10. This state is then called yoga, Q 6.11. It is clearly related to the classical definition of yoga as checking the activities of the consciousness, Yoga Sutra 1.2. Interpreters differ as to what exactly this means, but generally avoid the idea of stopping all thought. The final stanza sums up the whole Upanishad as the instruction in yoga which Nachiketas received from death, Q 6.18, above, pages 61, 96, 103, 135 to 136, below, p. 317. This Upanishad thus sets out 4 early versions of a scheme which was standardized in Vyasa's Yoga Sutrabhaya and in the Sakyakarika, which are 1998, 77. There are other versions in the Upanishads and the Mahabharata. The Kaha Upanishad is the earliest to speak explicitly of yoga. It mentions yoga elsewhere as the only way to reach liberating secret knowledge, Q 2.12, but only in passing, without clear indication of what it means by the term. A somewhat similar model of personality appears already in the Taittiriya Upanishad. We have a self made of food, the body. Within it is a self made of breath, praa, a term which in the Upanishads often refers to the faculties. Within that is a self made of mind, manas, then intelligence, vijnana, and finally bliss, 2.1-5. It is typical of the early prose Upanishads that bliss should be found within the person, rather than beyond or outside as it often is in the middle period Upanishads. We thus consist of 5 layers, and each of these is described as a pentad, recalling the dictum that man is 5-fold, Bulletin January 4, 17, above, p. 70. Later, these layers came to be called the 5 kosas, boxes, often translated sheaths. The number 5 has an important place in the model of personality that is used in yoga. The Chariot passage mentions the faculties collectively, without enumerating them, so does Yoga Sutra 2.19. But the Taittiriya Upanishad, in a chapter which may have once been a separate text, mentions a pentad of faculties, sight, hearing, mind, speech, touch, 1.7. Such pentads have a long history, going back to the primal man of RV 10.90. Besides his feet, navel, and head, which become earth, atmosphere, and sky, above, p. 67, 5 parts of him become parts of the macro cosm, mind, sight, mouth, breath, hearing, RV 1090.13-14, Kilingali 2006, 87. If mouth stands here for speech, this is the same pentad of faculties in a different order, except that breath takes the place of touch. We have already mentioned mind, breath, speech, sight, and hearing, Q 1.1, above, p. 165. The idea of 5 faculties is common in Vedic texts, though the items listed, and the order, vary somewhat. Breath often appears instead of touch, as we have seen, or the skin, Cu 5.23, is listed as the location of this sense. But breath can also refer to the sense of smell, Bulletin 1.3, below, p. 251, KSU 3.4. Speech may be identified with the sense of taste, SB 10.5.2.15, since both are located in the mouth, Kilingali 2006, 90. This brings the list closer to the list of sense faculties given in the Sakyakarika and in Vyasa's commentary on Yoga Sutra 2.19, hearing, touch, sight, taste, smell. This list became the standard one. We may be so familiar with this list of the five senses that we suppose it is given in nature, rather than received from culturally bound tradition. But it raises questions: how easy is it to distinguish taste from smell? With which sense do we perceive a headache? It was only gradually that the ancient Indian thinkers settled on the list of five sense faculties. The Sakyakarika and the Yoga Sutra commentary add a second list. Besides the five sense faculties by which we receive input from our surroundings, we have five action faculties, by which we act on our surroundings. These are speech, manipulation, the function of the hands, locomotion, the function of the feet, defecation, and procreation. This list may seem as bizarre as the other seems natural, but it too is a standard one in Sanskrit. It is partly motivated by a wish to account for the lower orifices of the body, in the same way as the eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth are accounted for by sight, hearing, smell, and taste. The fact that urination is not listed whereas defecation is, may be accounted for by its sharing an orifice with a more interesting function. It is for the same reason that speech appears in many early lists, while taste appears in others. The two lists divide the faculties neatly into sense faculties and action faculties, unlike the lists we saw earlier. The same 10 faculties appear in one list in the Prasna Upanishad, which describes how a sleeping man does not hear, see, smell, taste, touch, speak, take, have joy, defecate, or move, Pu 4.2. Joy, as well as procreation, is the function of the sex organ. The 10 are not explicitly divided into two pentads, but the first 5 are the sense faculties and the second 5 are the action faculties. More remarkably, one of the oldest Upanishads contains a complete list of 10, separating the sense faculties from the action faculties by placing the mind and the heart in the middle of the list. Yajnavalkya, explaining to his wife Maitreyi how everything is centered on the Atman, says that it is as all tactile sensations are located in the skin, odors in the nostrils, flavors in the tongue, appearances in the eyesight, sounds in the sense of hearing, resolves, sakalpa, in the mind, knowledges, vidya, in the heart, actions in the hands, joys in the sex organ, defecations in the anus, journeys in the feet, Vedas in the voice. Bulletin February 4, 11 equals Bulletin April 5, 12. Dashes are used here to separate the five sense faculties, the two higher faculties, and the five sense faculties, but the Sanskrit text uses one punctuation mark throughout. Although this passage is not about yoga, it shows that a set of ideas which later became a part of yoga evolved in the context of early Upanishadic thought about personality. The higher faculties have not yet developed into the three listed in classical Sakya: intellect, buddhi, the faculty that enables us to call ourselves I, ahakara, and mind, manas, but the sense faculties and action faculties are listed separately as in classical Sakya, though not in the same order. Pentads appear also in Su 1.5, but in a very cryptic way, evidently intended for insiders who know the answers to the riddles. It speaks of 5 streams which may be the sense faculties, and 5 perceptions which are the original root, perhaps the sensations which the sense faculties perceive. The answers proposed by Johnston, 1930, are summarized by Olivelli, 1996, 385 to 386. Posture and breath control. Chapter 2 of the Svetasvatara Upanishad is the one most clearly concerned with yoga. It begins with a series of stanzas, Su 2.1 to 2.7, which occur also in the Taittiriya Samhita of the Black Yajurveda, and in SB 6.3.1.12, 17. Vedic echoes are characteristic of this Upanishad, but these stanzas are taken out of their ritual context, and reused as an evocation of yoga. Each of the first 5 begins with a form of the verb yajay, and the first four speak of yoking or controlling the mind. Mind appears again in Sutta 2.6, and is said to be born where wood is rubbed on wood to make fire, a ritual practice which we will return to in the next section. Passing over the very obscure stanzas Sutta 2.7, perhaps about ensuring a good future existence through ritual gifts, we come to a condensed but recognizable account of yoga practice, probably the earliest, Sutta 2.8-15. It has features in common with BHG 6.10-13, below, pages 211-212. A place should be chosen sheltered from the wind, even or level, sama, a recurrent word in yoga, agreeable to the mind, not hurtful to the sight, with silent water, Sutta 2.10, compare BHG 6.11. There he should keep his body straight or balanced, sama again, with the torso, neck, and head upright. It just says with 3 upright, playing the same numbers game as Sutta 1.4-5, but BHG 6.13 solves the riddle. Using the mind, he should place his faculties in his heart, not just control them as in Ku 3.3-9, but withdraw them from their objects. BHG 2.58 compares this to a tortoise withdrawing its limbs. Similarly, Ku 4.1 says that whereas we usually look outwards, through holes bored by the Creator, the wise man seeking immortality turns his sight inwards to the self. As well as posture, this passage mentions breath control, Sutta 2.9, an important yogic exercise mentioned also in BHG 5.27. Breaths, praa, in the plural, Sutta 2.9a, means the bodily functions, Roebuck 2003, 300, or the faculties, but breath in the singular, Sutta 2.9b, means breath. In this stanza yajay occurs again, twice. The yogi's activities are to be harnessed, controlled, Roebuck 2003, 300, or curbed, Olivelli 1996, 256, yajay, perhaps stopped altogether, and he should hold his mind like a vehicle yoked, yajay, to bad horses. The Maitreya lists breath control, prayama, withdrawal, pratyahara, meditation, dhyaya, fixed attention, dharaya, reasoning, tarka, concentration, samadhi, and says they are called the six-limbed yoga. In Patanjali, the list is expanded to 8, reasoning is omitted, but control, yama, restraint, niyama, and posture, asana, are added, making an 8-limbed yoga, Yoga Sutra 2.29, Witcher 1998, 21, 190-199, translations of these terms vary. Gyayaga 8-limbed yoga has become synonym for classical yoga, or for the part of it taught in Yoga Sutra 2.28-3.8, de Michaelis 2004, 151n.3. The Maitreya Upanishad shows a more developed form of early yoga than the other classical Upanishads, closer to classical yoga. Repetition and one-pointedness. The Svetasvatara Upanishad speaks of yoga as a fire. The yogi reaches a state in which his body comes to consist of the fire of yoga, Sutta 2.12d. Fire is essential to Vedic ritual. It is lit either by a fire drill, using a cord to twirl a stick against a slab of wood till the friction makes it burn, MacDonald and Keith 1912, Volume 2, pages 511-512, or by taking embers from an existing fire. The fire drill is mentioned in Sutta 2.6, as leading to the birth of mind, above, p. 182. Sutta 1.13-14 is clearer. Meditation, like the twirling of the stick, must be carried on repetitively until one sees God. Underlying this metaphor is the common ancient Indian idea that fire is already latent in the wood, but has to be brought out by the friction. In the same way, both the Atman and God are within our body, but are hidden until they are made visible to us by persistent meditation using the sacred syllable O. The syllable O is the subject of another metaphor in Mu 2.2.3, 4, based on archery. The syllable is the bow, the arrow is the Atman, sharpened by Upasana, above, p. 137, perhaps by identifying the Atman with Brahman, the target is Brahman. When the arrow strikes the target, it will become one with it, literally, it will become made of it, Tanmaya, mu 2.2.4d. In the case of the Atman this would mean that it will be no other than Brahman. In the case of the arrow, it will not be made of the target, but perhaps sunk into it so firmly that it cannot be pulled out. In another version of this metaphor, the body is the bow, O is the arrow, and the mind is its point, MTU 6.24, the same passage goes on to speak of the one-pointed mind, MTU 6.27. The Bhagavad Gita's description of yoga includes making the mind one-pointed, ekagra, BHG 6.12, and one-pointedness became a key word in classical yoga, associated with the practice of fixed attention, Dharaya, Yoga Sutra 3.11-12. The idea of one-pointedness is implicit in the image of a single body of water, contrasted with water running in many mountain streams, Ku 4.14-15, though this is not a yoga passage. The rewards of yoga. The passage on yoga in the Svetasvatara Upanishad describes the results of yogic practice. The yogi experiences visions, which are preliminary to the manifestation of Brahman, Su 2.11, he is free from sickness, old age, and death, Su 2.12, and his body is light, with a clear color, a pleasant voice, a pleasant smell, and reduced excretions, Su 2.13. Lightness in modern yoga would refer to slimming, but in classical yoga it is the ability to levitate, one of the powers called sthiti achievement, Yoga Sutra Bhaya 3.45. These physical signs are also preliminary, they are the first progress of yoga, Su 2.13d. The real goal is described in the next two stanzas. The yogi sees the Atman as it truly is, like a Beta-ubed mirror that has been cleaned, Su 2.14, the Atman is by nature self-revealing, and is only hidden by our entanglement with the world, from which the yogi has withdrawn. As if to remind us of the difference between the self and God, which is a theme of this Upanishad, above, pages 166 to 168, the next stanza reprises the quasi-refrain, the self is not the ultimate, but is like a lamp by which disciplined man, Yajay again, sees the unchanging unborn one, untainted by phenomena, he knows God, and is released from all nooses, Su 2.15. Most translators ignore the but, 2, Roebuck 2003, 301, which contrasts this stanza with the previous one, but this contrast is important, as the stanza reasserts the theism which may have been overlooked in discussing yoga. The Upanishads and the origin of yoga. Yoga is so widespread and ancient in South Asia, appearing in Buddhist and Jain as well as Brahminical traditions, that it would be unwarranted to say it started with the Upanishads, that would be to confuse the first existence of an idea or practice with its first mention in the literature that has come down to us. All we can say is that these are the earliest texts in which we find yoga mentioned or recognizably described. While the early yoga represented by these texts is not the same as the yoga systematized by Patanjali, it is clearly related to it. Between these two lie the yoga passages in the Mahabharata, including the Bhagavad Gita. These texts and their relation to the Upanishads are the subject of the next two chapters. 18. The Upanishads and the Mahabharata. Brian Black. Many well-known characters from the Upanishads also appear in India's great Sanskrit epic, the Mahabharata. Additionally, strands of Upanishadic thought are interwoven throughout the narrative of the Mahabharata. This chapter examines the intriguing connections between the Upanishads and the epic poem. Although we cannot assume that our concept of the Upanishads, as a specific set of texts, maps directly onto what the word Upanishad means in the Mahabharata, on several occasions the Upanishads are identified as texts that are closely related to the Vedas, for example, see 1.2.235, 1.58.17, 3.97.23, 3.197.2, 12.224.7, 12.322.51. There is also a tendency for characters, ideas, and narrative motifs that we associate with the Upanishads to appear together in the Mahabharata. Moreover, there are several indications that the epic quoted from the Upanishads directly. Edward Washburn Hopkins, citing Adolf Holtzmann, Jr., has shown that some specific passages in the Mahabharata are from the Kaha, Svetasvatara, and Maitreya-Upanishad 1901-1993, 27-46. As Nicholas Sutton sums up, it is reasonable to conclude that the authors of the Mahabharata were aware of the Upanishads as a body of literature teaching Moksha Dharma, and that the authors of certain passages had detailed knowledge of individual Upanishads. 2020. Building on the assumption that the composers and compilers of the Mahabharata were aware of the Upanishads, this chapter will examine how the Upanishads are represented in the epic and how their representation might add to our understanding of the Mahabharata more generally. As a way of exploring these issues, we will discuss several literary characters, see Black and Geen 2011, Appleton 2017, who first appear in the late Brahma as and early Upanishads, looking at how their portrayals are developed in the Mahabharata and what this might indicate about the relationship between the two textual traditions. First we'll meet Saunaka, who, in a dialogue with Yudhishthira, delivers a number of teachings that are characteristic of the Upanishads. The second character is Uddalaka Arui, who features in a number of episodes in the Mahabharata containing themes reminiscent of narratives in which he appears in the Upanishads. Next, we'll meet Yajnavalkya, whose dialogue with Janaka expands on their interactions in the Upanishads and portrays the Mahabharata's own textual transmission in relation to the Upanishads and the Vedas. The fourth character, King Janaka, interacts with each of the three others, displaying a wide variation in how he is depicted. As we will see, Janaka plays an integral role in Bhima's instruction after the war, as Yudhishthira decides whether to renounce or take the throne. Taken together, the portraits of these characters in the Mahabharata not only extend from their depictions in the Upanishads, but each character contributes to some central themes within the epic itself, including the Mahabharata's self-descriptions as an Upanishad and as the fifth Veda, see Fitzgerald 1991. Saunaka. As one of the primary listeners to Agrasrava's narration in the text's outer frame dialogue, Saunaka, see Patton 2011, is the character from the Upanishads who, arguably, plays the most important role in the Mahabharata. However, because there are several characters in the Upanishads with the family name Saunaka, it is not clear which of these, if any, is the one who listens to Agrasrava's narration in the Namia forest, see Black forthcoming. It is also not clear if the Saunaka who appears in the outer frame dialogue is the same one who appears in other places in the Mahabharata. Despite these uncertainties, there is a dialogue in the Aryaka Parvan between a Brahmin named Saunaka and Yudhishthira that brings up a number of teachings that are reminiscent of doctrines in the Upanishads. This dialogue appears soon after the Pandavas have begun their 12 years in forest exile after the ill-fated dicing match. After they plead with a group of Brahmins not to follow them into the forest, a wise Brahmin named Saunaka steps forward to deliver Yudhishthira a teaching, 3.2.14, 79. Saunaka is described as delighting in the self, Adhyatman, one of the central teachings of the Upanishads, while much of his discourse is about Sakya and Yoga, two terms that first gain a philosophical usage in the Upanishads and that the Mahabharata sometimes associates with other personalities from late Vedic literature, such as Yajnavalkya and Janaka. Saunaka begins his instruction to Yudhishthira by recounting a teaching about the self, Atman, that he ascribes to a king named Janaka, March 2, 19, the character from the Upanishads who appears the most in the Mahabharata. But whereas in late Vedic literature Janaka is likely to be a single individual, in the Mahabharata he is more of a composite character, whose name seems to refer to a number of kings from Videha, rather than to a unique individual. Here he is quoted as a teacher, yet on most occasions kings named Janaka take on the role of a student, participating in a dialogue. With Brahmin teachers linked to specific lineages, such as the Vedas, Vasiha 12.291-296, AI of the Bhgu lineage 12.310, Upanishads, Yajnavalkya 12.298-306, Sakya, Pankasika 12.307, or the Mahabharata, Parasra 12.279-287. Here, Janaka's teaching is focused on renunciation, urging detachment from friends and wealth. Saunika's choice to share this particular teaching of Janaka seems well timed, considering that the Pandavas have just lost all their material possessions. Saunika, however, is one of the few teachers of the Pandavas to advocate renunciation. Other advisors, particularly Ka and Bhima, are far more likely to instruct fulfilling their Rajat Dharma. We will return to Janaka's own complex connection with renunciation towards the end of this chapter. Shortly after recounting Janaka's teaching, Saunika instructs Yudhishthira on how to discipline his desires, comparing a man controlling his senses to a charioteer controlling horses, an analogy that appears in the Kaha Upanishad, 3.3-13, and in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, 2.9, in two of the first known discussions about yoga. As Hopkins has commented, this analogy, which also appears in Buddhist literature such as the Dhammapada, 222, and the Milandopanha, 2.1.1, is too general to have any bearing on the relation of the epic to the Upanishad, 1901-1993, 35. However, Saunika makes another reference to a well-known teaching from the Upanishads. When discussing karma and rebirth, he describes two paths, the ancestor's journey and the divine journey, a teaching reminiscent of King Pravahajavali's discourse on the two paths of the dead, which appears in both the Bihadharayaka, 6.2, and Chandogya Upanishads, 5.310, and which is often considered to be one of the first explanations about the process of rebirth. Similarly, in the Santi Parvan, Yudhishthira mentions two famous paths, the way of the fathers and the way of the gods, December 17, 14, T.R. Fitzgerald, a teaching that he attributes to King Janaka. There are also several other passages in the Mahabharata on karma and rebirth that resonate with teachings and images in the Upanishads, such as the Uttarayata section in the Adi Parvan and the Sanat Sujata section of the Udayoga Parvan, which have been discussed in terms of their Upanishadic intent by Peter Hill, 2001, 5-9, 37-39. Although the two paths, like the chariot, is also a recurring analogy that is not necessarily referring to the Upanishads, the inclusion of both these analogies in the same teaching contributes to the Upanishadic flavor of this scene. Taken together, there are a number of ways in which this dialogue between Saunika and Yudhishthira engages with aspects of the Upanishads. Saunika's teaching is one of many examples where doctrines associated with the Upanishads, such as Atman, Karma, Sakya, Yoga, or renunciation, are discussed and sometimes further developed in the Mahabharata. For a discussion of these and other Upanishadic ideas in the Mahabharata, see Brockington 1998, Sutton 2000, Hill 2001. Saunika, whether or not he is based specifically on one of the many characters in the Brahmas and Upanishads with the same patronym, assumes the role of an Upanishadic teacher. He is portrayed as delighting in the self, teaching about yoga and Sakya, quoting King Janaka, and invoking the analogies of the chariot and the two paths of the dead. If this scene's characterization of Saunika is as an Upanishadic teacher, then this might also inform how we understand the Saunika listening to Agrasrava's narration in the outer frame dialogue. Although it is not entirely clear whether this is the same Saunika, there are parallels between them, particularly as in both cases Saunika is the only named speaker in a group of is or Brahmins in the forest. If we see them as connected, then, we might see his role as a primary listener of the text as representing an Upanishadic teacher, thus enacting the claim that the Mahabharata is an Upanishad. As Agrasrava says to the is of the Namia forest before Saunika arrives, in this book K. Advaipayana has uttered a holy Upanishad, Upanishada Puya, 1.1.191, Tr. Van Beetanen. Uddalaka Arui. Our next character is Uddalaka Arui, who maintains his literary personality from the Upanishads as the wise but flawed teacher. Another recurring aspect of his character is that he often appears with his son, who has not been taught properly and needs to seek out other teachers to become truly knowledgeable. In the Anusasana Parvan, 13.70, Uddalaka Arui appears in a narrative about an encounter between a young Brahmin and Yama, the god of death. As Bhima recounts to Yudhishthira, the father Uddalaki curses his son Nasiketa, who subsequently goes to the underworld, where he has a long dialogue with Yama, during which he is granted 3 wishes. Although Uddalaka Arui is here known as Uddalaki, while Nasiketa has a slightly different spelling from the Nasiketas in late Vedic literature, these are the same characters that appear in the Upanishads, see Cohen 2008, 196, and this narrative is clearly based on earlier versions from the Kaha Upanishad and the Taittiriya Brahma 3.11.8, see De Vries 1987. Bhima tells the story of Uddalaki and Nasiketa in the context of a cluster of several narratives he recounts to Yudhishthira on the topic of making gifts of cows. This narrative also appears as one in a group of 3 stories to feature dialogues with Yama, see 13.67 and 13.69. At the beginning of this episode, Uddalaki approaches his son before performing a sacrifice, asking him to retrieve some ritual utensils that he had left by the riverside. Nasiketa finds that the utensils have been washed away by the river, but when he tells his father, Uddalaki is overcome by a fit of anger and curses his son to death, after which Nasiketa falls to the ground and dies. Seeing his son prostrate on the ground, Uddalaki is consumed with grief for the remainder of the day and into the evening, until finally Nasiketa, drenched in the tears of his father, begins to return to life. Subsequently, Uddalaki asks his son what has happened, prompting Nasiketa to recount his encounter with Yama. Unlike in the Kaha Upanishad, where Nasiketa has to wait for Yama for 3 days and 3 nights without any food, here Yama approaches the boy as soon as he sees him and instructs his attendants to provide the appropriate offerings for a guest. At this point, Yama assures the boy that he is not really dead, but has only been allowed to come to the afterworld so as not to render his father's curse untrue. Before sending him back to life, Yama allows Nasiketa to ask 3 questions. First, he asks to see the heavenly worlds. In response, Yama gives him a personal tour, which Nasiketa later describes to his father as comprising of pleasure grounds, jeweled palaces, rivers of milk, and hills of ghee. Nasiketa's next question is to know who can enjoy the heavenly worlds, with Yama responding with a long discourse on the rewards earned by those who give cows. At this point, Yama instructs that one should give cows to a Brahmin after abstaining from all foods and living upon water alone for 3 nights and sleeping on the bare earth. Here we see that although Bhima's version does not portray Nasiketa as waiting for 3 nights without food in Yama's abode, the 3 nights without food are included as part of Yama's teaching. Finally, for his 3rd question, Nasiketa asks what gifts can be given in place of cows. Yama explains that one can attain the same merits as giving a cow through substitutions such as ghee, sesame seeds, or water. When Nasiketa returns from Yama's world, he tells his father that he has attained a great sacrifice, the performance of which does not require wealth. Bhima's narrative clearly seems to be a reworking of the Nasiketas and Yama dialogue from the Brahmas and Upanishads. Both accounts begin with the father cursing his son to death, while in both the boy has a long dialogue with Yama in the underworld, which serves as a frame narrative for a teaching. In the Kaha Upanishad the teaching is about the immortality of the self and yoga, while in the Anusasana Parvan it is about giving cows. At first it may seem surprising that the most crucial detail from the Kaha Upanishad linking this narrative to this particular section of the Anusasana Parvan is actually omitted from Bhima's version, the giving of the cows. However, this makes sense in the context of the different teachings in each narrative. Whereas the Kaha Upanishad is critical of Vedic rituals and offers the teaching of the self as a superior practice, the Anusasana Parvan version is part of a series of teachings about the importance of giving to Brahmins, often in the context of a Vedic ritual. Rather than criticizing Uddalaki for being a stingy ritualist, Bhima's teaching offers a cheap substitute for cows, without losing merit. Ironically, then, Bhima takes a story that is critical of not giving one's most well-fed cows and offers a teaching that says one need not give away cows at all. Seen in this way, not only does the narrative have the same characters and narrative structure as in the Upanishads, but the rhetorical force of the story hinges on a familiarity with the earlier version. In our next scene, Uddalaka Arui features with his son Svetakatu, the son with whom he appears together in a number of short narratives in the Brahmas and Upanishads, see Olivelli 1999, Black 2007, 2011, and Cohen 2008. In the Adi Parvan, the father and son appear together in a story recounted by Payu to Kunthi, when explaining the origins of marriage. According to Payu, the dharma prescribing wives to remain faithful to their husbands was initiated by Svetakatu, who became enraged when he saw his mother have sex with another man. Although Uddalaka Arui pleads with his son not to be angry, Svetakatu is not calmed by his father's words and instead pronounces the law of marital fidelity for women. This narrative does not appear to be based on any specific episode in the Brahmas or Upanishads, yet the depiction of Svetakatu, in which he acts rashly and does not listen to his father, is similar to the proud and impetuous young Brahmin in late Vedic literature, described by Patrick Olivelli as the Vedic spoiled brat, 1999, 67. Whereas in the previous narrative it was the father who lost his temper, here it is the son who is too quick to anger, perhaps indicating that he has not been taught properly. Another episode where Uddalaka Arui and Svetakatu are together is in the Arayaka Parvan, 3.132-134, in a narrative that also includes King Janaka. The main character here, however, is Avakra, who is Svetakatu's nephew. At the beginning of the story we meet Kehoe, a student of Uddalaka Arui, who impresses his teacher so much that he is offered his daughter Sujata's hand in marriage. Together Sujata and Kehoe have a son, named Avakra, who is so advanced in learning that he corrects his father's studies while he is still in the womb. Angered by this criticism, Kehoe curses his son to be born with 8 of his limbs crooked. Vakra, hence the name Avakra. Similar to Svetakatu in the previous narrative, here Uddalaka Arui's student Kehoe is portrayed as acting rashly in a fit of anger, perhaps indicating he is not as learned as he should be. When the family is later short of money, Kehoe goes to King Janaka, in whose court he loses a debate to the Sudha Bandhan, who has also defeated various other Brahmins. After losing the debate, Kehoe is drowned in the sea, like all the other defeated Brahmins. Uddalaka instructs that the truth should remain hidden from Avakra. Consequently, for 12 years Avakra grows up thinking Uddalaka is his father and Svetakatu his brother, until Svetakatu, true to form, as Olivelli points out, 1999, 68, becomes jealous and tells him the truth. Subsequently, Avakra goes to the court of King Janaka to avenge his father's death. Avakra then faces Bandhan in a debate in which he defeats the Sudha, thus bringing his father, as well as all the other defeated Brahmins, back to life. Although Uddalaka Arui, Svetakatu, and Janaka all play supporting roles in this story and the tale does not seem directly related to any episode from earlier sources, some themes are reminiscent of the early Upanishads. The verbal contests in which Bandhan defeats various Brahmins in Janaka's assembly, for example, evoke the famous Brahmadya in Janaka's assembly in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad where Yajanavakaya defeats 8 Brahmins from Kuru Pankala, one of whom is Uddalaka Arui, with the final challenger's head bursting apart because he cannot answer Yajanavakaya's question, see Black 2007, 67-88, Lindquist 2011. Both scenes portray a public debate in Janaka's assembly in which losers pay with their lives. We might also compare Avakra's victory over Bandhan to the Kaha Upanishad version of the dialogue between Nachiketas and Yama. Whereas Nachiketas returns himself from death by asking Yama a number of questions, here another student of Uddalaka returns a number of Brahmins from death by proving himself in an exchange of riddles. Other episodes in the Mahabharata with related themes include Savitri saving her husband from Yama through a series of cunning questions, 3.281, and Yudhishthira saving his brothers from death by answering a series of riddles posed by a Yake, 3.297. Incidentally, another connection between the Astavakra story and Yudhishthira's exchange with the Yaka is that one of the riddles is the same. What does not close its eye when asleep? What does not stir when it is born? What does grow under pressure? 3.13, 3.25 and 3.297.42, T.R. van Beetenen. At the end of the narrative, Kehoe addresses Janaka, "My son has done what I was unable to do. To the weak has been born a strong son, to the foolish a learned son, to the ignorant a wise son." 3.134.33, 34, T.R. van Beetenen. These words relate this episode to other scenes with Uddalaka Arui, many of which explore the recurring theme of underlying tensions and rivalries between fathers and sons, or between teachers and student. In addition to scenes where he appears together with Svetakatu, Uddalaka Arui also features in the Adi Parvan as one of 3 students who are tested by their teacher Dhaumaya. Uddalaka is asked by his teacher to go and repair a breach in a dam, but when he is unable to fix it, he lays down to block the water himself. Later, when he hears his teacher calling for him, Uddalaka immediately gets up, which leads to the water flowing again. Uddalaka explains to his teacher that he only got up because he was called. His teacher responds that because he broke open the dam, he shall be known as Uddalaka, which means puller of the stop, but because he has obeyed his teacher he will reach the highest good, with all the Vedas and the Dharma Sastras becoming clear to him. This short episode seems to be a prequel to the narratives about Uddalaka Arui in the Brahmas and Upanishads. Uddalaka is referred to as Arui of Pankala, January 3, 20, January 3, 21, January 3, 24, 1.327, a place he is associated with in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad. In addition to explaining how he got his name, this story depicts Uddalaka as a tenacious and obedient student, qualities that might be said to inform retrospectively his characterizations in the Upanishads as a teacher devoted to learning and humble about his own knowledge. Also, this depiction of him as an obedient student stands in stark contrast to the tales of his own student and son Svetakeu, who tends not to follow his father's advice. This story also highlights another aspect of Uddalaka's character that is present, but not as explicit, in other contexts, his connection with the Vedic tradition. As we've seen, the reward Uddalaka earns for his obedience is knowledge of the Vedas. Another link with the Vedic tradition in this episode is that one of the 2 students he studies with is named Veda. In the Nasikita story, Uddalaka forgets his ritual utensils by the riverside because he is so engaged in his recitation of the Vedas. In the episode explaining the law of female fidelity, Uddalaka is characterized as knowing the eternal law, while in the Avakra story his son and nephew are described as knowers of Brahman. Despite the fact his learning is sometimes depicted as incomplete, he is characterized as having a connection with the Vedas and traditional knowledge more generally. In the few scenes in which they appear in the Mahabharata, Uddalaka Arui and Svetakatu are recognizably the same characters as they are in the Upanishads, with the fact that they often feature together giving them an added sense of continuity. Uddalaka Arui remains the complexly drawn learned Brahmin, who is associated with the Vedas, but whose knowledge or teaching is flawed in one way or another. Svetakatu continues to be depicted as arrogant and quick to anger, and still fails to follow the instructions of his father. Neither character plays a particularly significant role in the main story, but the themes explored in their narratives resonate with the Mahabharata's many other instances of strained relations between fathers and sons, as well as between teachers and students. Indeed, we might see the roles that Uddalaka Arui and Svetakatu play in the Avakra story as a metaphor for the roles of characters from the Upanishads in the Mahabharata more generally. While not the main characters themselves, they often have intriguing connections to the main characters, giving them greater depth and often connecting them to the Vedic tradition. Yajnavalkya. Considering his elevated status in the Satapatha Brahma and Bihadharayaka Upanishad, It might seem initially surprising to learn that Yajnavalkya, see Lindquist forthcoming, Black 2007, Black and Geen 2011, appears only 6 times in the Mahabharata and in only one dialogue. Despite featuring rarely, he makes some important contributions to the text. Yajnavalkya plays the vital role of acting as the Advarya priest, the main ritual actor, at both Yudhishthira's Rajaswaya, 2.30.35, and Asvamedha, 14.71.3, while in his one dialogue he is linked with the Mahabharata's representations of its own textual lineages. His dialogue with Janaka Devarati, 12.298-306, his only speaking part in the Mahabharata, is part of a cluster of 7 dialogues featuring the king of Videha that Bhima recounts to Yudhishthira in the Mock Adharma section of the Santi Parvan. Yajnavalkya's teaching covers a range of topics, including a long discourse about Sakya and yoga. Throughout, Yajnavalkya is repeatedly depicted in ways that link him to the Brahmas and Upanishads. Most explicitly, he is characterized as conveying, √Prai, 12.306.11, and making, √K, 12.306.16, 12.306.23, the Satapaha Brahma. Also, the word Upanishad is used on 2 occasions in this dialogue, once when he claims to churn, √Math, 12.306.33, the Upanishads with his mind when answering a series of riddles posed by a Gandharva. The other appearance of this word comes at the end of the dialogue, when the entire exchange between Yajnavalkya and Janaka is likened to an Upanishad, 12.306.108. In addition to characterizing his teaching as an Upanishad, this dialogue further develops Yajnavalkya's place within a lineage of teachers, tracing his knowledge to the god of the sun, see Lindquist forthcoming. In comparison with the end of Book 6 of the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, where Yajnavalkya is part of an extensive lineage of the white Yajurveda descended from the sun god Aditya, in the Mock Adharma, rather than having several generations of teachers before him, Yajnavalkya learns directly from the sun god Surya. Moreover, expanding on his portrayal in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, Yajnavalkya is not only credited with learning the Yajas verses, but with learning all of the Vedas, the entire Satapatha Brahma, other texts, and knowing about Sakya and yoga. There are also several literary details reminiscent of scenes in which Yajnavalkya appears in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, such as the motif of someone entering another's body. In the Brahmadya in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, Yajnavalkya debates with 2 Brahmins from Kuru Pankala, both of whom had learned their teachings from women who had been possessed by Gandharvas, Bulletin 3.3 and 3.7, see Black 2007, 156-158, Lindquist 2008. In both cases, the teachings of the Gandharvas are ventriloquized through female characters and then recounted in Janaka's assembly. In this dialogue, when Yajnavalkya claims that he has learned everything from Surya, he explains that the god of the sun had imparted the Yajas formulae into him by having Sarasvati enter into his body through his mouth. Although Sarasvati, as the goddess of knowledge, might on some occasions be portrayed rather abstractly, here her entering Yajnavalkya's body is more than merely allegorical. When recounting the episode to Janaka, Yajnavalkya describes how being inhabited by the goddess made him burn inside, causing him so much pain that he plunged himself into water. Interestingly, Yajnavalkya refers to Sarasvati 2 more times in this narrative, once when, after thinking of the goddess, he teaches 100 good students, the second time when, after thinking of Sarasvati, he answers the riddles posed by the Gandharva. Yajnavalkya identifies Sarasvati as the essence of speech, describing her as adorned with vowels and consonants, 12.306.14, thus suggesting that when he teaches his own students and responds to the Gandharva he is not merely drawing on knowledge that he had learned, but that the exact words of Sarasvati, who reappears in his mind each time, are ventriloquized through him. Moreover, similar to the Gandharvas in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, a Gandharva also figures prominently in this dialogue in the Santi Parvan. After receiving his instructions from Surya and after his body is inhabited by Sarasvati, Yajnavalkya has an encounter with the Gandharva Visvavasu during which he is asked 25 questions, another detail that has interesting parallels with the Brahmadya in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, where Yajnavalkya proves his superiority over other Brahmins through his ability to answer a number of riddle-like questions. In addition to gesturing back to the episodes featuring Gandharvas in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, the episode with Sarasvati also seems to foreshadow a subsequent dialogue in this section of the Mahadharma, in which the female sage Sulba, 12.308, C. Fitzgerald 2002, Vanita 2003, Dhan 2007, and Black 2015, uses her yogic powers to enter Janaka's body. His interaction with Sarasvati also builds on Yajnavalkya's character portrait in the Upanishads as one of the few male sages to converse with women about religion and philosophy. In addition to his well-known encounter with Garja during the Brahmadya in Janaka's court, Bulletin 3.6 and 3.8, he also has a philosophical conversation with his wife Maitreyi, which appears twice in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, 2.4 and 4.5. We might see Sarasvati entering his body as another example of his discourses with women. At the end of the dialogue there seems to be yet another reference to the Brahmadya in the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, when we learn that after hearing Yajnavalkya's teaching, Janaka gives away 1,000,000 cows and gold to Brahmins, a detail that recalls the thousands of cows and gold claimed by Yajnavalkya before the Brahmadya, Bulletin 3.1. But rather than emphasizing Yajnavalkya's cheekiness for claiming the prize before the competition and the vast rewards available for rhetorically skilled philosophers, here Janaka gives the cows and gold after their dialogue, with his extreme generosity an indication of his level of detachment. The dialogue ends with Janaka gaining wisdom, abdicating the throne, installing his son, and becoming a renouncer. Despite becoming a renouncer in this dialogue, Janaka's own connection to renunciation is quite complex. In the Bihadharayaka Upanishad, Janaka learns one of the first known teachings on renunciation from Yajnavalkya, 4.3-4. Although it is unclear whether Janaka renounces at the end of Yajnavalkya's teaching, his literary persona, as Naomi Appleton points out, 2017, is closely associated with renunciation in later Brahmanical, as well as Buddhist and Jain, literature. In the Mahabharata this association continues, but in a number of contrasting ways. In the discourse recited by Saunaka that we explored above, Janaka is depicted as a teacher of renunciation, but in a dialogue with his wife, as recounted by Arjuna in the Santi Parvan, 12.18, Janaka represents a negative example of renunciation, who inflicts suffering on her and their son when he abandons them. In the Bhagavad Gita, 3.20, K points to Janaka as an exemplar of Karma Yoga, yet, the female sage Sulba later questions Janaka's enlightened status on the basis that he lives as a householder, not as a renouncer, 12.308. He is subsequently depicted as a teacher to the most celebrated renouncer in the Mahabharata, Vyasa's son Sukha, 12.312-13, while in the Anugita he practices non-attachment while continuing to be king, 14.32. Through his wide range of stances towards renunciation, Janaka is one of the main characters through which debates about renunciation are explored. Moreover, Janaka is particularly prominent in the Mahadharma, with 10 of the 11 dialogues in which he appears in the Mahabharata recounted by Bhima to Yudhishthira in this section of the text. As an embodiment of debates about renunciation, Janaka gives Yudhishthira a complex conceptual repertoire for thinking through his post-war dilemma of whether to renounce or accept the throne. In addressing the larger question of the Upanishads and the Mahabharata, it is notable that the dialogue between Yajnavalkya and Janaka playfully weaves together the textual histories of both. As we have seen, Yajnavalkya is explicitly named as the conveyor or maker of the Satapatha Brahma and is cast as an authority on all the Vedas and their supplementary texts. We might suggest that as a facilitator of the Satapatha Brahma, Yajnavalkya plays a similar role to Vyasa, who is credited in the Mahabharata as dividing and distributing the Vedas. Neither is explicitly named as an author of Vedic texts, but both are credited for making the texts available to a wider audience. In addition to establishing his Vedic credentials, this dialogue highlights his connections to lineages of the Mahabharata. On one occasion Yajnavalkya is linked with the narrator of the Mahabharata's inner frame. Bhima alludes to a dispute between Yajnavalkya and his maternal uncle over the Dakaya at Janaka Devarati's father's sacrifice. Yajnavalkya claims half the payment for the sacrifice, an arrangement that is agreed to by all the other priests, except for his uncle. Although this dialogue does not disclose the identity of his uncle, according to some Puranas, Brahma Purana January 2, 35, Bhagavata Purana December 6, 61, 6 Purana 5, see Lindquist forthcoming, he is Vaisapayana, one of the 5 students of Vyasa and narrator of the Mahabharata at Janamejaya snake sacrifice. Indeed, the other priests at the sacrifice are named as Sumantu, Pala, and Jaimini, 3 of Vyasa's other students. This brief reference to an episode featuring Vyasa and his students calls to mind the circumstances in which Yajnavalkya participates in Yudhishthira's 2 Vedic rituals. In the Sava Parvan, we learn that Yajnavalkya was specifically chosen for the Rajaswaya by Vyasa and performed the ritual alongside Pala. Similarly, in the Asvamedhika Parvan, Vyasa tells Yudhishthira that he, along with Pala and Yajnavalkya, will perform the Asvamedha. Although Yajnavalkya himself is never referred to as a student of Vyasa, it is interesting that in these scenes he is closely associated with him, as well as with 2 of his students. Moreover, in this dialogue Bhima also mentions that Yajnavalkya studied the Puranas from Lomahar, who we know from the Adi Parvan is the teacher of Ugras Ravas, the main narrator of the Mahabharata in the outer frame. Thus, in his exchange with Janaka, Yajnavalkya is linked with the narrators of both frame dialogues of the Mahabharata. The dialogue with Janaka concludes with a brief lineage, recounting that Bhima learned from Janaka, and Janaka from Yajnavalkya, thus placing Yajnavalkya as one of the sources of Bhima's instruction. While we might see Yajnavalkya's connections to the Mahabharata's representation of its own lineages as part of the more general project of portraying itself as a 5th Veda, the reference to a dispute between Yajnavalkya and Vaisapayana alludes to possible tensions in bringing these textual lineages together. Conclusion. As we can see, there are several characters from the Upanishads who retain their literary personalities in the Mahabharata. These examples, as I have argued, not only add to our understanding of how the Mahabharata drew from the Upanishads, but also give us an insight into how the Mahabharata characterizes the relationship between the 2 textual traditions. In the cases of Uddalaka Arui, Nasikita, and Svetakatu, we saw characters who play out some of the same dynamics as they do in earlier literature. Although none of these 3 have a particularly important role in the Mahabharata, all of them play out recurring themes, while also bringing with them an association with the Vedas and traditional knowledge more generally. In comparison, Janaka makes a more central contribution to the text. Not only is he the character from the Upanishads to appear the most in the Mahabharata, but also he is the character most closely aligned with Yudhishthira's post-war dilemma, which is the primary issue throughout the Santi and Anusasana Parvanas and one of the central moral problems of the text. Despite appearing far less frequently, Yajnavalkya also plays an important role in the Mahabharata, particularly in contributing to the text's self-description as a 5th Veda. In his dialogue with Janaka he is depicted as a disseminator of Vedic knowledge he imbibed directly from the sun, as well as being a ritual colleague of Vyasa, a rival of Vaisapayana, and a student of Lomahar. Taking together his Vedic pedigree and interactions with the epic's author and narrators, Yajnavalkya embodies an intersection of lineages of the Vedas and Upanishads with lineages of the Mahabharata. Similarly, Saunaka also plays a key role in the Mahabharata's representation of itself. Although the specific identity of Saunaka is unclear, he shares a family name with a number of characters in the Brahmas and Upanishads, while teaching doctrines, quoting teachers, and using analogies often associated with the Upanishads. If we see Saunaka as an Upanishadic character or at least as a character inspired by the types of characters we meet in the Upanishads, then we might see Saunika's role in the outer frame dialogue as a demonstration of Ugrasrava's claim that the Mahabharata is an Upanishad. Indeed, his role as a link between the Upanishads and Mahabharata continues long after the epic, in the frame dialogue of a post-Vedic text called the Narada Parivrajaka Upanishad, ca. 1150 CE. Saunika and a group of seers are depicted performing a 12-year satra, when they ask Narada to teach them about liberation, see Olivelli 1992. 19. The Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. Simon Broadbeck. Overview of the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita constitutes chapters 23 to 40 of the Bhima-Parvan, the sixth book of the Mahabharata. Just before the Great War of Kurukshetra, which is fought by the Pandavas and their cousins the Kauravas, and by various allies on either side, for possession of the ancestral Bharata kingdom, Arjuna Pandava, seeing his relatives and teachers arrayed ready to fight against him, imagines the results that killing them will bring, and refuses to fight. Over the course of the text's 18 chapters, as steered by Arjuna's occasional questions, his chariot driver and friend Kaya Vasudeva persuades him to take up his weapons once more. Kaya emphasizes the effect that Arjuna's refusal to fight will have upon his reputation, but when this doesn't work, he moves on to philosophical ground. He explains that the soul, Atman, Dhyan, Kshetrajana, Purue, is eternal, and that it takes on successive bodies due to the bondage of action, but that if action is performed in a certain manner then no bondage results, and the soul will be released from further embodiment. Ka's proposed manner of acting is explained from various angles. It is acting without attachment to the fruits of the action, the famous so-called karma yoga. It is acting in a spirit of sacrifice. It is acting yogically with the senses controlled by buddhi, intelligence, not by their objects. It is acting in accordance with knowledge of the soul, and of the psychophysical world within which it is enmeshed, and of the highest God who includes and transcends soul and world, and who is present here in human form as Ka, and hence it is acting in a spirit of devotion, bhakti, towards that God. While explaining this manner of acting to Arjuna, Ka presents himself as its perfect exemplar, and he also gives experiential proof of his divinity by granting Arjuna a vision of his universal form, which includes the future deaths of Arjuna's principal adversaries. The Bhagavad Gita has a distinguished place in Indian history, and in global literary history. It has been commented upon by S. A. Kara, Ramanuj, Gandhi, Aurobindo, and many others, and it has been influential also in Europe and North America. However, in this chapter we are not concerned with its reception history. For an overview of this, see Davis 2014, but only with its relationship to the Upanishads. Bibliographical preliminaries. The relationship between the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita has occupied several previous scholars, and what follows draws heavily upon their work, and so before proceeding further, I provide brief notes on the secondary literature. There are two basic reference resources. Jacob's Concordance to the Principal Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita, Jacob 1891, is a list of simple and compound Sanskrit words in Sanskrit alphabetical order, in each case giving the reference, and quoting the phrase, for their every occurrence across a corpus of 55 Upanishads plus the Bhagavad Gita. Haas recurrent and parallel passages in the Principal Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita, Haas 1922, covers just 13 Upanishads plus the Bhagavad Gita, and is organized differently, progressing through each text in turn from start to finish. The order is roughly chronological, with the Bhagavad Gita placed last. It gives details of all phrases and passages that have significant parallels. I have found two discursive overviews in English. Devasthali's short essay Bhagavad Gita and Upanishads discusses, one by one, the most prominent and peculiar ideas which are found both in BG on the one hand, and the Upanishads on the other. Devasthali 1954, 133, and concludes by noting that the Bhagavad Gita has developed these ideas and introduced new ones. Jezik 2009 covers the same topic in more philological depth, concentrating especially upon close verbal parallels between the Bhagavad Gita and the metrical Kaha and Svetasvatara Upanishads of the Black Yajurveda, and asking, as per its subtitle Parallels and Relative Chronology, what the contexts of those parallels might suggest about the direction of influence. Jezik argues that these three texts expanded in stages, and that they bear witness to a complex web of mutual influence. The Bhagavad Gita and the label Upanishad. In preparation for critically editing the Mahabharata's Bhima-Parvan, S.K. Belvikar selected a representative sample of available Bhima-Parvan manuscripts, and for the famous Bhagavad Gita portion this sample was supplemented by additional manuscripts of just that portion. The resulting Bhagavad Gita critical edition gives details of the colophons that most manuscripts include after each chapter. Those colophons typically refer to each foregoing chapter of the Bhagavad Gita by a name, and include the formula Bhagavad Gita Supaniyatsu, Belvikar 1968, 6, 14, 18, etc., that is, each chapter is said to be among the Upanishads sung by the Lord. Thus the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Lord, is categorized as a series of Upanishads. The colophons are more recent than the textual materials they label, but they may nonetheless preserve an ancient tradition. However, although this particular label shows that some similarity was perceived between the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita, it is difficult to say what exactly that similarity might have been. The label could allude to the Bhagavad Gita's format as a teaching from guru to disciple, in consonance with the derivation upani plus sad, sit down near to. Traditionally this has been taken to refer to a session of teaching, Roebuck 2003, XXXVII, or it could allude to the Bhagavad Gita's subject matter, in consonance with S.A. Kara's understanding of Upanishad as that which destroys ignorance and suffering by revealing the knowledge of Brahman, Gamhirananda 1986, 93-96. These are just two possibilities, but either would fit. A different kind of relationship is suggested by this common Gita Mahatmya verse, CEG Sadhul 2010, 14, Sastari 1991, 16, Dasa 1998, 58, 60, back cover. Sarvopaniya Dugavo Dagda Gopalanandana Parthovut Sudhir Bhakta Dugda Gitam Tamaha. All the Upanishads are cows. The milker was Ka the cowherd's son. The calf was Ptha's son Arjuna. The milk is the rich nectar of the Gita. Those with good sense drink it. The age of this verse is difficult to ascertain, but although one might quibble over the first word, its general view that the Bhagavad Gita is other than, subsequent to, and derivative of the Upanishads is one that most scholars would accept. Kaya Devakaputra. Chandogya Upanishad 3.17 briefly describes the teachings of Guru Agirasa to Kaya Devakaputra. These teachings present quite a well-developed analogy between the Vedic sacrifice, yajna, and the human experience of life. In recent centuries scholars have expressed views on the question of whether Kaya son of Devki of the Chandogya Upanishad may be identified with the Kaya of the Bhagavad Gita, whose mother's name is Devki. Preciado Solis gives a well-referenced inventory of such views, 1984, 24-27, CP 36, for his own view. In favor of the identification are the nominal identity. Kaya Vasudev is referred to as Devakaputra more than 20 times in the Mahabharata, and the overlap between what Guru Agirasa teaches and what Arjuna learns. Against it are Guru Agirasa's absence from Kaya's biography as narrated by the Mahabharata and Hayava essay, and the fact that notwithstanding apparent connections, identity is difficult to prove. In light of this latter point, couching the issue in terms of the identity, or otherwise, of the two characters is perhaps an overly historicist way of thinking about it. There is certainly an intertextual relationship here. Commenting on the analogues detailed in the Chandogya passage, Jezik, 2009, 221, says, these correspondences remind one directly of the Yajna passages in BHG 3.9-16 and 4.23-33, and indirectly, and even more significantly, they remind us of the Karma Yoga in general in the Gita, where the term karman is used in the generalized sense, not only for ritual or sacrificial acts, but for all activity in life. Key here are Bhagavad Gita 3.9 and 4.23. Yajanarthat karma o niatraloko yakarma bandhanata dhartha karma kanta yamudasajya samakara. People are bound by action, unless the action is for the sake of sacrifice. Perform action for that purpose, son of Kunti, free of attachment. Gatasagajya mutajya jananavasthitesatazaya janaya karata karma samagra praviliat. A person who acts for the sake of sacrifice has shed attachment and is freed, their thoughts guided by their wisdom, all trace of their action melts away. It is surely no coincidence that in each text the name Kayadavakiputra appears in conjunction with what seems to be a very similar philosophy. Other suggestions of karma yoga in the Upanishads. That the existential consequences of conventionally bad deeds can be obviated by performing those deeds in a certain manner is mentioned several times in the Upanishads. Isa Upanishad 2 says that if you merely act, karvan eva, action will leave no stain on you, tvai, na karma lipiate. This is direct, but cryptic. Other passages are more revealing, cf. Theme 1965, 90-92. In Bihadharayaka Upanishad April 4, 23, Yajanavakaya tells King Janaka that a person who knows the Atman is not stained by bad deeds, ta viditva na lipiate karma a papakena. Such a person isn't tormented by bad deeds, but rather burns their bad deeds away, nana papmatupti sarva papmanatupti. This latter image is similar to that presented at Bhagavad Gita 4.19, where Kaya praises the one whose actions have been burned up in the fire of knowledge, Jananagnitigdha karma. In Chandogya Upanishad 4.1-4.3 Upakosala Kamalayana learns that just as drops of water don't cling to a lotus leaf,